Chapter 14 The DNA Compass. Henry keeps walking among the crowd and then leans against the wall. He thinks to himself, now then, if I'm gonna hunt them down, I need to figure out how to track them down. He pouts, how in the world am I going to do that? He slaps the top of his head. Think. His eyes lightened up. That's it, a compass that can track them by their blood. Crap, now I regret burning the snake, but oh well, I can find another godslinger to use as my subject. He sprints away to the junkyard. When he arrived, he landed on a piece of junk. He raises an eyebrow. Morgan looks at Henry. There you are, I was looking for you. Henry jumps down to stand next to him. Why were you looking for me? Isn't it obvious? You quotes the bodyguard job. It's not often you quit at a job. Henry sighs. Well, I had a talk with the Japanese government. Morgan's eyes widened. The government? What the hell did you do? Hey, I did nothing, it's something else entirely. What's going on, Henry? Henry sits down on a top of a fridge. Remember I told you about how I lost Rose? Yeah, the whole blood goddess situation. What about it? Turns out she's refused to let me win, and she's created a whole new race to kill me called Godslingers, and now they're all in the world trying to achieve the same goal as the blood goddess had, and trying Rose's death be in vain. So now is my job to hunt them all down, says Henry. It seems like your life just got more complicated, says Morgan. Yeah, tell me about it anyway. I don't think I will be able to work for a while. Morgan shrugs. It's all right. I don't really mind at all. Henry chuckles. Wait till you get greedy and say, oh, I need Henry back. Please, Henry, you may be my favorite merc, but not my only merc I think alive. Henry jumps off the fridge. I better get back to work. Henry offers a hug. Morgan rolls his eyes and hugs him back. Be careful, old man. Careful, that's not in my dictionary, says Henry, making Morgan chuckle and walk away while waving. Henry sighs. Stay safe, Morgan. He looks at the pile of junk. Let's get to work. Then millions of blood tendrils come out of his body and start building. The first thing they build is a scope attachment for his revolvers. However, instead of sights there is a device with test tubes inside, so Henry puts his blood in the test tubes and attaches the blood attachment and sticks it to the scope attachment. He did it so that his bullets can do damage to the Godslingers. The second thing the tendrils build is a phone-like device that has two screens, and a test tube attachment slot on the top of it. He puts an empty test tube on the slot. The tendrils even added a black leather pouch on the interior of the jacket to specifically put the device on it. The DNA compass is complete now. I need a needle and a test subject, says Henry as he sprints away. He eventually enters a hospital and walks towards a receptionist. Mr. McKnight, how can I help you? Asked the receptionist. Hey, is Dr. Richard in his office? The receptionist nodded. Yes, he's currently doing paperwork, but he should have time for you. Henry nodded and headed towards Dr. Richard's office and entered, startling Dr. Richard. Henry, what are you doing here? Asked Dr. Richard while Henry sits down. I need a needle and stuff to make a perfect injection. Dr. Richard raised an eyebrow in skeptical. Why do you want a needle? I got a target who's wanted to murder, but he has gotten away, but I created a tracker for one of his minions, but I need to take his blood to do it. Dr. Richard crossed his arms. Not sure if it's a good idea. Then Henry shows him a bag of yen. I'll pay you and heal every patient in this hospital. Dr. Richard sighs and takes the bag. Fine, give me a few seconds. He looks through his desk and found a needle and some stuff to make it clean and perfect. Then he puts it all in a plastic bag and hands it to Henry. Here, take it, just don't make me regret it. A blood tendril holds onto the plastic bag. Oh, don't worry, you won't regret it. Dr. Richard opens the door. Off you go, Henry. Henry nodded and left the office. He raises his hand in the air and transfers blood to every patient in the hospital, curing their illnesses, healing their wounds and regrowing limbs. Many doctors, nurses and families witnessed the action and were surprised at these events, and families in joy and tears witnessed their friends and loved ones all better. Dr. Richard smiles at Henry while Henry lowers his hand after being done. You should have become a doctor, Henry. Henry shrugged. Yeah, but not as fun as a merc of vigilante, and besides I would put you out of business. He walks away while Dr. Richard waves him goodbye. Henry sprints away and climbs up to a rooftop. He sprints and parkour around from one rooftop to find another Godslinger. Alright, where are you? I just need one more Godslinger. He keeps looking around until he sees one. It's the Oni figure who's about to devour someone's boyfriend. No, please stop this, says the lady. No, 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 I don't wanna die, please, says the man. But as the Godslinger about to eat the man, a bullet hits the Godslinger's hand, causing him to drop the man and hold his hand. What the hell, how is this possible? Says the Godslinger. Hey, humans aren't food, you psycho, go find a fruit, says Henry while all three of them look at him. Who are you, mortal? You want to be food too? Henry drops down and twirls his revolver with his finger. Name's Henry, but most people call me the Bloody Phoenix, and we got a lot to talk about. Well, actually, you can keep your worthless mouth shut. The couple's eyes widened. You're the Bloody Phoenix, says the lady, and Henry nods. Yes, now run. The couple nod and the man takes the lady's hand and they run. Foolish mortal, you just became my dinner. But Henry shot both the Godslinger's eyes. Ah, damn you, says the Godslinger while holding his eyes. Blood tendrils grabs the Godslinger's arms and legs and pins it to the ground. I'll let go of me, mortal, you'll pay for this. But Henry walks on his back and his left arm turn into blood arm chains and choke the Godslinger with it. Damn you, finally learn how to shut up. More blood tendrils come out from the blood tendrils that's holding the Godslinger in place and grabs the plastic bag and carefully take a Godslinger blood sample into the needle and injects the blood into the empty test tube that was attached to the DNA compass. The tendrils puts the plastic bag in the trash while Henry grabs his DNA compass. With a Godslinger blood in the test tube and attached to the device, he flicks the switch on the side of the device to activate it. On the top screen it shows the entire planet and red dots of the Godslinger is with thanks to the blood. He presses a button to switch from the origin of the blood to the entire race of the Godslinger bloodline. When he did, red dots to show every single Godslinger that is on the planet. Henry smirks and puts the DNA compass away. Now I can track you all down. He creates a spear made of blood and stabs it to the Godslinger's heart. It screams in pain, trying to stop him, but fails and it dies. Henry takes a deep breath while the tendrils retreat back inside Henry's body. He burns the Godslinger corpse with his lighter and walks away while he can hear cop sirens. Time to go. He climbs up back on the roofs and keep running. Let the fun begin. Chapter 15, Flight to New York. A few days have passed, but during this time Henry has been busy as he's been killing Godslingers all over Japan. He did it in so many ways and fought so many different versions of Godslingers. For example, he went to a mall and drowned a Godslinger with a fountain. What's the matter? I thought gods don't need oxygen to breathe. How pathetic. The next was a Godslinger in the form of a monkey and can duplicate itself. The Godslinger and his clones were eating food at a grocery store, causing chaos, but they ran away one by one, getting killed as Henry turned his hand into a blood-armed shotgun. Another day where the police tried to get involved. Henry uses body control to manipulate the police's blood like a puppet and force them to retreat while fighting the Godslinger. One night in an alleyway as Henry took down a random Godslinger, he was about to use his lighter, however the Godslinger was just pretending and used the opportunity to slash Henry's chest, making blood spill on the wall, and he dropped the lighter and lost it. The Godslinger got up chuckling, however Henry smirked and used his blood temperature ability, which he can change the temperature of anyone's blood, such as making blood boil so hot it sets it on red color fire, or he can make it so cold it freeze to red color ice. Anyway, the blood that was spilled from Henry's body that are now on the wall turned into ice and extends and stabbed to the Godslinger to make it stay in place. The Godslinger's eyes widened as Henry turned his hands into blood gauntlets and set them on fire. However, it was to scare it, as the Godslinger felt his blood start to boil until its own blood was set on red fire, burning it alive, burning it faster than it can heal, turning the Godslinger into ash. The next Godslinger tried to run away, but Henry grabbed a back bumper of a truck. "Hey, can you hold this for me?" At ease he threw the truck with one hand at the Godslinger, crushing it. The next Godslinger throws Henry towards a skyscraper entrance and crashes inside into a wall, causing the building to start to shake. Henry shaked his head. "Ow, that hurt, oh crap, the building." He snaps both his fingers, each hand at the same time, making Henry summon 10 blood minions to his aid. As they are summoned while they all are kneeling. The blood minions have the appearance of humanoids made of blood with wings. Henry orders, "Minions, go save the innocents in the building and make sure the building doesn't collapse." The minions nods. "Yes, master," says the minions as they fly away and use their own blood tendrils to save everyone and make the building stable to prevent property damage. Henry shakes off the pain and charges after the Godslinger that was approaching him from the entrance. The next Godslinger, an ice monster, was inside a warehouse, sends Henry flying and hits the windows, shattering them. While the shatter glass falls, he creates a blood ball and spills it all over the glass, so the glass is covered by his blood. When the Godslinger charged after him, he used his blood telekinesis ability, which means he can lift anyone and anything with his mind as long as his blood is spilled on them for 10 minutes. Then after that time limit, the blood returns to Henry's body. Anyways, he uses blood telekinesis on the glass and use it to go pierce through the Godslinger. The next Godslinger was a thin Godslinger, ran away from Henry while he laughs like crazy. The thin Godslinger ran into an alleyway corner taking a breather, but Henry throws a smoke bomb covering the area so it can't see anything. "Where are you, mortal?" says the Godslinger, but Henry laughs and the Godslinger look around but then sees only a red glowing smiley face. Before the Godslinger can do anything, Henry grabs the Godslinger's face by his gauntlet hand and crushed it with one hand. After that he keeps fighting more Godslingers throughout Japan, but each more brutal than the last. Today, outside of a bowling alley building, a Godslinger was sent flying out of the wall towards an abandoned building next door. Henry emerges from the wall holding a blood baseball bat on one hand and the other is a normal bowling ball. He uses it like a baseball and throws it in the air and catches it at the same time. "Hey, would you look at that? I can tell if it was a strike or a spare." He throws the bowling ball in the air and spins to hit the bowling ball with the blood baseball bat. Home run. He yells while he hits the bowling ball, causing the bowling ball to skyrocket at the Godslinger's head, blowing it up. "So it was a strike," says Henry. The Godslinger regrow its head back. "You little punk," says the Godslinger while it hears a baby crying. He looks towards the source of the noise and sees a mother who was trying to hide with her child, but the Godslinger roared, causing her to run away. "Come here, mortal," says the Godslinger as he dashed towards the mother. "Hey, your fight is with me, you says Henry as he dashed towards the Godslinger. The mother runs to an alleyway but heads to a dead end. "Oh no, please don't hurt my baby," says the mother as she looks away, protecting her baby. As the Godslinger was about to attack them both with its claws, a blood tendril started choking it and threw it towards a car, causing it to crash into it. The mother looks and sees Henry staring at the Godslinger. "How did you do that?" she asked, but Henry didn't answer her question and turned to look at her. "Are you all right, madam? Are you or your baby hurt?" The mother shakes her head. No, I'm fine, thank you, you saved my baby. Good, now get out of here now. The mother nodded and ran away. Henry smirked. Much better. The Godslinger gets back up. Damn you, McKnight, you stole my lunch, says the Godslinger, but as it regains consciousness all he saw was a blood-arm blade and it got stabbed in the heart by it. You can rot in hell, you psycho, says Henry as he pulls the blade out of the Godslinger's chest and it falls to the ground. Henry burns the body and sighs, what a mess. A few minutes later, away from the area, Henry is sitting on a ledge drinking a bottle of wine. Well, that should be all of the Godslingers in Japan. I should decide where to go next. He turns on his DNA compass and takes a look at the world map. Currently there are 0 red dots in Japan, so he looks at the other countries. He sees there's more dots in New York. It looks like I'm heading back to America. He puts the DNA compass away while he finishes the wine bottle and puts it down. He gets back up and stretches his back. Ow, my back, I am getting too old for this. He sprints away, heading to the airport. As he enters the building of the airport, a black Jeep pulls up and parks. Yumi gets out of the vehicle and follows. Minutes later, Henry sits outside of the door to the plane line. He plays with a blood ball until Yumi approaches. Mr. McKnight. Henry frowns and puts the ball away, making it disappear. Yumi, he says while Yumi sits next to each other. We've been watching. I must say you impressed us, turning the creatures that threats our planet into toys. How do you do it? Henry shrugs. Don't know, it just comes natural to me, really. Why are you here, Yumi? Our offer to help still stands. Still no, Yumi, I don't work with the government to be turned into a pawn and you get in my way. Mr. McKnight, with all due respect, you can't face it off all alone forever. I can and will. They're gonna kill you if you don't let others help. They are welcome to try, I don't mind. Yumi's eyes widened. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Henry looks at her with a raised eyebrow and shrug. Yumi frowns. Henry, I don't know what's going on in your head, but you can't just hold all that emotion and take it out on your enemies. It's gonna destroy you. You can't just keep fighting for humanity and hope to die. Then a voice from the loudspeaker says, the plan for New York has arrived. Henry stands up. Why can't I got nobody else left in my life. All I can do is fight and honor my lover's memory. That may be what you think you're doing, but Rose wants you to live a happy life. She didn't just die for us, she died for you. Henry clenches his gauntlet fist. Goodbye, Yumi, I got a job to do. He walks towards the entrance to the plane. Henry, says Yumi, but Henry ignores her. 10 minutes later, the plane to New York flies off with Henry sitting at the back next to the window. He thinks about what Yumi said to him. She didn't just die for us, she died for you. He closed his eyes and remembered 23 years ago, the day of the play him and Rose were playing in their school. The audience starts entering and sitting down. At the backstage, Henry is in his night costume and holding his helmet and put the foam sword on his hip. Man, I am still not used to wearing that. You should, it's a dream come true seeing you wear that, my knight, says Rose as she approaches him. Oh hey Rose, you seem excited. Yes I am, it's my first time being like an actress. Are you excited, Henry? Well, not. Really, I'm not a big fan of crowds and being watched the whole time makes me nervous. Rose takes his hand. Hey, listen to me, you're going to do great. I'll be on stage with you, okay? Henry nods. Okay. Rose slides her hand on his chest while blushing. She gets close and whispers in his ear, I hope you've been practicing how to kiss, because I have. She walks away giggling while Henry blushes like a tomato. In the distance, Roman, dressed as a dragon, sees what just happened and gets pissed and clenched his fist. Damn that McKnight, I'll make sure you don't get to kiss her. Rose's first kiss will belong to me. But he was cut off as the instructor says, places everyone were about to begin. Everyone nods and gets ready. Henry puts on his helmet. Damn, how can anybody see in this thing? But as he said that, he got a tap on his shoulder. Looking good, Hank, I bet Rose finds you sexy in that. Henry turns to see Marty and blush under the helmet. Marty, what the hell you doing here? Marty giggles. I was recently hired to be one of the operators for the play. He gives a thumbs up. So I'll be making sure this goes smoothly and you can finally be with Rose. Besides, I don't like how that Roman guy's trying to steal my best friend's woman, so I'll keep an eye out of him too. Henry nods. Thanks, Marty. He walks off to position. Don't F up the kiss, you hear? Shut up, Marty, says Henry. The instructor gets out of the curtains and approaches the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for coming for this fun event today. We'll be seeing the story of the missing princess who was kidnapped since childhood and know her childhood best friend that has been trying to find her for so long to return her home. Will he succeed? Let's find out, says the instructor as they walk away while the audience applauds and a montage of the play goes on with the knight's journey to find his childhood best friend after her being kidnapped from her kingdom, and after so long apart he promises the king to bring her home. Along the way he has encountered many thugs and enemies, but also has gathered allies to help find her because of stories of a girl kidnapped and taken to a castle by an assassin, and plans to raise her for years to be an assassin like him. The audience applauds at the end of a scene and the curtains close. The instructor claps his hands and approaches the crowd. Now that was excellent. All right everyone, we got one last scene, but our actors will get a quick break, so if you need to use the restroom please do so now. Henry is drinking a water bottle while Roman and a group of men stand by him. Hey McKnight. Henry turns but gets tased by a stun gun and falls to the ground. Take him away boys, says Roman, and his men nod and drag Henry away. When Henry woke up he's in an open truck looking at his men. What's going on here? Sorry pal, but I'm afraid Roman is gonna steal that kiss from you pal. Henry growls. All of this just for a kiss? You all are pathetic. The men growls at him and close the trunk. Henry bangs on the door. Let me out of you a holes, you're gonna pay for this, but the men ignore him and keep walking. The audience applauds as the curtains open for the final scene, but all they see is Rose in a castle and Roman in his dragon outfit grinding under his mask. The audience whispers and murmurs to what's going on. The instructor looks around at the backstage. Where could that boy go? He was always prepared to go on stage. Don't tell me he got nervous now. Marty dashed towards the instructor. What's going on? I can't find McKnight anywhere, please help me find him. Marty nods and runs. Where could you go, Henry? This is your big chance. He thinks about Roman and growls. That bastard. Okay, think Henry is clever when it comes to breaking out of rooms, so it has to be outside of the building, right? The parking lot. He dash out of the building and arrives at the parking lot. He looks around. Henry, where are you? Please say something. Then he hears banging. Marty, over here. Marty approaches the car and lockpicks the lock and got it open, and Henry gasps for air but gets hugged by Marty. What happened? Henry takes deep breaths. The bastard tased me and threw me here. Marty helps Henry get out of the vehicle. Well, that won't stop us, come on, we gotta a play to save. Henry nods and follows Marty. Meanwhile, Rose looks at where Henry is supposed to enter from. She thinks to herself, come on Henry, what's going on? She looks at Roman, which he looks at her back. What did you do to him? Oh, don't worry princess, let's just say he won't be getting close to you and he'll make sure his senior year is ruined by ruining the play, hee, says Roman. Rose frowns. You did all of this because I rejected you. Yes, and if I can't have you, no one will, especially not that blonde bastard. I'll have you know that blonde bastard is a better man than you ever will. Roman grabs her by the wrist and pulls close to her face. Let's see about that when this is over. But Henry's helmet suddenly hits Roman in the head, letting Rose go. Ow, what the hell? He looked at who throwed it, but his eyes widened as Henry enters the stage. Hands off her, you disgusting dragon. The audience clapped their hands because of his entrance. Roman growls. How the hell did you escape my trap? Then Marty enters the stage in a jester costume. Because I was here. A staff member next to the instructor asks, should we stop them? But the instructor shakes their head. No, I wanna see how this goes. This is better than the original so far. Who the hell are you? Says Roman. You may call me the dancing Marty. I'm a spirit that's been hiding inside this warrior the entire time and has come to his aid prepared to face judgment villain. Henry raised an eyebrow and whisper. Your way into this? Marty shrugs and whispers. It's just like our books. Marty looks at Roman. Now then I shall retreat to the final battle. I will be by your side, brave warrior, fight for her. He walks in character away from the stage and plays some music from the boombox. Henry smirks and twirls his foam sword and gets in a fighting stance, which Rose smirk by his confidence. Damn you, I won't let you have her, says Roman as he charges after him, but Henry dodges and counterattacks him, hitting him in the back so hard he falls backwards. He goes for another swing, but Roman masks it off his hand and punches Henry in the face, making his nose bleed, causing everyone to gasp. My knight, says Rose, but Henry still stands. He smirks, wiping the blood off his nose. Roman gets pissed and charges after Henry, but Henry dodges and punches Roman in the gut, next his face, and lastly he grabs his head and slams him to the ground, knocking him out. Rose starts clapping, then everyone else does. While they clap, it slowly quiet down as Henry approaches Rose, offering his hand. Are you all right, my princess? Rose smiles and takes his hand and gets close to him. Yes, I am, thanks to you. Marty plays a romantic song, making Henry smirk. How about a little victory dance? Rose nods and they dance together while holding hands. As they dance, Rose's parents watch the scene as her mom starts recording the whole dance. As they dance, Rose whispers, Henry, I just wanna tell you that I'm so grateful to have you in my life now, and I never wanna lose you. Henry smiles. Me too, Rose. I lost my family a long time ago and never felt happy ever since, but until I met you, you made me feel happy and lived after so long I almost forgot what it feels like. As the song ends, Henry holds onto Rose as she leans back gracefully and they stay in that pose looking at each other. Rose cups his cheek and whispers softly, I love you, Henry. Henry gets close to her face. I love you too, Rose. They close the distance and kiss, causing the audience to applaud, and the play ends. An hour later, Henry and Rose in normal clothes hold hands as they walk towards her parents. Her mother hugs Rose. Oh sweetheart, you did wonderful out there. Thank you, Mom, I tried my best. Rose's father approaches Henry. Henry, right? Yes, sir, says Henry while her father offers a handshake. You did great with that little fight. Roman has been a problem for Rose for a very long time. It's nice to see him put in his place. Henry nods and shakes his hand, but her father pulls him close to whisper in his ear. Don't think we didn't hear you two confessing your love for each other. Since you're going, you'll be my little girl's boyfriend. I suggest you should never break her heart or else we're going to have problems. Do you understand? Henry nods. Yes, sir, I promise I'll always love her no matter what. Her father smiles. I hold on to that promise. He backs away and wraps his arms around his wife. We're going to have great dinner to celebrate. Do you want to come with us, Henry? Oh really, you don't mind? Asked Henry while Rose holds his hand with puppy dog eyes. Henry sighs. Sure, why not? Rose's mother claps her hands. Oh wonderful, it's been a while since we had guests. Henry follows Rose and her parents to their car. The parents get in the front where he and Rose sit in the back seat and they drive off. Rose rests her head on his shoulder while blushing. Can you hold me? Henry nods and holds her to an embrace where she's resting her head on his chest while closing her eyes with a satisfied sigh. Henry comforts her by playing with her hair while her father keeps driving. 5 hours later, after having dinner with Rose's family, Henry returned back home of his parents' home and he collapsed on the bed. Oh boy, what a day, but it was worth it. But then his window slowly opened, making Henry's eyes widen, and he went for his gun and turned to aim. Wait, Henry, it's just me, says Rose. Henry sighs of relief and puts the gun away. Rose, you scared me. What you doing here? You could have told me. Rose blushed and held her own hands. To be honest, I sneak out to go see you. Henry raised an eyebrow. I don't understand. We'll see each other tomorrow. She holds his hands. That's the problem. I don't want to wait to see you tomorrow. I don't want to sleep alone anymore. Henry blushed. Do you know what you're saying? Aren't we going a little fast? She cups his cheek. I waited months to finally be with you. I'm tired of waiting, Rose. Says Henry, but she cuts him off by kissing him, which they lead to a makeout. When they are both out of breath they break the kiss. Rose pins him to the bed while sitting on his lap and whisper in his ear, "You took my first kiss and now I want you to take my first time." They look at each other while they're blushing like a tomato. "You sure, Rose, once we do this there's no going back?" Rose smirks. "Yes, I'm sure this is the best decision I will ever make, so please Henry McKnight, take me." Henry pulls her to another makeout and they both help each other undress and spend the night together. Chapter 16 USA. Back in the present, Henry was sleeping but he wakes up. "Damn my dirty mind, thinking about the night I lost my virginity. Now then, how far am I from America?" He checks his DNA compass. It seems I have arrived at America and looks like I just passed the state we should land soon." He puts the compass away and looks out the window, but his eyes widened when a winged godslinger flied past the plane. "Oh, you gotta be kidding me." He throws a blood shuriken at the path and teleports there, which got everyone's attention. He sprints towards the emergency escape. "Sir, please sit down, we will be landing soon," says an attendant. "Sorry, but your lives are in danger if I don't do this." He transforms into blood form. "What the hell?" says the attendant while Henry phased through the door and throws a blood shuriken towards the roof of the plane. Luckily he achieved that and teleports there and transforms back to normal. "Alright, where that flying garbage go?" He looks around and sees the winged godslinger in some distance under the plane. Henry bounces in place. "Alright, let's do this, but let's do it the fun way." He sprints on the top of the plane while doing flips and cartwheels, and once he reaches the front of the plane he backflips off of the plane. "Woo, this is great, I should have skydived more often." He puts his hands on the back of his head and relaxes while closing his eyes. After a few minutes he flips in mid-air while he lands on the winged godslinger's back. "Where did you come from, mortal? Get off of me at once and I may give you a painless death," says the winged godslinger, but Henry grins. "Cool, you can fly and talk, that's much more entertaining than any plane I've been to." He rips the wings off the winged godslinger, causing it to roar in pain. "Damn bastard, you just doomed us both." "Nope, just you." A blood tendril come out of Henry's foot and wrap around the godslinger's body, so he grabs onto it while two more tendrils come from Henry's back and take form of chainsaws and cut the godslinger's shoulders so it doesn't regrow its winged arms. Henry grins while he lands on a random rooftop in New York City, but they slide as Henry is using the godslinger's body as a skateboard. "Oh yeah, this is the best way to enter America." He pulls the godslinger's body up high enough so they keep skating across one building to another while the godslinger's face and body is being shredded from sliding across the ground. They keep going until Henry sees the train approaching nearby. "Ah, it looks like this is your stop." His gauntlet reaches and a blood tendril comes out of his palm. The tendril latched to something like a grappling hook. He swings his entire body and swings towards the front of the moving train with the godslinger's shred body still attached to his foot. All the tendrils retreated back inside Henry, then Henry jumps, letting the godslinger gets run over by the front bumper of the train, causing it to explode into nothingness, making the train driver shocked in fear. While that happened, Henry flips forwards into the top of the train and instantly lays back on the top of the train while putting his hands on the back of his head before a pole directly hits him. He takes a deep breath. "Ah, good to be back in America." He checks his DNA compass. "I am close to one." He puts the DNA compass away and jumps off the train and dashes from one rooftop to another. Meanwhile, a godslinger woke up from its nap in an alleyway. "Ah, what a dream, now let's have some fun, I need some breakfast." The godslinger leaves the alleyway and grew in size to a skyscraper while everyone nearby panicked and ran away from it. The godslinger laughs. "Run all you like, you're still dead." As it tries to take a step, its body stops moving. "What?" But as the godslinger said that 20 blood minions fly around and evacuate the civilians out of the area. Those creatures. No, it can't be Mother's killer as here in America, as it said that his body started to shrink to normal size and regained control. The Godslinger looks around until its eyes widen when he sees Henry slow walk towards it while twirling his revolver. Oh my, what happened? It's almost like someone control your blood and force your body to deactivate your powers. Oh wait, that was me. As much as I want to fight someone who can grow to a size of a giant dinosaur, I got casualties and property damage to prevent. He aims his revolver and fired at his shoulder, causing the Godslinger to fall back and crawl away for a few seconds until it gets up and ran away. Henry sighs. You know, being feared by my enemies is starting to be annoying. They always run and ruin my fun. He sees the Godslinger grow his legs bigger so it sprint faster. How does that work? Oh well, says Henry as cross his arms and tap his foot on the ground. I'll give it a few seconds. He whistle while staying still for a few minutes until he stops taping his foot. All right, time's up. Ready or not, here I come. He sprints after it. While in the distance, rooftops shoulders in advance armor saw Henry sprint away. The helper has moved, let's move out, says the captain. The others nod and they follow. Meanwhile, as the Godslinger runs away, two minions grab it by the legs and fly up towards on top of a random alleyway. The Godslinger grew his arms. Do you know who you're up against? You're just puppets. However, the minions ignore the Godslinger as they grip in its legs and blood spikes comes out of its legs. Ah, you'll die for that, says the Godslinger, but both the blood minions chuckle. Oh, my master is gonna enjoy playing with you, says the one of the blood minions. Wait, you can talk, says the Godslinger while Henry ran and arrived at the alleyway grounds. He points at the ground and the blood minions nod and throw the Godslinger towards Henry. Henry gets ready to throw a punch with his gauntlet hand. As the Godslinger is about to land on Henry, Henry punches the Godslinger in the ribs, shattering them and sending the Godslinger back in the air to the blood minions. One of the blood minions punches the approaching Godslinger back to Henry. As the Godslinger starts falling back to Henry, Henry grabs both his revolvers and fires bullets at the Godslinger. Then as it almost reaches Henry, he puts his revolvers away and takes a few steps to let the Godslinger crash to the ground. As it lays there, Henry chuckles. Rough landing. He approaches the Godslinger and kicks its body. You alive waste of space. Well, if you are not, that would be great because I'm not done torturing you. The two blood minions fly to get behind Henry and kneel. Master, says both the blood minions, causing Henry to turn around and walk towards them. Report, Master, all the citizens are unharmed now, says one of the blood minions until the other one cuts it off. And evacuation was a success and no important damage is caused. Henry nods and pats their heads. Good, all 20 of you are dismissed. The blood minions bow their heads and says at the same time, yes, Master. After they said that, both of them disappeared out of thin air and so did the rest. Henry sighs of relief until he hears the Godslinger start to get back up. Damn you, I will avenge Mother. Henry grins and turns around. Henry taps his cheek. You know what, I'm in a good mood. I'll give you one hit. Who knows, you might kill me from it and you'll get lucky to avenge that planet-hungry psychopath. The Godslinger growls and gets ready to throw a punch. However, from the rooftops the soldiers from before start firing at the Godslinger, covering the Godslinger by bullet holes, making Henry's eyes widen, but laughs while pointing at the Godslinger. Ha 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 ha, look at you, you look like cheese, but I must say that's one hideous cheese. The Godslinger growls and charge. Screw you. But the Godslinger got shot in the heart and collapsed. Henry walks back, brushing off invisible dust. Damn, any closer he could ruin my clothes. After saying that, the soldiers climb down from the rooftop and approach the scene. Some start destroying Godslinger corpses, making Henry raise an eyebrow. One of the soldiers, who has a golden theme, approaches Henry, making Henry think he's the leader. Bloody Phoenix, it's an honor to meet you and a pleasure working with you. I'm sure, but who are you? And how did you damage that Godslinger? The soldier removes his helmet, showing his face, which he had a stubble beard, orange hair with a ponytail and green eyes. My name is Captain Kai. I am the captain of an independent task force called the Godslinger Executioners, or TGE for short. He offers his hand, which Henry shakes his hand. Nice to meet you. Forgive how rude this will sound, but he came looking for you and request you come with us. Henry frowns. Why should I go with you? Because my general claims to know you personally and wants to meet you. Henry raised an eyebrow. Your general? Kai noted. Yes sir, they have important matters to discuss. He kneels. Please sir, it's for the sake of our planet. Henry sighs. Get up. Kai noted and stand back up. I'll go with you, just don't try anything funny. Kai nods and puts his helmet on. Understood sir, give me a moment. Kai pressed a button on the side of his helmet. The helper has agreed to come with us, I request transport. He lets go of the button and they both stay silent while the other TGE soldiers finish the cleanup. Eventually a TGE travel truck approaches Henry and the group backwards. The driver presses a button so the trunk doors open so all the soldiers and Henry enter the vehicle and sit down. Henry thinks to himself, I gotta stop letting people convince me to follow them. He looks at Kai who is in front of him and puts his helmet on his lap. Henry asks, so, what's your general like? Well, she's powerful and dedicated leader to save our world. She may be our general but has gone by another name. The Immortal Flower, says Kai. The Immortal Flower, says Henry, which Kai nodded. She's an immortal witch, a force to reckon with, so please Mr. Phoenix, I request you try not to piss her off. Henry smirk. Your general shouldn't be the one you should fear. Kai chuckle. We'll see. With that, Henry leans back against the wall and closes his eyes as he plans to take a small nap. However, as he closed his eyes he heard dripping noses, so Henry slowly opened his eyes to see him in the same sitting position but on a chair, that's specifically a metal chair in the perfect size as him. As Henry gets off of the chair he looks around as the entire area is covered in the bright blue sky and the floor is like a mirror. What is this? He asked himself as he looked around. Henry, a faint weak female voice called out, so Henry turned to it to have his eyes widened and he saw a Rose tied up in a chair, which he instantly ran towards her. Rose, hey, hold on. He called out, however his running seemed endless as the more he runs the further away Rose way pulled towards as an invisible force pulls her away from Henry, so he goes faster and faster even to max speeds until a rock suddenly appears in front of his foot, making him trip and fall face first, sliding across the ground. Ha 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 ha, look at you, the big strong Bloody Phoenix can't even save his loved ones still. He recognized the voice, so he look up from the ground, see the blood goddess behind Rose with one hand around her throat, making Rose tears come down non-stop. Please, help me, Rose begs while a cage appears around Rose and the blood goddess, making Henry growl as both his hands turn into blood arm blades and set on red flames. Get your disgusting hands off of her, he demanded as dashed towards the cage but got tackled by a gremlin-sized demon, pinned to the ground and start throwing punches, but Henry stabs it in the chest repeatedly and throw it away. As he gets back up, several more creatures come out of the mirror ground. A lot of them are different beings like vampires, werewolves, demons, even the godslingers, as they all roar at Henry. Oh my, this is quite an situation. I wished you luck but I don't want to, the blood goddess said, taunting him as she laughs to her free hand, making Henry's eye twitch, but the monsters charge after Henry, so Henry dodge and start slashing at the demons to get them first since they are the weakest, causing blood to splatter all over the ground as one by one the demons fall to the ground. Next was the werewolves, who had scratched him a few times, so Henry turns his arms back to normal and grabs his revolvers and shoots silver bullets at them as he went for lower areas and get one werewolf on their knees and use them to climb up and leap to the air while a vampire tried to grab him. Henry summons a big blood ball and float it into the air, so after reloading Henry shoots all the silver bullets through the blood ball, making the silver bullets covered in blood, which he used the chance to have blood telekinesis on the silver bullets and command them to go through every single werewolf through the heart, causing the werewolves to fall to the ground. As Henry landed he got no time to breathe as a vampire lunged at his back and bit his neck, drinking his blood, which Henry groans in pain but summons a blood spear and stabs it through the heart and slam the flat end of the blood spear to the ground, keeping the vampire hanging. More vampires go after him, but Henry uses the same method with multiple blood spears, but most of the vampires try to get out, so he gets the spears on red flames, burning them to ash. After that and fighting more creatures he fought in the past, he lastly went for the Godslingers, deactivating their powers by manipulating their blood and turning his arms into blood arm claws, destroying their hearts, leaving just Henry the only one left and panting, covered in blood. However, he heard slow clapping, so he growls like an animal as she slowly turned to the blood goddess as the cage surrounding her was gone and Rose's neck snapped, making Henry's pupil shrink of anger as he tried to slash at the blood goddess, only have to fade into nothingness as soon as he made contact. Huffing in frustration, Henry turns to Rose but doesn't say anything, knowing he can't do anything, so he just silently hugs the body, closing his eyes. But suddenly Rose's hand instantly grabs him by the throat with superhuman strength, shocking Henry as Rose's corpse slowly transforms into a demonic version of her with long legs and arms as she growls, "You failed to save me, that what you only do you fail over and over again. How many times does it take before you snap and given up because this is pointless?" Henry tries to her giant hand off his throat but failing as she squeezed tighter, so Henry snaps both his fingers to summon 4 blood minions and a secret ability to the minions as they can shapeshift into whatever Henry wants them to be, so the blood minions change shape to one of them turn into a giant blood snake and wrap around her legs, catching her off guard as she looks down. "What?" she yelled in confusion as another blood minion changed shape into a blood tiger and grabbed her left free arm to pull her down, while the third blood minion took form of a blood gorilla and bear hug her, making her losing her grip slightly but still keeping hold on Henry's neck, until the last blood minion changed shape into a big blood knight with a blood claymore in hand to use it to stab the blood gorilla minion in the back and pierce through to stab Rose in the back, causing her to let go of Henry. But as Henry falls, the blood floor breaks, causing Henry to fall to the black void while watching the demonic Rose cry while looking at Henry. Henry tries to crawl back, but some invisible force pulls him down towards the void. As he keeps falling, his head aims down, accepting fate as he crashes into a pool made of blood just floating underwater. As he closed his eyes while in the red liquid, he heard a familiar voice, "Hey hey Henry, wake up." Back in reality, Henry slowly wakes up to see Kai shaking his knee to wake him up. "We're almost at the base," he announced, so Henry rubs his eyes and stay awake. The driver eventually parked in the garage in the back of a building. They all get out of the vehicle and Henry follows them. As he follows, he sees them in a library, but they keep going and pass a doorway with a sign that says, "Cosplay Club." Henry chuckles. "Cosplay Club, really?" Kai shrugs. "It prevents people asking why there's an armed task force in a library." Henry shrugs. "You have a point." As they approach a bookshelf, a soldier pulls a book down, but the book stopped, preventing it from falling, but realized it was a lever. The bookshelf moves like a door, allowing an elevator door to open. "Ooh, how classic," says Henry, causing Kai to roll his eyes, and everyone enters the elevator and uses it to go down. As the elevator, everyone splits, leaving Henry and Kai alone while Henry's eyes widened in the impressive tech in the giant white-themed base. "Welcome to TGE headquarters, Mr. Phoenix." Henry smiled. "Not bad, I see you guys take this job seriously." Kai looks at him in serious face. "Indeed, the general and everyone in here is dedicated our lives to get rid of the Godslingers for good and save our planet. Now then, please follow me." Henry nods and follows Kai. As Henry follows, many fellow workers and soldiers gaze their eyes to look at Henry, kinda surprised to see the Bloody Phoenix here, with some of them nodding to him. They eventually stop at an empty cell where 2 guards are outside. Kai looks at Henry with pity. "I do apologize, your arrival was out of chance for us, so we had no time to plan a room for you, so please I request to stay there for now. I promise it's not permanent, it's until we figure out a room for you." Henry sighs. "Fine, but I'm warning you, if this your way of prisoning me, you know I can escape any prison at ease." Kai nods. "I understand, but please be patient with us." Henry sighs and pat his head, making Kai blush a little. "Okay, I'll trust you," says Henry, then he heads inside the cell. It was cozy, Probably made for permanent prisoners or traitors. He collapses on the bed on his back. Man, it's been a while since I slept on a bed, it feels so weird now. He slowly closes his eyes and goes to sleep. An hour later, a woman wearing an armored outfit with black cloak over it and her hood up, she approaches the two guards and they both bow to her. General. They both said to the woman, "How's he doing?" Asked the general. "Well, he's been asleep since he entered the cell," says one of the guards. "With all due respect, you sure we can trust him, madam? He doesn't have a reputation in trusting anyone, especially the government." She smirks under the hood. "Luckily we're not the government." She enters the cell while Henry starts waking up after hearing the door open. He lays back while he stretches. "Took you guys long enough, I was starting to get bored in here." The general smirks. "You haven't changed, haven't you, Henry?" Henry's eyes widened by what he just heard. That voice? No, it can't be. He gets up and looks at the general with a frown in anger. "Who are you?" The general removes her hood, making Henry's eyes widen. "No, that's impossible." Chapter 17, The Age of Ruin. Flashback to 23 years ago, the day of Henry's graduation ceremony in Philadelphia Central High School at the field. They just finished giving out the last reward. The student who got the reward started walking away. "All right everyone, now that concludes the rewards for this year. Before we start handing the diploma, I want to bring Mr. Henry McKnight up to the stage to give us a graduation speech to end off the year," says the principal while everyone starts to applaud. Henry wearing graduation gown and cap, he walks to the stage with Rose, who was wearing the same. "I don't know if I can do this," says Henry, but Rose holds his hand. "Stay calm, babe, you can do this, just speak what you have to say and just look at my parents or Marty like nobody else exists. I'll be right here, so don't be scared, okay?" Henry nods. "Oh, okay." Henry gets in front of the mic and sigh. "I can do this, I can do this." He speaks while squeezing Rose's hand and he looks at Rose's parents, Len Rosemary and Mercy Rosemary. He takes a deep breath. "Hello there. Wow, 4 years and the time has come, how we have come a long way. I'm honestly proud of myself and all of you, but in serious, we have done a lot. Some of us have achieved their goals. Some of us found friends by their sides." He looks at Rose and smile. "And even some found their partners." He look back. "You know, in the past I have lost mostly a lot of people I cared about and question why do I keep trying. Honestly, I always felt like giving up, but I didn't, because that's not what the people who I lost wanted for me, just like how your friends and families would have wanted for you. And just like me, every last one of you didn't give up and didn't let doubt get in our way." "How do I know that?" "By looking at today, making this speech. I wouldn't be here if I did given up, and that's what I learned in life, that no matter how many times you got down, no matter how many times you have fallen, you refuse to stay that way. Instead, you conquer that fear and doubts. Why? Because everyone has a purpose in life. Everyone student in this field has potential to rise up and take what you want for the future of humanity, and together, if we keep living with that spirit in our hearts as over the years come by, and we will never fall, never let anyone or anything get away in our goals. Instead, we will keep fighting to live happy lives together." Everyone applauded the speech. Henry looks at Rose. "Was that okay?" Rose nods. "Yes, it was okay, it could be better." Henry pout, but Rose giggles. "You're so cute when you pout, my knight." She grabs his collar and kisses him, causing the applause to go louder. After the ceremony and having a mini celebration with Marty and his parents, Henry, Rose and the Rosemarys enter Rose's home to see everyone from Rose's family throw a graduation party. "Congratulations, Henry and Rose," says everyone except Rose's parents, since they have already seen the ceremony. Henry and Rose smile at that. Rose hugs everyone while Henry stays back watching her be happy about it. Len, Rose's father, stands next to him. "You're not gonna join Rose in the hugging party, kiddo," says Len. Henry chuckled and shook his head. "It doesn't feel right for me. I mean, I'm still a stranger to them." "Nonsense, Henry. You've been a part of the family when you start being part of my little girl's life," says Mercy, Rose's mother. She grins. "Besides, once you become Rose's husband, then that will make you comfortable." Henry blushed. Rose, husband. Rose turned to see Henry's blushing face. Mom, Dad, stop teasing my boyfriend. She takes Henry's hand. Come on babe, let's get you're more comfortable, I know people you could get along with. She pulls him away, making her parents chuckle. Hours later at night, the party was over and everyone went to bed. Henry is sitting on the roof of Rose's home stargazing. Rose comes out of the window while putting on her robe and glasses. She approaches him. I got worried for a second. She hugs him from behind and rests her head on his left shoulder. What's wrong? I can tell you have something to get out of your chest. Henry sighs. Do you think Mom and Dad are proud of me? Her eyes softened. Of course they would, why wouldn't they? Henry looks down. I don't know. For a long time I blamed myself that I failed to save them, to be a good son to them. I don't know if they've forgiven me or even watched the ceremony. Rose cups his cheek to pull him to look at her. Listen to me Henry, it was never your fault, it just happened and there was nothing you could do to prevent it. She leans her forehead against his. You've come so far to become an amazing man I ever met. They died loving you, and as they watch you, no matter what you do they will still love their one and only perfect son, just like how I will always love you and be by your side. So never blame yourself and forgive yourself, because they are so proud of you to keep living, and even met me who is never letting you feel pain again. She backs away far enough to make eye contact. Henry starts to cry, his tears going down even past her hand that was cupping his cheek, which he rubs his head against it. You're right, I am sorry, Rose. Rose smiles. Don't be sorry my love, just let it out. He keeps crying while Rose holds him, resting her head on his chest. I love you Henry, never forget that. Henry slowly stops crying and hugs her. I love you too so much. They both smile at each other and enjoy each other's company while stargazing. Meanwhile, in the galaxy far away, a figure is sitting on a rock while they shrunk down a planet to a size of an apple. I am curious what this planet will taste like, says the figure while they smirk. However, a spaceship landed nearby the figure's area, making the figure raise an eyebrow. What do we have here? The door to the spaceship opened and many armed people came out of it along with their leader. Their appearance is black ripped top that has a utility belt across his chest and another belt across his hips, tattoos all over their entire dark gray skin body, navy blue ripped and blood-stained leather jacket, high-tech swords on his back cross-shaped, white and blood-stained pants that has a crossbow on his right thigh with a knife on his right calf. His other thigh has a high-tech laser gun and on his left calf is a pouch. His boots are high-tech with glowing neon orange on it. Lastly, their face has a fully grown beard and one eye at the center like Cyclops. The armed figure approached the other figure. Well, look who it is, the space merc Mr. Dexter Stain. How may I help you? Dexter grinds his teeth. You know who I am. The figure nods while throwing the shrunken planet in the air and catch it like a baseball. Ah yes, the famous space mercenary known for their greed for money and power. Very cliché if you ask me. I assume you must know who I am if you came all this way. Dexter nodded and took his swords out. The blood goddess, known well as devourer of planets and has a lame name. The blood goddess chuckles while taking a bite off the shrunken planet. Can you blame me? I was created without having a name, so I just named myself after my favorite ability, which is blood, though I wouldn't mind being called water goddess since water is my second favorite, but that name is way too common. She finishes eating the planet. So why you come to take me as your pet so you can use my power? Dexter growls. No, I came to avenge my planet you devoured. You killed my entire family and you will pay, goddess. Blood goddess chuckles and walks closer while putting her hands behind her back while having a massive grin. Tisk tisk tisk, revenge such as waste of time for your life, but then again every living being is a waste of time or life anyway, that's what makes them all so tasty. Dexter gets pissed and gets ready to fight. Enough, goddess, tonight you shall pay for your crimes. Oh really? Says the blood goddess as tendrils from different materials come out of her body such as blood, water, oil, toxin and many more liquids. Let's see what you got, weakling. They both charge at each other and clash. After an hour Dexter pants while standing in front of the blood goddess while she's on her knees coughing blood as one of his swords impale her chest. Ha ha ha, well done weakling, you managed to defeat me. Weakling. Ironic coming from you. The blood goddess chuckles. Oh, you think you won, but I have backup plans, so this is goodbye for now, but soon my successor will put your galaxy through hell. I wonder if you'll ever be alive to meet them. Hee hee hee, ha 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 ha. Dexter's eye twitches. What do you mean? But he never got an answer as the blood goddess died. However, her corpse was transformed into 2 gauntlets. One gauntlet for the right hand. It's metal designed with scales and sharp fingers. The wrist of the gauntlet has a blade permanently attached to it. Lastly, it has a green animal eye. By that detail, it's the same gauntlet Henry wears 23 years later. Next to the gauntlet is another gauntlet that looks identical, but instead it's for the left hand, and instead of a green animal eye is a purple animal eye. Dexter raised an eyebrow. Did she just turn into gauntlets? He reached for the gauntlets, but one of his henchmen noticed the gauntlets start glowing with the green eye gauntlet glow green aura while the other glows purple aura. Just as Dexter was about to touch the gauntlets, the same henchman grabbed him by the shoulder. Sir, get back, he said while pulling Dexter away just in time as the gauntlet summoned spikes to protect itself. The green eye gauntlet uses blood spikes while the other is water spikes. Dexter's sigh of relief. Thanks, it seems they're too unstable to use. He looks at his henchmen. Soldiers contain the gauntlets and set them to the ship's lab and prepare to start the operation if we can make them stable. He grins while continuing. Then I might become the strongest being in the world. The henchman bow. Yes, sir, says the henchman as they head to the ship to grab a containment pod. 2 henchmen push the containment pod next to the gauntlet while another activates the claw that comes out of the pod and puts the gauntlets inside the pod. Once the doors of the pod are sealed, all the henchmen head to the ship with the pod. Dexter looks in the distance of space while grinning. Soon the whole galaxy will be under my control. He looks at his ship and heads inside while the ship flies away. Chapter 18, The Unlucky Curse. 3 years have passed since the blood goddess's death. Back on Earth during the 1 year after the blood goddess's death, Henry, Rose, and Marty are spending time together. They did activities like going to parks, karaoke, and traveling around the mall together. One time Henry took them to the shooting range. He managed to get them all licenses for protection. Henry's favorites were the Smith & Wesson's revolvers, so he kept them as personal items. Marty had too much fun using the shotgun, reminding him of a sci-fi book where the main character uses a shotgun in badass ways. He grins when he broke his previous record. He gave Henry and Rose a thumbs up with the smile, which they both did the same. Rose tries to use a sniper with Henry behind her, guiding her hands to the right holding position. She fired, but the recoil sent her and Henry back, making Rose's back on top of Henry, but the couple just laughed at that. One day Marty took them to a favorite library where it was pretty huge and well known to the community. All 3 of them read some books together. It inspired Rose, so she went to an interview and was hired as a librarian. At the end of the year, Marty got accepted to a college in Phoenix City, Arizona to be a carpenter. When the day arrived for Marty to leave by the airport, they all looked at the window where the airplanes are setting up. Henry, Marty, and Rose stand next to each other. Rose gives Henry a kiss on the cheek. I'm going to the bathroom. Henry nods while Rose walks away. Henry and Marty stand next to each other in silence, as well as much silence as they can because of the activities in the airport. Did you already say goodbye to your parents? Henry asked, which Marty nods. Yeah, they did it back home before Dad dropped me off. I didn't want my mother to watch me go. It breaks my heart seeing her get more emotional, you know. Henry nods and they stay silent for a few minutes until Marty sighs, breaking the silence. You know, I never thought a day without seeing you would never happen, says Marty while looking at Henry, while Henry does the same. Me neither, it's going to be hard without you around. Hey, cheer up man, it's not like years ago. You have Rose and her family by your side now. I couldn't been more happy for you. Henry nods. Yeah, after Mom and Dad's death I thought I had nothing left, but even through all of that you stayed by my side and even helped me find a family I can be around with. I honestly can't thank you enough, Marty. I'm so lucky to have you as my best friend," says Henry, trying to hold his tears. Marty chuckled and hugged Henry while also holding his tears. "Take care of yourself, Henry. Don't remember this may be goodbye for now, but we'll always stick together." The loudspeaker goes off. The plane for Arizona has arrived and ready to go. Please any passengers make your way to the plane. As it said that, Rose arrived back and hugged Marty. "Take care of yourself, Marty. Remember to stay safe. You too, Rose. Please take care of this idiot." He smiles and waves while taking the escalator. Rose holds Henry's hand as Henry tries not to cry in front of him. Marty wipes his tears away and walks away from the escalator out of the couple's view. "Okay, he's out of view," says Rose, making Henry start to cry, but Rose holds him and pressed his head on her chest while patting his head. There, it's going to be okay." After that they move on with their lives. During the second year after the Blood Goddess's death, Rose and Henry live their lives together. Henry kept working at his delivery job. He recently got a promotion to start delivering more expensive objects, which pays him so much more, while Rose keeps being a librarian. Rose moves in with Henry at his parents' old home. Henry also started getting along with the Rosemary family, joining in the holiday activities. Him and Rose even went on dates in their spare time, going to restaurants, parks, the bowling alley, and even went to a nightclub to enjoy each other's company. Some guys try to flirt with Rose, but Henry defends her. Rose did the same for him when ladies tried to hit on him. They even spend the end of every day with a passionate night together. During the third year after the Blood Goddess death, mostly the same has happened. However, on November 8th it was Henry's 21st birthday. They went to the One Liberty observation deck building on the top floor. Henry was blindfolded during the entire trip. They exited the elevator. "Can I look now? You said that 10 times already. Don't worry. Just a few more steps," says Rose while she's guiding him to the perfect place to stop walking and holding a box wrapped up like a present. "And stop right there. You can remove it now," says Rose, which made Henry remove his blindfold. His eyes widened, seeing a beautiful of the city at night time. "Are we in?" Rose noted. "Yep, I tried to found a perfect spot for your birthday." She hands him the present. "Happy birthday, my knight." Henry holds the present. "What is it?" Rose giggles. "Why don't you open it?" Henry nods and rips the gift and places it to the ground. His eyes widened while lifting a black leather jacket. It has a red phoenix logo on the back, only one sleeve on the left with a red on the wrist part of the sleeve. Lastly, it has zipper pockets. A leather jacket. "Yep, I made it myself, something to remember me by while you're out delivering. I use a phoenix design because you always remind me of a majestic creature, and no matter how many times you fall you always get back up, like how a phoenix refuses to die or give up fighting." Henry puts the jacket on, and now he is finally wearing the look he has 21 years later. "How do I look?" asked Henry. However, Rose wraps her arms around his neck. "You look sexy." She kisses him and they hold each other for a while. She eventually breaks the kiss and pulls a camera from her purse. "Come on, let's take a photo." Henry nodded. Henry takes position right in front of the window while Rose pulls a camera stand from her purse and expands it so it can be fully built. She sets the timer and stands next to Henry. Henry wraps an arm on her waist and smiles while Rose pressed a hand on his chest where his heart is, and also smiles while resting her head on his shoulder. A flash from the camera took the photo. Rose rushed and grabbed the photo and waved it around to make it all clear to the photo, showing a perfect photo of them together. She hands him the photo. "Here, keep it." Henry hesitated but nods while putting it in his jacket pocket. "Shall we head home?" Rose nodded and started walking away while Henry followed her with the open present. Meanwhile, back in space inside Dexter Staines' spaceship, Dexter walks on the halls of his ship. He eventually enters a cell where a shirtless man chained up in a dark room looking bloody, bruised and has a lot of scars. The prisoner chuckles. "Ah, Dexter, it's been a while, you one-eye walking stone." Dexter punches the prisoner in the gut, but the prisoner just laughs at him. Dexter growls, "Damn you, I didn't come here to hear you laugh, I want you to scream in pain. What's so funny?" The prisoner chuckles and spit blood on his face. "You keep me prisoner here for 3 years, I guess you never realize I would get used to the pain to the point I'm numb to it. Oh, but that's right, you were too angry after I killed your best friend." Dexter punches the prisoner in the face. "Shut up, I'm only keeping you alive because killing you would be giving you the easy and painless way out. There was no way I was going to let you die away after what you did." The prisoner laughs. "It's been 3 years, you dumb rock, move on, and I am immune to your torture now, so what you gonna do about it? Ha 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 ha." Dexter pulls his blaster to his head, but one of his henchmen enters the cell. "So we finally did it, the gauntlets are stable." Dexter raised an eyebrow and puts his blaster away. "Lead the way," says Dexter. The henchmen nod and leave the cell while Dexter follows them. When they leave, the prisoner used this opportunity to dislocate his thumb while he covers his mouth so he doesn't scream the pain. After that, he slitted the cuff right off for his left hand to be free. He relocated his thumb back so he could grab his chain and rip it off the wall. As the guard checks on his cell, the prisoner hides from view, making the guard's eyes widen. "What the hell, this can't be good, boss will have my head for this." He opens the cell and heads inside, but before he could find anything, the prisoner used the chains to choke the guard to death, making the guard collapse. "Aw, sorry pal, but I got someone to kill." The prisoner loots the guard, stealing his disguise while wrapping the chain around his right arm like a bracelet. Lastly, he looked at the guard's journal and found a map to the ship. He finds the location of the armory and smirk. "Enjoy your last breath, Dexter." Meanwhile, Dexter enters the lab where the 2 gauntlets from the Blood Goddess are planted to a machine floating in the air. "So what's the news?" says Dexter. "It took us a long time, but we have managed to stabilize the gauntlets. They are ready to be worn," says the scientist, making Dexter grin. "Good, it's time." He reaches for the green eye gauntlet, but he suddenly hears the prisoner's laughter. That sounds nearby. No way, he just escaped. Dexter dashes towards the hallway while his men follow. They stop, seeing the prisoner still laughing. "How did you get out?" says Dexter, but the prisoner shrugs. "Who cares, so tell me, Dexter, did you enjoy living?" He holds a detonator in his hand. Dexter's eyes widened and charged towards the prisoner. "No, don't." But the prisoner says, "Let's rot in hell together." He presses the button and the entire ship gets blown up by the explosives TBE prisoner set up, killing everyone inside including themselves. However, only the 2 gauntlets remain untouched and start falling away from the ship, heading towards Earth, but the gauntlets eventually split up to different areas of the world map. Meanwhile, a rough-looking scientist walks around the woods. They sigh sarcastically. "Another failed project, nicely done, Dr. Michael Wolf, what a scientist you are." He shakes his head. "I can't give up now, next time I will make progress." Michael hears a female voice chuckling, making Michael look around in fear. "Who's there to show yourself?" But as he looks, he sees a woman with red eyes glowing, and he even sees her fangs, making Michael run away. The woman follows him, but Michael tries his best to outrun it and trick the woman a few times, but then the green eye gauntlet crash landed right in front of him, making him hide behind a tree. What the hell was that? He approaches the gauntlet that has caused a tiny crater on the ground. Is that a gauntlet? Where did this thing come from? He hears the woman moving around, so he takes the gauntlet and keeps running, slowly panting from exhaustion, but keeps going. He eventually arrives at a post office and enters inside. He pants while the woman behind the desk, eyes widened by his sudden quick entry. Can I help you?" Michael nods and places the gauntlet down while writing an address on a piece of paper and hand it to the girl as well as cash. "I need you to deliver it to my place, please." She looks at the paper and raised an eyebrow. "You live in an abandoned mansion?" Michael nods, which the woman behind the counter shrugs and takes the gauntlet and heads to the back. "I'll be there tomorrow." Michael nods. "Thank you." then he leaves and runs towards an alleyway. He leans against the wall while panting out of breath. Good in case that red woman finds she get her hands on whatever that gauntlet was. It could be dangerous for all I know. It's definitely not normal for a gauntlet to crash from the sky. Then he hears a female voice, but the same one as before. Well, he gets startled and start walking backwards. Where was that item you just had? Asked the red-eyed woman. Like I'll ever tell you, vampire. The female vampire tilts her head. Oh well, at least I have dinner. Michael tries to run, but in a blitz the female vampire grabs the back of his throat and bites on his neck, drinking all of his blood, killing him. She drops his corpse and wipes her mouth. Delicious. She turns into a bat and flies away. The next day Henry enters the post office. Good morning, Henry. Love the new jacket, never seen it before. Where did you get it? Says the woman behind the desk, which Henry approaches her. Oh, thank you, West, my girlfriend made for me. West giggles. Oh, your girlfriend is a real keeper. Henry smirks. Yes, but she's mine to keep. He shakes his head. Anyway, do you got a job for me? West nods. Yes, a guy came last night and wanted it delivered to his place. The guy was probably going on a date, he was in such a hurry. Henry chuckles. Makes sense, I guess he had no time taking it home. West grabs a box and hands it to Henry. Here. Henry nods and take the box and read the address. Wait, isn't this where an abandoned house is? West shrugs. That's what I thought, but I don't care, just drop it off and leave. Henry shrugs. Can't argue you with that logic, I'll be right back. Henry leaves and runs off while holding the box. As he runs he hears a mysterious female voice. My successor. Henry looks around while running. Who said that? But he shakes his head and keeps running. He eventually arrives at the rundown abandoned house. How can a guy live here? He shrugs. Oh well, I'm here at least. He placed the box down on the doorway. Right then, I'm out of here. As he was about to walk away he hears the voice again. Henry McKnight. He looks around and grabbing one of his revolvers. Who's there? Come on out. But he sees the box is glowing green from the inside, is so bright he could see. Approach me, my dear successor. Henry raised an eyebrow and puts the gun away. I really shouldn't. But if I don't do something, this voice is going to make me go mad. He opens the box and sees the green eye gauntlet while the glowing goes away. A gauntlet, and this thing looks sharp, definitely not a toy. He hears the voice. Put it on, gain an opportunity of a lifetime. Henry gets skeptical. F it. He rolls his right sleeve up and puts on the gauntlet on his right hand and rolls the sleeve down. However, because of how the gauntlet is shaped, the sleeve is just outside the gauntlet. He moves his fingers. Not bad looking, it's kinda badass. However, inside the gauntlet millions of needles stab into his entire hand, including his fingers. What the hell? Screamed Henry while green blood from the gauntlet starts going inside his body, merging with his DNA. Henry screams in agony. This hurts, get it off, get it off. He tries to rip it off but nothing works as it feels like it becomes a part of his hand. Once the merge has completed, the green blood stops flowing from the gauntlet and a green shockwave happens from the gauntlet and it causes a blackout from the entire area, but the power eventually comes back on, but people diffidently notice that. At a US government base, a worker just noticed a short power outage on their radar. "Sir, can you come here?" The general approaches the worker. "What's the matter?" "Sir, a power outage just happened, but there's no thunderstorms today or any message from the electricians. They be working on that," says the worker. "You think it's caused by someone?" Asked the general, which the worker noted. "Not just that, but I detected an unusual shockwave attack but no damage. It could be a supernatural creature." The general nodded. "Can you find the origin?" "Yes sir, there's cameras all over that area. We'll hack them and find the person responsible." The general nods. "Good, once you're done send some agents that are in Philadelphia to neutralize this threat." The worker nods and goes to the cameras. As he looks, eventually finds a camera near Henry's location, so the worker saw Henry dash away with the gauntlet after the shockwave. The worker scans his face and finds his profile and address, so they make a few calls. Meanwhile, Henry went back home and looked for a screwdriver and tried to remove the scales. There must be a screw or something inside these scales. He'd been trying to do it for a while but failed, and he throws the screwdriver away in frustrated. Damn it. He sees a knife and grabs it. "I'll cut it off then." He raised the knife and goes for it, but a blood tendril grabs his wrist, stopping him before it makes contact. What the F? He drops the knife and looks at the tendril in horror. "Did that just come out of my own blood?" The tendril takes the form of a hand and holds his hand. "What's going on? What is this thing?" However, as he's trying to figure out what's going on, a dart goes straight through his window and hit him in the neck. "Ow, what the?" Henry grabs the dart and pulls it out of his neck so he could look at it. A tranquilizer dart, but the door was kicked in and 5 people entered and fired more darts at Henry. Henry looked, but he was too slow as the darts hit his neck, making him sleepy. "Crap, what's happening?" But before he could do anything, he passed out and collapsed. Chapter 19: The Experiment. Hours passed and in a SWAT truck Henry is sitting in the back seat, still knocked out, but he slowly wakes up. "Ow, my head, where am I?" "Ah, you're awake, Mr. McKnight," says the passenger SWAT member. "Huh, what's going on here?" asked Henry. "I'm afraid you're being taken for experimentation." Henry's eyes widened. "Experimentation? Why?" "Wait." Then Henry remembered the blood tendril that protected him, making the passenger raise an eyebrow. "So you remember?" "Yeah. What's happening to me?" "That's what we're about to find out." Henry stands up. "Wait, my family, they need to know I'm safe." "Sorry, no, can't do. We don't know what you're capable of. You could kill your family by accident, so you will be reported missing." "When can I see them?" "You won't, because where you are going is for life until we figure out what to do with you." Henry gets pissed and goes for the exit. No way in hell. But he gets shocked by the collar on his neck, causing Henry to pass out. "Sorry kid," says the passenger. The vehicles drive inside an underground base inside a mountain which has a great view. After a few minutes, Henry, now dressed with the collar from before, only in his underwear and the gauntlet. He's trapped on a table strapped to it in a room where it looked like a room for surgery. He wakes up, but as he regained consciousness he realizes where he is and tries to escape, but a voice called out, "There's no use fighting, Mr. McKnight." Henry turns his head to see a doctor who doesn't have a mask on, just like everybody else, so the doctor approaches him. "Who are you?" "Where am I?" asked Henry. "I am Dr. Mia and welcome to Armageddon Inspection Facility, a government base owned by the US government to capture and experiment with supernatural beings like yourself. But I'm human, this has to be some mistake." Dr. Mia shakes her head. "Sorry, but those tendrils the SWAT member saw wasn't normal, and the fact that gauntlet won't leave your body, so I'm afraid you're not anymore, or probably only half human." "What does that mean?" Dr. Mia shrugs. "That's what I am going to find out, my dear test subject." Henry's eyes widened of terror. "What are you going to do to me?" Easy, we're gonna rip you apart and look inside to see what's giving you these powers. Wait, you could kill me. The government sees you as a threat, so if you do die we wouldn't care, but if you did it will be fun experimenting with you, she said with a evil grin. First things first, let's see if we can get that gauntlet off of you. She grabs a knife and goes to stab the gauntlet, however a green force field around the gauntlet hand becomes visible and block the knife. Interesting. She keeps trying to stab it a lot and tries to crash the force field, but nothing happened, making the force field look untouched. She puts the knife away while the force field goes away. So a force field that's activated when danger is near the gauntlet. Let's try other things. She goes for a pistol and fires at the gauntlet, scaring Henry, but nothing happens as the force field appears instantly. She frowns and puts the pistol away and uses an assault rifle, but the same happens. She gets angry and uses a shotgun, but again nothing happens. She was about to get frustrated and use an RPG, which made Henry fear for his life, but Dr. Mia calms down. Wait, this will damage the subject and me with it. She puts the RPG away. Why the F do you have an RPG in here? Yelled Henry, but Dr. Mia shrugs and ignores him and writes this down on her clipboard. An unbreakable force field created to protect the gauntlet and the right hand inside from anything. Maybe I should move on. Removing the arm. Henry's eyes widened. Remove it. Wait, there's gotta be another way. Please don't. I mean, I have tried, but I was reckless, please. But Dr. Mia ignores him and grabs the knife again. Wait, what if his skin is tougher than a regular human? I must use more firepower. So she grabs a chainsaw and activates it. What the F, no please, cried Henry, but she goes and cuts his hand off, making Henry scream in pain, making him cry. Please stop, please, this hurts, my hand. She finished cutting it off and she threw the gauntlet hand away from Henry, casing the green force field that is shaped as his hand, just placed a few inches apart from making contact with the gauntlet to activate, protecting the right hand inside the gauntlet. So the field only goes far as the gauntlet and protects the hand. Fascinating. That means not only the gauntlet is safe but also the right hand inside it, says Dr. Mia while Henry cries in pain. I'll kill you. For that. You. But suddenly organs from the cut-off arm reached for the hand inside the gauntlet and pulled the gauntlet hand back into Henry's arm and reattach it back, making Henry and Dr. Mia's eyes widened. Incredible, the gauntlet, it refuses to leave the host's body. Henry moves his fingers of his gauntlet hand. I can move it again, what the hell? Dr. Mia claps her hands together. This is wonderful development, I must take a look inside. She grabs a scalpel, making Henry frowns and tries to escape. No, stay away, you psycho. Don't worry, this won't hurt one bit. She uses it and Henry can only do is scream in pain while crying his eyes out as she opens his body apart, looking through his organs. After a few minutes passed and it eventually stopped, she puts the scalpel down and writes on her clipboard. Absolutely nothing changed when it comes to his body. The organs are the same as a normal human, his blood is the same color and his eyes and hair are the same as natural, so the source is only the gauntlet, but what made his body gain power is unknown. Lastly, it is confirmed that the subject has a healing factor that heals him almost instantly. The same goes for whatever clothing he has while wearing them. She released his restaurains while Henry's body regenerates and he starts panting, trying to breathe, and his eyes are all red from the crying. I'm gonna enjoy killing you. She ignores him and throws him a red prison outfit. Put this on and follow me, says Dr. Mia. Henry does and follows her to his cell. She opens the door and throws him in there. Welcome to your new home, and since you survived you'll be my favorite toy to experiment, so I can't wait for that, hee. She walks away while closing the door. Henry is barely able to walk but sits up. So you're my roommate, huh? Henry gets startled and crawls back. Who's there? Stay back. He sees a green creature who had scales of a lizard with a mouth like a crocodile but smaller and spikes all over his mouth and wings on his back. Lastly, he's wearing the same prison uniform as Henry. He comes down from the top bunk of the bunk bed and approaches Henry. Henry looks at him in fear and crawls to a ball, shivering and trembling. Please, if you're going to kill me, do it quickly, I don't want this. The creature eyes soften seeing him and thinking about his son, so he hugs Henry, making Henry tremble, but the creature said, "I'm not going go hurt you, kid." Henry's eyes widened of unshed tears. "You aren't." The creature shakes his head. "I'm against hurting people, especially ones who's suffering." "Oh, thank you." The creature picks Henry up and put him on the bottom bunk. "What's your name, kid?" "My name is Henry. What about you?" "Well, my name is complicated to say in your planet, so you can call me Kyle." "In your planet? Wait, does that mean you're not from Earth?" Kyle shakes his head. "No, everyone that's in a cell is not from Earth. I'm from Reptilia Arc, for example, and you might be the first human in this facility. Maybe that's why the doctor is so invested in you. Anyway, I could get into more details, but it looks like you needed rest." Kyle pats Henry's head. "Sleep well, kid." He climbs on the top bunk and goes to sleep. Henry looks away and crawls to a ball. "Rose, I'm sorry." He cries himself to sleep. 3 months have passed since his time at the facility. During this time, Dr. Mia went him through hell of training. During the 3 months, she tested Henry's durability by strapping him to the wall while the guards fired bullets at his body, making Henry scream in pain as he had no way of defending himself, so he had no choice but to take all kinds of bullets. They even resist fire resistance by flamethrowers burning him alive. Once they were done, Henry healed right back, but he was traumatized by that. During every lunch period, she ordered the other prisoners to attack him without telling him. While Henry is eating, he gets sucker punched in the face, making him fall to the ground, and the aliens start beating him to a bloody pulp. He tries to fight back, but his shock collar prevents him from doing anything, so they keep beating him up while Dr. Mia watches. A guard next to her asks, "So why are we doing this?" "The government wants to turn him into a super soldier. This is part of his training to increase his durability so he can get used to the shock and gain resistance to it," says Dr. Mia. "But what if he managed to do that? Won't he resist and escape?" "No, because we plan to give him a stronger shock collar if that day comes. I plan to make full use of this toy, and once he's ready and I sell him to the government, I will be rich until retirement." "Oh, I just can't wait." The guard rolls his eyes. The aliens stop beating up Henry and walk away so Henry can cough blood and get back up, trembling with anger, but Kyle helps him up and sits him back down while Henry leans on his shoulders. Kyle smiles and comforts him. The training and experiments goes on with Henry forced to work out his body to grow muscles for his strength and durability. Dr. Mia gave him no breaks while he was working out, so Henry had to work out tirelessly until bedtime, making Henry go limp when he arrived back in his bed. As that training goes on, his superhuman strength to the point where he can lift 100,000 pounds. Next was his speed training, which was easier in test, as with his already parkour experience he can run as fast as a supercar to 500 miles per hour. Next was combat training. They put him in a room full of 10 experienced marksman robots programmed to do whatever it takes to kill him with long-range weapons, and a combat robot that is programmed to do whatever it takes to win. As the training starts, Henry fights the combat robot, but the combat robot keeps counter-attacking and dodging, leaving Henry room to get shot by tons of bullets. But Henry tries to resist the pain and keeps running and fighting, but it fails and he has to keep going until bedtime. When he gets back to his cell, due to the lack of breaks, he ends up starving and thirst, so Dr. Mia can test if Henry can die from thirst or hunger, which was confirmed he can't, as he already survived past the average person of how long until they die from it. However, Dr. Mia didn't care to feed him, but Kyle managed to steal food and give it to Henry. Another part of his training is to learn how to use weapons like melee and long range. He had to fight the same robot but with every weapon imaginable. However, during that training he keeps trying to dodge the attacks from the robot, but every time the robot makes contact with Henry's skin or body he keeps getting electrocuted by his shock collar, which were upgraded to kill him. Every stab and beating he keeps getting electrocuted, falling to the ground, and the robot keeps beating him up as it was also upgraded, designed to kill him. Dr. Mia keeps telling him to get up, refusing to let her toy fall. So even though Henry trembles, but he keeps going, making Dr. Mia grin of satisfaction. In the long-range training he has to shoot targets while getting shot at by 10 marksman robots made to shoot him no matter the takes. As Henry starts to train he tries to hide from the marksman robots and go for the targets. He managed to hide from them and get all the targets, however he was shocked as Dr. Mia wanted him to destroy the marksman and hit the targets with a bullseye. So Henry kept trying again and again, but he kept getting shot at, causing him to get shocked and had to restart because he had to avoid letting any bullet touch him. He kept failing and failing until bedtime, so when he got back to his cell he took a shower while crawling to a ball crying. His right arm that had the gauntlet on his hand progressed till there were green veins from the gauntlet and covered his right arm until it stopped to his shoulder. As he looked in the mirror he noticed how his face appearance didn't change, his hair didn't grow more or grow a beard, like his body stopped aging. The training with the robot keeps going. Over time he starts to get a fighting style and doing better and dodging and predicting and adapting all of his opponent's movements and attacks, and he gets shot less by learning to dodge bullets. Then one day during training he almost punched the robot in the face, but the robot dodged and counter-attacked, sending Henry flying and crashing into a wall. But when Henry got back up he was frustrated and furious, so when the SWAT captains fired again Henry commanded 6 blood tendrils to come out of his body. The first blood tendril takes the form of a shield blocking all the bullets, giving Henry's body room to heal, while the other 5 tendrils grab the marksman robots' guns and kill them with their own weapons. Once there, the tendrils retreated back into Henry's body. He takes a breather, but in a blitz the combat robot charges after him going for a jab, but Henry catches the jab with his hand. Henry counter-punched it and sent it flying to the wall, crashing into it. Henry cracks his neck and bounce in place while the robot regains their composure, but Henry dashed towards it, leaving a crater where his foot was, and goes for a right hook which the robot was ready to block. However Henry predicted it and goes to kick on the non-existent groin, but Henry kicks it so high it lifts the robot, causing its head to crash to the ground, shattering it. Henry backed away before the robot could try to sweep his legs. The robot regains its footing while Henry bounced in place with a smirk. "Come at me, you waste of junk." The robot charged after Henry and throws barrages of punches, but Henry dodges all of them and grabs its left arm and knee it in the stomach, making the mechanic parts of the robots explode, making Henry grin, and he charge a punch while his hand transforms into a giant fist made of his own blood. Then he released the punch, causing the robot to explode when the fist made contact. Dr. Mia observed the entire thing in the observation room and she grew a giant grin. "So you can make your body parts into weapons made of your own blood now? That's interesting." The training goes on as Henry does his melee training, but it gotten better as he now has been able to dodge the combat robots' attacks and transform his body parts into many blood arm weapons like a sword, chainsaw, spears, chains and many more, but he managed to counter the robots' attacks and summon weapons made of his blood instead of transforming, and he throws tons of blood spears to take the robot down. Henry trains his tendrils and how her blood powers work, which he learns he can make constructs out of his own blood, and his tendrils have no weight limit to how much they can lift. Dr. Mia tests if he's limited to how much blood he can use, but after several hours his body just generates an infinite amount of blood, and all the blood she stole just fly back into Henry's body. When it came to the long range it was difficult until he learned to turn his body parts into long-range weapons. One day in the training he told dual revolvers and started the training, and he threw the revolvers into the air, letting them spin in the air. While he does that he dash away and goes after the 10 marksman robots. As he comes after the robots he sneaks around the robots. The first is 3 robots in one group look for Henry, but Henry jumps above them and turns both his arms into blood arm assault rifles and fires at them with bullets made of his own blood, which helped destroy all of the robots. 7 robots left, which he used this chance to turn his arms into blood arm shotguns and shot 2 robots in the spines, destroying them. Next he turned his right arm into a blood sniper while the other went back to normal and took a perch on a rooftop and sniped 1 robot in the head. He turned his right arm back to normal to summon blood arrows while his left arm turns into a blood bow and he shoots arrows at 3 robots in the feet to put them in place, then arrows at their heads. As the dual revolvers still spin, falling about inches about to touch the ground, Henry turned both his arms normally and caught the revolvers. He blitzes through, shooting every target in the bullseye. As the last robot was about to catch him, Henry appeared behind the robot aiming at its head. Surprise, he fires, killing the last robot. He pants of exhaustion while more robots sneak behind him, but Henry fires at each of their heads without even looking at them. Dr. Mia from the observation room claps her hands in joy, which Henry notices and looks at her through the glass. Wonderful display, my toy. It took us 3 months, but it looks like you're finally become the super soldier. Henry, still panting, he flips her off, but Dr. Mia smirks. Even got a cocky attitude. I love that. Well, lucky you, you're free to go to your cell without any punishment. See you later, my toy. She walks away, so Henry walks away to his cell. As he enters his cell, he sits on the edge of his bottom bunk bed. Kyle gets off his bed from the top of the bunk bed. Henry, you all right? You don't seem to be in pain this time. Henry smiles. I actually completed the task she wanted me to do. That made Kyle smile. I'm proud of you, Henry, you come so far. Henry nods. Thanks. Hey Kyle, can I ask you something? Kyle nods and sits down next to him. What is it? Well, throughout everything you took care of me even if I don't deserve it or have value to give you, so why did you protect me? Kyle's eyes softens while looking forward. Because you reminded me of my son. That made Henry's eyes widen. I didn't know you had a family. Kyle nods. Well, we got busy with everything, we haven't gotten a proper talk. Fair enough, but curious, what do you mean by I remind you of him? Well, first, you're around my son's age. He grew up as an adventurous, caring for our community. Even if you could kill us, you spare us, realizing we're victims to that bee's experiments, and spare us the pain of death because you're caring like him. Every time I saw you in pain when you came back here, which was mostly every day, it reminded me of how I lost him and how I failed to protect him. Henry tilts his head. What do you mean? Kyle took a long sigh. Well, years ago I was captured by a space mercenary named Dexter for a job to deliver me or some crap. Anyway, while I was captured I eventually learned my planet was destroyed, actually eaten along with my entire race and family. Henry's eyes widened. Eaten? That's impossible. Kyle shakes his head. There's one alien who can do that. They call her the blood goddess. Many called her that by her powers or the unlimited amount of blood in her hands. She shrugs off. She had a reputation of eating several planets until Dexter took her down 3 years ago. Henry is shocked by this revelation. Wait, how can someone be that powerful and easily defeated by a space mercenary? Kyle shrugs. Beats me, but anyway, I managed to escape from Dexter, but I ended up here. Kyle closes his eyes and looks down. I couldn't say goodbye. I failed to protect him. I failed him as his father. He sheds a tear, but his eyes widened as Henry hugs him. You didn't fail him. You had no control of that situation. You may think that, but in the end he still loved you and died happy with you as his father. Kyle hugs him back. Thank you, Henry. They stop hugging and Henry gets up. All right, I need a shower. He walks away but looks over his shoulder. Kyle, thanks for everything. I wouldn't have made it here without you. Henry enters the shower while Kyle smiles. When night time arrived, Henry went to sleep. In his dream he ended up in the void and looked around. Where am I? What is this? He starts walking. Hello, anybody there? Then he hears a female voice which startled him and he looks around. Show yourself. The source of the voice starts walking towards him from the shadows. We finally meet my successor. It was the blood goddess who looked at her with a wicked smirk. Of course Henry had never seen her before. Huh. Who are you? The blood goddess chuckles. I am pretty sure you heard my name now. I am the blood goddess, aka the same person you share blood with. Henry's eyes widened and takes a step back, shaking. Wait, the pain when I got the gauntlet, it must have been needles injecting me with something. You're correct, it was my blood. You see, when I died I turned my corpse into gauntlets that have my DNA inside, waiting for a successor to share blood with. She walks closer. And I choose you, Henry. Why me? She shrugs. Who knows really, but I am glad I did though. She cups his cheek. What do you want from me? Asked Henry. Don't worry, you'll know soon, but for now it's time. You have mastered the gift I gave you and now you must use it to break free, says the blood goddess. But Henry asked, but how? He got slapped in the face by the blood goddess. Don't question me, human, you have my blood in your veins, you're unstoppable, now use this opportunity. She pressed her hand in his chest where his heart is. Besides, don't forget why you fight. Are you going to stay here and leave Rose to suffer? Henry thinks about Rose. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Dr. Mia is in her office doing paperwork and her file on Henry with a grin. She heard a knock on her door. You may enter. The person who entered was General Danny. Doctor, it's been a long while. Dr. Mia smirks. General, have you come to check on an update on my toy? General nods. Yes, status report please, doctor. Well, Project Blood has become a massive success. I should be able to deliver him to you next week. Excellent work, doctor. May I ask what is the project's capabilities? Dr. Mia stands up and walks to her door. I would, but first let's head outside. I need some fresh air. General Danny nods and follows Dr. Mia. By the way, General, I am surprised the government is letting us create Project Blood. General Danny shakes his head. Oh no, the government doesn't know about it, it's only us two. Dr. Mia raised an eyebrow, taping a finger on her chin. Oh, and may I ask why? If you must know, I plan to use Project Blood, go overthrow the government and rule them to my image. Dr. Mia rolls her eyes. World domination, PFFT, typical villain crap. She shrugs. Whatever, as long as I get my money you can do whatever. General Danny chuckles and they walk outside. Meanwhile, Henry wakes up. Rose, says Henry. Then he gets off his bed and grabs his collars but gets shocked and he cries in pain, causing Kyle to wake up. Henry, what are you doing? Henry ignores him and tolerates the pain and roars in battle cry, ripping the collar off. Finally, he rubs his neck while Kyle's eyes widen. You got it off? Henry nods. Yes, and now I am getting us out of here. You sure about this, Henry? Kyle asked while getting off his bed. Henry smirks. They won't stand a chance against me. He uses his superhuman strength to kick the door off his cell, causing an alarm to go off and all the other inmates wake up. Blood tendrils come out of his body and break every cell open and rip their collars off. The other alien inmates group up with Henry and Kyle. As they do that, guards approach Henry and aim their weapons at everyone. Freeze, go back to your cells or we will open fire. However, Henry just grins and dashed towards them and took them down while breaking their bones. This is for the 3 months of hell. After all the guards are down, Henry looks at the aliens while covered in blood, but he absorbs the blood, cleaning himself up. Everyone grab a weapon and find a way out. What about you? Asked Kyle. I have some items I need back. I'll regroup with you all after I gain my stuff. Kyle nodded and ran off with the others following while Henry sprinted in a different direction. Henry turns his arm into a blood arm blade and cuts every guard down that gets in his way until he reaches for the evidence locker. He heads inside and looks around until he finds his locker on a glass display showing his clothes and items. He breaks the glass and undresses off his prison clothes back to his normal clothes and puts his items back in his pockets. He checks his phone and sees he has several missed calls and voicemails. He puts his phone away and dashes away back with the others. He sees they arrive at the front entrance. Kyle chuckles. Nice outfit. Thanks. Is this the exit? Kyle nods. It's now or never. Henry nods and opens the door. Let's go. However, bright lights blinded everyone, so Henry had no chance to react as tons of bullets were fired, hitting everyone. Kyle moved in front of Henry using his back as a human shield. Henry's eyes widened seeing Kyle coughing blood while looking at him. I got you, kid, I won't fail as a protector again. He collapsed to Henry's arms, which Henry holds him. You idiot, you know I can regenerate, why did you do that? Kyle chuckles. I was already dead if I didn't try regardless. Henry holds his tears. Kyle, no, hold on, I can heal you. He raises his palm at him, but Kyle stops him and cups his cheek. No, it's okay, it's the way I wanted to go. It's okay, Henry, I can be with my family again. Do you realize what you are saying? Please, Kyle, I can't lose you. Kyle jabs a finger at his chest where his heart is. You won't, because me and my family will be watching over you, my boy, so keep running. Keep fighting. Keep living. Then Kyle closed his eyes, taking his last breath. Henry's eyes widened and tears came down from his eyes. Kyle. The bright lights turned off, revealing several jeeps. SWAT members aimed their assault rifles at Henry, and lastly at the center was General Danny and Dr. Mia. Dr. Mia approaches Henry while slowly clapping. Well, that was quite entertaining. I think it's time for you to go back to your toy box, my little toy. Henry glared at the doctor, panting heavily. Dr. Mia reaches her hand for him to take it, but Henry just stares and thinks about his mother and father's deaths, and now Kyle's death, which is fueling his anger. Then he heard the blood goddess's voice, "Rise, my successor." Henry finally snapped, making his eyes to permanently glow red, so his left arm was transformed into a blood arm chainsaw and rev it up as he screams, "Dee!" He throws his arm at Dr. Mia's neck and cuts it off, letting her headless corpse fall. The SWAT members open fire, so Henry uses his back as a shield to protect Kyle's corpse. Once the SWAT members ran out of bullets, Henry gently puts Kyle down and stands up while the bullets fall out of his body, while he relaxes his muscles as his body and clothes regenerate. General Danny's eyes widened and got in a jeep and drove away. The SWAT looks at each other, then back to Henry, while Henry looks over his shoulder with a grin. In a blitz, he uppercuts one of them, making their body explode, making the other's eyes widen. Henry grabs an assault rifle and throws it at another member, making their head gone. He dashes and grabs that person's corpse and uses him like a baseball bat to crush another member. He stares at the last two while laughing as he grabs both their heads and sprint away. General Danny tries to escape by driving away from the facility. Even though he made a far distance, he sees a red blur dash past him and jump to the air. His eyes widened when he realized it was Henry, still holding the two SWAT members by the head. He lets go of them but grabs their ankles so he can throw them like shurikens, causing them to crash into General Danny's vehicle, causing it to explode and be flipped over. Henry lands next to the exploded car while General Danny crawls out of it, bleeding out. "Ah, so you're still alive. Interesting," says Henry. "Please help me, I can give you whatever you want." But Henry grabs him by the collar and throws him at the road. Danny tries to roll back to his stomach and crawls again while Henry walks towards him. "Keep going, turtle, you'll reach your destination." He keeps crawling until Henry stumps on his neck, breaking it while he spits on General Danny's face. Henry takes a deep breath and walks away towards the facility. Chapter 20: The Hunt for Love. Hours later, in a far distance, Henry is at a grass field surrounded by graves and gravestones he made for all the aliens who were killed, while holding Kyle like a princess. He stands in front of Kyle's grave he dug up and made for him. He hugs Kyle's body one last time. "I promise I'll keep living. I hope you have found peace, my friend." He placed Kyle in the grave and filled the grave with dirt again. He sighs and walks away with a single tear escaping his face. He checked his map app on his flip phone to reveal that he's in the state of Maine, so he set a GPS to go from Maine to Philadelphia. He takes a deep breath while bouncing in place, then he uses his superhuman to speed away at his max speed. As he runs, he plays the voicemails he missed from Rose. Message 1-inch: "Hey, I noticed you weren't home yet. You probably got a long delivery today. Let me know when you're on your way home. I love you." Message 2 inches: "Hey, it's morning. Where are you? You mostly never stayed away from home for this long, please tell me what's wrong. Message 3 inches where are you? It's been 2 days, there must be something wrong. Did something happen where you were arrested? Please tell me anything, please come back to me. Message 4 inches babe, I don't know if you're reading or seen the news, but there's been a serial killer recently appearing around our neighborhood, so please be careful whatever you are doing, I love you. Message 5 this time Rose sounds horrified. Babe, I'm scared, multiple people around our age have been kidnapped because of the serial killer who is calling himself Crimson Arsenal. Please be careful, I want to escape but I have no idea when you'll come back, just please return home, I love you. As Henry arrives in New Jersey, he parkour around building to building while listening to the final message. Message 6 this time Rose is crying. It's been a month, where are you? I am scared right now, I think you've been taken by Crimson Arsenal. I'll find you, Henry, I swear I won't give up until I find you. If you don't hear me again, I want you to know I love you so much, my knight. When the last message ends, Henry starts to tear up but runs faster. Rose, please hold on, I am coming, please be safe. After an hour he finally arrives at Philadelphia, landed on a random rooftop. I finally made it. Gotta find Rose. He dash away heading to his house. As he enters his house, Rose, where are you? He looks all around the empty home but hasn't found her. Please, where are you? He exits his home and dashed to her parents' house. When he arrived, he approached the front door and knocked on the door with his fist. Anybody home? Please open the door. The door finally opens with Len and Mercy by the door. Their eyes widened. Henry, is that you? Asked Mercy as she cups his cheeks. Henry nods. You're okay, thank goodness I couldn't find Rose, I was feared you disappeared too. Mercy hugs him while in tears. Oh sweetie, we missed you. I missed you too, says Henry while he lets go of Mercy but gets slapped by Len. Where were you? You made Rose worry sick. Henry looks at Len with guilt on his face. I'm sorry. You're sorry? I want answers. He readies for another slap but a blood tendril wraps around Glen's wrist, stopping his slap. Len and Mercy's eyes widened. Henry, what is that? Asked Mercy. Henry rolls his sleeve, showing his green veins coming from the gauntlet. He answers with a trembling voice, please, let me explain. Len lowers his hands so the tendril retreats back into Henry's body. Get inside, says Len while they guide Henry to head inside the house. Minutes passed after Henry explained everything that happened to him for 3 months. After explaining, Mercy covers her mouth with shock while Len looks down in pity. So that's everything that happened, so please, with all my heart, I'm sorry. He closes his eyes, ready to be yelled at. However, it never came, so instead he feels 2 people hugging him. Mercy cries for him while Len holds his tears, but a single tear goes down his cheek. Sweetie, we're sorry you went through that pain, if only we wish we knew what is going to happen, says Mercy. We forgive you, Henry, sure we were mad but we never hated you for going missing. Henry cries while hugging them back. Thank you. They got a chance to calm down and both parents sat back down. So do you know what happened to Rose? Asked Rose, with which they both shake their heads. No, Rose went to look for you and we haven't seen her in 2 months, says Mercy. We called the cops but he heard nothing. Henry pouts because of the revelation. What about the Crimson Arsenal guy the first heard from Rose's voicemail? Do you think he got to her? They 2 parents look in sorrow. I hope not, says Len. The thought of my baby getting hurt by that monster makes me sick, says Mercy. Henry clenched his fist. Then I'll track him down and find her myself. Henry gets up while Len and Mercy's eyes widen. No, you can't. The police haven't found him. Why would you think you can? Asked Mercy, but Henry looks at her with a determined look. Because unlike the cops, I'm going to do whatever it takes to find him. Len frowns. That's vigilantism, you're just going to get yourself killed. So what if it is? I don't care, I am trained for stuff like this. I'll find Rose and you can't stop me. Len and Mercy slums with a sigh. Just find my baby, Henry, says Mercy, which Henry nods and leaves. He sighs after leaving the house and jumps to a rooftop and sprints away. No matter what, I'll find you, my love. A whole week has passed since Henry started his investigation to find the Crimson Arsenal after stealing some police evidence and gathering information from people near the area until he finally finds his lair, which was a bunker under a tailor shop. The Crimson Arsenal is in his office sharpening his knife while looking for his next victim. Until he heard his door kicked in. "Arsenal, you dead man." Arsenal grabs his submachine gun and readies it. His eyes widened when he saw a figure with red glowing eyes, so he fired all his ammo at it, but the figure, which was Henry, walked up to him looking not even affected by the bullets until he was standing right in front of the Crimson Arsenal, which was right as Arsenal ran out of bullets. Arsenal's eyes widened when he saw Henry regenerate from it, but Henry grabs both his arms and breaks them so his bones are exposed. Arsenal screams in pain while Henry grabs him by the throat and lifts him to the air, slamming him to the wall. "Where is she?" yelled Henry. Arsenal chuckles. "You gotta be specific." Henry punched him in the gut so hard the guy puked. Red hair, blue eyes, freckles. Ring any bells? Arsenal laughed. "Oh, I remember her. She had the best scream I have ever heard." Henry's eyes widened in anger, so he slams him to the wall harder and he breaks his legs by kicking them. "Answers now." However, a piece of paper fell out of his desk, catching Henry's attention, so he dropped the Arsenal, which made Arsenal collapse on the ground. However, due to his broken bones, he can't move. Henry picked up the piece of paper, which was a map of Philadelphia with X marks on specific spots. He looks at the Arsenal and shows it to him. "What is this?" Arsenal chuckles. "Oh, that's just the location of where I buried my victims." Henry raised an eyebrow. "You just casually have this on your table. You're not very smart. In my defense, I was in the middle of marking my recent victim until you showed up." Henry clenched the paper and approached Arsenal and shoved his face into the paper. "Where is she?" "I believe, if my memory is correct, at the junkyard." Henry's eyes widened and remembered when he and Rose first met at the junkyard, causing chaos and dancing. He got pissed. "You son of a b." He kicked Arsenal so hard his jaw dislocated. Then he kicked him in the gut to make him lay on his stomach. Henry uses healing to fix his bones, but blood tendrils pin him to the ground. "Don't you think that die that easily?" He transforms his right arm into a blood-armed chainsaw while his eyes turn completely red, with his eyes completely made of blood, and a red line comes down from his eyes but does not escape his cheek. He grips him by the throat. "I'm gonna rip you apart over and over and keep healing you until I get rid of you like a worthless toy and leave you for the cops." He raises his chainsaw arm and goes down until Henry only hears Arsenal's screams of pain. An hour later, in the rainy night, Henry sprints towards the junkyard. "No, please, Rose, please don't be dead, please." As he sprints, he remembers his time with Rose while meeting her at chemistry class, their time together practicing the play, and the next 3 years together. Each memory makes Henry cry more. "Rose, please." He eventually arrives at the junkyard and looks at the map again with shaky hands. He ran away and found where he was supposed to bury her. Blood tendrils come out and take the form of shovels and dig them out. When he found something, his eyes widened and his tears got worse as he saw her, all still not even moving. Rose. With trembling hands he cups her cheek and notices she's cold. Her entire body is just cold, which made him fear the worst. He checks his pulse and finds nothing. No, 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 no. He slowly picks her up and carry her like princess. "Rose, can you hear me? It's me, Henry, your knight. Please. Stay something." He pressed his cheek against hers. "Baby, please wake up, I'm here, please." He tried using healing and transfer blood to her, however nothing happened. "Come on, please, I can't lose you too, please don't leave me, please, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, please come back." He keeps trying to heal her but nothing happened, making Henry realize he can't bring her back to life, so he holds her close and scream. RRRRAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAH. Chapter 21, Lost of Hope. An hour later inside a church a nun is in the middle of a prayer in front of a statue of a cross. It was a nice rainy night, however the silence was quickly gone when she heard the sound of digging outside, so she got up and went to the entrance of the church while grabbing her umbrella. She goes outside and goes to investigate the scores at the graveyard. Her eyes widened when she saw Henry, who has his hood down to get soaked with his blood tendrils that take the form of shovels and dig away, while Len is carrying Rose's corpse like a princess and Mercy is holding the umbrella for Len, Rose and herself. The nun approaches Henry. "Excuse me, this is holy ground, you can't do that, stop this instinct or we're calling the cops." When Henry finished digging the tendrils, "Stand by." Henry turned to face her with fury in his face and bloodshot eyes due to the crying. He grabs his revolver and aims at her. "Shut the hell up, I'm not leaving my Rose buried in a junkyard, do you hear me? If you dare call the cops I will make you join her. If you're not letting me do this, I'll let you join her, do you understand me?" The nun can only shake off fear. "Henry, stop, she's innocent, please just ignore her," yelled Mercy, which made the nun look at Rose and realize what's going on. "And Beau, I'm so sorry for your loss and for the misunderstanding, please you have my permission so she can rest peacefully." Henry's finger is close to the trigger but he lowers it, scratching his head with the barrel, and puts it away. He looked at Len. "Len, please allow me." Len nodded and handed Rose to Henry. He takes one last look at Rose and kisses her forehead. "I love you, Rose, always and forever." He placed her in the grave where a coffin is already created by Henry as well as her grave, so he puts her inside and closes it. The tendrils begin filling the grave back up with dirt. Once placed, he looked at the gravestone. "Rest in peace, Rose, Rosemary, a loving daughter, friend, and girlfriend." He clenched his fist. "Damn it all," says Henry, which made everyone concerned. "Henry, are you all right?" Len asks, but Henry walks away towards the church. "I need some time alone." Len and Mercy wanted to protest, but they understood the feeling. After all, they lost their daughter and their only child. The nun looked at the parents. "Would you like to give a prayer to young Rose?" Len and Mercy nodded and the nun started a prayer while Len and Mercy comforted each other. Meanwhile, Henry enters the church and goes to sit on the front row holding his head like he had a headache. "FFFFF," yelled Henry in frustration, but took a deep breath. He looks up at the cross and frowns. "Is this some sick game to you, God, or did you task the devil to ruin my life for your amusement? My mother, my father are dead." He stands up and grabs his revolver while he clenched his left fist, making his knuckles white. "Now you take Rose away from me, the only woman I loved and ever will love. What's next? You gonna kill Marty?" He shoots at the cross, filling it with bullet holes. "What did I do to deserve this? Ever since I was a child you just toy with me, make me happy just to take it all away from me. Well, screw you, God, or whatever gods are out there, you all can rot in hell. You don't deserve to be in peace up there, you selfish a-holes. I'll never forgive you for this. Do you hear me? Never." He walks away while pulling his hood up, pissed, and kicks the door open and leaves. After that, 3 weeks has passed. Not knowing what to do anymore, he decided to leave the state and said goodbye to Len and Mercy. After they said their goodbyes, he moved to New York City and managed to buy an RV to live in and move around in case we wanted to travel. He quit his delivery job and used his powers to sneak around and steal things of value. However, over time he was reckless, which got the police's attention. Today Henry is relaxing in bed, sleeping topless. However, his peace of sleep was short-lived as he heard a knock on his door, so he got up and put on his shirt. He opens his door and quickly gets blinded by the skylight and covers his eyes, but sees the person who knocked on the door, which was just the mailman. "Yeah, what do you want?" "Ah, good morning, Mr. McKnight, I got an envelope for you," says the mailman while giving the envelope to Henry. Henry takes it. "Thanks," then heads inside, closing the door behind himself. He got dressed fully and looked at the envelope and noticed it's from Marty. Marty the bastard could have just called. He opened the envelope and read it. "Henry, sorry it took me this long to make contact with you. I was very busy anyway. You're probably wondering why I didn't call. Well, I'm just making sure our call isn't traced as I have been doing things. When we last met I went to college for carpentry although I have graduated. I discovered something in Phoenix, Arizona as there's a hidden underground city underneath Phoenix City. Why am I telling you this? Because there are people living under there, so I decided to get involved and created my own gang called the Underground Bird, but I need your help. There's been situations with transportations and deliveries, so I am able to help the community. You have experienced with this stuff. Rose's parents told me about what happened to Rose and I'm so very sorry for your loss. Please, I know you're hurting, so please come here and help us. Your best friend Marty. P.S. The city is protected by a barrier, so inside the card contains membership to the city. Henry sighs and grabs his card, which is an ID membership entry to Phoenix City. Alright, well I got nothing else to do, he says while putting the card in his pocket. Meanwhile outside, the RV cops surround the RV. Cops exit the vehicles and aim their weapons at the RV, including one with a rocket launcher. Fire, says one of the officers, so the officer who was holding the rocket launcher fired at the RV, making it explode on contact. Everything was destroyed, leaving just the green eye gauntlet and the barrier activated, protecting the right hand inside. The officers lowered their weapons. Did we get him? Asked an officer. However, limbs start to regrow in a rapid pace from the right hand, making Henry regrow back to life while his clothes and items regrow with him. Once done, he stands back up while the cops stare in awe and shock that he managed to survive. However, they raise their weapons back at Henry. Open fire, yelled an officer, and they do while Henry pulls his hood up and climbs up to the rooftops, and he sprints away from one building to another building towards the airport. The next day Henry just left the airport and arrived at Arizona. He sighs and sprints away towards Phoenix City. As Henry runs, he remembers what he researched about Phoenix City during his flight. Phoenix City, a city that was destroyed and split into 5 islands during World War II. When the world thought the city was no more, 4 people band together and created a group called the Phoenix Council, who ended up being the new rulers of Phoenix City. Thanks to their involvement, the entire city was able to rebuild and even improved with tech they tried to hide from the outside world, and thanks to the new walls and the dome surrounding the entire city, nobody can enter or exit the city unless you have a Phoenix City membership card, which that could explain why Marty given me a card. Also, the crime in this city has decreased to the point of barely any crime happening there, but not much to how they managed to do that. As Henry gets in view of the barrier of Phoenix, he starts slowing down, trying to find the entrance. He looked around and finally found one of the entrances by foot or by road. He slowly walks towards the entrance and gets in line with the rest of Phoenix City citizens. He eventually gets next in line, making the guy behind the counter raise an eyebrow. "Id please," says the guy. Henry nods and shows him the id, which the guys nod in improvement and gives the id back and a map of the city. "You may enter. Welcome to Phoenix City." Henry nods and heads inside the city. The city itself was split into 6 islands and districts. These districts are paradise districts, which are full of fun activities and where the businesses are kinda like Las Vegas and LA combined into one district. The second district is the Skyscraper District, which is a district full of tall buildings and important corporate buildings and emergency businesses such as hospitals and police stations. The third district is the Storage District, a district full of warehouses and storage buildings, and the only district that the transported cargo is supposed to enter and deliver by. The fourth district is Phoenix District, which is where most of the housing and education is at, including various schools of different educations and grades. The fifth island is Phoenix Prison, where all the criminals in the city go. The final district, which is in the center of the city, is called Phoenix Council Island, which has only one building. A giant tower that is tall enough to give a view of every district. The tower is called Phoenix Tower, the HQ for the Phoenix Council, aka the rulers of the city. Henry is currently in the Phoenix District looking at his map. Now how do I get inside this underground city? He keeps looking but points at the sewer system. That could be a great place to begin my search, but it's probably going to smell. He puts the map away and sprints away. He eventually found the nearest manhole cover and opened it to go down to the sewers. Once inside he looks around. Damn, is dark in here. He uses his phone flashlight to see and starts walking. After a short walk he sees a secret elevator. An elevator, how the hell? He pressed a button causing the doors to open. Henry enters the elevator and uses it to make his way down to the underground district. The district is an underground district that is hidden underneath the 5 islands at the same time, with elevators leading from every sewer entrance. It was used in case of overpopulation, but this place was mostly where the citizens can do whatever they want with it as long as it's legal. Henry exits the elevator and is amazed at the design of the district, as it is very dark but with many tall and neon buildings. The district is blocked by the same barrier as the surface, and to prevent water from entering the ceiling is covering it all and installed with high-tech hologram that makes the ceiling look like the same skylight as the one in real life, and it seemed to change depending on the real-life time change. He keeps walking to become among the crowd. Now where are you, Marty? Henry says, but he feels a tap on his shoulder making him turn around and prepare to fight. However, what he saw was a stern blonde-haired man with glasses staring at him. "Excuse me, sir." "Yes, is there something you want?" asked Henry while the blonde-haired man pulls up a photo of him on his flip phone. "Are you Henry McKnight? My boss was expecting you and I was sent to escort you." Henry raised an eyebrow. "An escort, huh?" He lowered his guard. "Take me to him, please." The blonde-haired man nodded and walked away, so Henry followed him. They kept walking until they arrived at an entrance to a nightclub called the Blue Crying Diamond. The blonde-haired man stopped walking by the door. "This is how far I will go, please make your way inside, the boss will find you." Henry nods and heads inside. The nightclub inside is very lively, with people dancing and others chilling on the tables. He keeps walking until one of the workers approaches him. "Hey there, handsome, you look lost. Do you need something?" she asked, but she only sees his soulless red eyes under the hood. "I'm looking for my friend Marty. Is he around?" The worker nods with a smile. "Ah yes, after all he owns the place, please follow me." Henry nods and follows the worker. They go to an VIP area and she knocks the boss's office door. "Boss, you've got a visitor," says the worker. "Let them in please and you can go back to work," says Marty, so the worker opens the door for Henry and lets him in. She leaves while closing the door behind him. Henry turns to face Marty, who is sitting on his office chair with a serious face, but then softens when he sees Henry. "Henry, it's been a long time. I'm so glad you're here." Henry only nods slowly, which made Marty filled with concern. He gets up and approaches Henry. "What's wrong?" "I'm fine," says Henry, but Marty didn't buy it. "No you aren't, you only have that hood up when you're either mad or depressed. What's wrong?" "It's about Rose, isn't it?" Henry shakes his head. "No," he said in protest, which Marty still didn't believe him. "Stop lying and just tell me, is it about her or not?" Henry takes a deep breath and nods, which Marty takes that as a yes. "How did she die?" Henry, upon hearing that question, his nose starts to get snuffy and his eyes start to build tears as he sniffles. "She was murdered 2 months ago and I had to bury her." Marty's eyes widened. AMD puts a hand on his shoulder. "Henry, I am so sorry. She was a perfect woman for you." Henry looks down. "I lost someone I loved again." Marty pulls Henry's hood down. "I know, but she at least died loving you, Henry." Henry tries to hold his unshed tears and looks at Marty. "Why does this happen to me? I just don't get it." Marty softens and pulls him to a hug and press his head on his chest. "I don't know, Henry, but I'm here for you, pal." Henry cries on his chest while hugging him, clenching his fist. "It's just not fair, it's always me." Marty takes a long sigh and holds Henry longer. After a few minutes Marty is sitting on his chair while Henry is sitting somewhere else with his hood back up. Marty slams his fist on his desk after Henry explains everything. Gee, damn government using my best friend like a pet. I won't forgive them for that. Henry looked at the bar in his office and the bottles on the shelves. He gets up and approaches one of the bottles, which was a wine bottle. He looks at Marty. Want a drink? I never had wine before. Marty chuckles. There are glasses under the counter. Henry nods and goes for the glasses, then places them on Marty's desk while pouring the glasses with wine. After an hour Marty is passed out drunk with his head on his desk while Henry is sitting while surrounded by 5 empty wine bottles on the floor. He rubs his temples while holding a bottle. Gee, damn it, after all of that my regeneration prevents me from getting drunk. Then what's the point if I can't get passed out drunk? He throws the bottle at the wall, shattering it. I have to admit, even though I can't get drunk, this stuff tastes delicious, but damn, what am I going to do with my life? He closes his eyes and tries to go to sleep. Chapter 22: The Rise of a God. Few days have passed since he reunited with Marty. Since then Marty hired Henry to help out his gang called the Underground Bird with cargo transport, protecting the civilians in the underground district and helping with the markets and housing or the community center. One day as Henry was having a burger on a rooftop while he notices one of the elevators of the district opens, but what confused him was their appearance, as they look like a police force with blue jackets with badges and gray elbow and shoulder pads, blue hats with the logo, black utility belts with more gadgets and weapons than the usual police force, black cargo pants with pouches and gray knee pads, gray traveling bags on their backpack, gray shoes with metal soles. Henry raised an eyebrow while finishing his food and looking at the two officers. Who are these guys? The two officers start walking around looking like they're on patrol. Henry calls Marty. Hey Marty, I got a question. What is it? Asked Marty. I got 2 blue uniform police wannabes in sight. Have you seen these guys before? They patrol in the underground district once a month. They are the local police force in Phoenix City. They do work upstairs. Be careful around them. From my information, that are superhuman like you. Henry's eyes widened. Like me? He said while getting flashbacks during his time at the lab, making him angry. I understand, I'll stay out of their way, says Henry, then ended the call while looking at the officers. He decided to jump down from the rooftop to get among the crowd following them. Hey, didn't your cousin just join the force yesterday? Asked Officer 2. Officer 1 nodded. Yeah, I have to take her to the lab today, just hope she can handle it. Henry frowns with that revelation and thinks to himself, the lab. Are they experimenting on people? This can never be good. I have to find that lab. The officers kept talking until they split up, so Henry followed Officer 1. 3 hours later, back at the service at Storage District, after following the officer for so long, the same officer is driving a police vehicle to a warehouse with a female young officer on the passenger seat who Henry assumed to be the officer's cousin. They parked near a warehouse while Henry, who was running the whole time from rooftop to rooftop, perched on a rooftop, seeing them stopping. This must be the place. The two officers exit the vehicle and head towards the warehouse. You ready? Just remember, I'll be by your side if you don't feel safe, says the officer, making the officer's cousin nod. Okay. However, they never managed to reach the building as Henry landed behind them and knocked them out. Sorry about that. He takes the 2 of them and lay them in the back of the police car. He grabs one of the officer's keycards and heads towards the warehouse. He heads to the entrance and uses the keycard to enter the building. He sneaks around the inside of the building, seeing scientists and officers walking around. He kept going until he saw a scientist exit the main lab, so he used the opportunity to enter the main lab. His eyes widened when he saw test tubes with people inside and various chemicals everywhere. He picks up one of the test tube vials full of cyan liquid. What is this stuff? He turns to go towards the computer and looks at the data. His eyes widened when he realized what was inside the vials, which was just super strength, which for now just basics, but what upset him more is the next projects, which are other superhuman abilities like regeneration, fire, ice or teleportation and many more. He pressed a button to show a video on one of the human tests. He was horrified when he saw the subject in pain and their bodies twist and die in gruesome ways. As he kept looking, what he saw next fueled his anger as one of the experiments on the Crimson Arsenal, the man that killed Rose. When his test was a success, he went insane and escaped his containment. Despite the fact he escaped, they didn't care to go after him and move on to the next test. Realizing if they went after him Rose could be still alive, it made his blood boil. The Phoenix Council Rose is dead because of them. They will pay all of them. His arms turn into blood whips and start destroying everything in the room while thinking about how Rose died, which slowly his eyes turn from red to green and his hair changes color to blue, and so does his skin. A familiar voice laughs. Yes, yes, my successor, get pissed, get angry, and your body will be mine, ha 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 ha. Henry ignores the voice and turns his arms back to normal while start deleting every single file until nothing is left. You will pay for Rose's death, I'll kill you all, I will have my vengeance, I. He didn't get to finish his sentence as he passed out, falling to the ground. A few minutes later the guards entered, including the scientist who was the last person to leave the room. What the hell has happened here? No, my stuff, says the scientist while she looks around touching the broken objects. No, all my hard work. The scientist looks at Henry's body while the guards do the same, aiming their weapons at him. Henry starts waking up and opens his eyes, however he chuckles. About time my successor's mental barrier left an opening for me to take, says Henry. He stands back up, cracking their necks and shoulders. Man, this body feels amazing than I expected. I knew I picked the right boy for this. Did you do this? Who are you and how did you get in here? Asked the scientist. Henry grins at the scientist. Who am I? Excuse me, my name must not have been popular on this planet. He bows. My name is the Blood Goddess, a pleasure, my new snacks. The scientist steps back. Snack? Blood Goddess, you're talking nonsense, guards, kill him. Yelled the scientist, which made the guards start opening fire. However, the Blood Goddess was unfazed and turned his hand into a blood arm blade and started cutting heads off in sighs of satisfaction. The smell of blood, how I missed it. He kicks the door open, making the other scientist panic and the alarm going off. The scientist ran away in a panic, but the Blood Goddess just chuckles. My, like ants, they won't even fight back. Earth is full of weaklings. He dashed away, slaughtering every last one in the warehouse while destroying every equipment and throwing furniture at people at ease while laughing at their misery while his clothes get covered in blood, but he didn't care. That's right, run my ants, it makes it so much more fun. By the entrance he kicked the door down and took a deep breath. So this is Earth, this will be a fun planet to devour. Now time for phase 2 inches, says the Blood Goddess while blood wings come out of his back and fly away. Meanwhile, in the Phoenix Council office, the 5 members of the Phoenix Council are in the meeting room. Alright, why did you bring us here? Asked Council Member 1 Inch. We made contact with the US government and they want to make a deal with expanding our police force to other states. Says Council Member 2 Inches. Why would we do that? Our police should be where it is, it's safer that way. Says Council Member 3 Inches. That may be true, but we have been going through situations with overpopulation in the city and I think we should take the offer. If we make the other states safer, the crime rate will decrease in the county, it will be better for profit. You make a valid point. Are we all in agreement? Asked Council Member number 5, making everyone nodded. Very well, when the CEO returns home from vacation tomorrow then we'll see if they agreed. Everyone nodded to that. Meanwhile, the Blood Goddess walks in front of the Phoenix Tower with a black cloak covering his whole body. He walks towards the entrance where 2 guards stop him. Hold it right there, do you have an appointment? Asked one of the guards, but the Blood Goddess grinned. Indeed I do, mortal. His arm turns into a blood arm blade and cuts both guards' heads off. He grabs the doors and throws them at the receptionist, killing them and destroying the desks. It causes everyone to panic and more guards aim their weapons. Freeze, put your hands in the air. The blood goddess chuckles. Is guns all you mortals have for power pathetic? Millions of blood tendrils come out of his body, grabbing every worker and slamming their bodies all over the place while controlling the guards' blood and force them to kneel before him. Well, this is much better. He walks past them while killing them with his blood arm blade and walks his way up the stairs while the tendrils eliminate everyone in the building. He keeps walking while slaughtering everyone until he gets in front of the meeting room and punches the door open, startling every Phoenix Council member. Who are you? How did you get in here? Asked Council Member 1-inch. Do you have any idea who you're messing with, blue skin? Asked Council Member 5, but the blood goddess grins. Who am I? I am Earth's devourer and you have upset my host. The least I can do is to make him happy by killing you. What I don't understand what we do to you. However, the blood goddess arms turn into a blood-armed chainsaw and all you hear is the council screams. Minutes later he's sitting on his blood throne surrounded by the council members' corpses. Now then, what to do next? I could go retrieve the other gauntlet. However, I do need to provide a backup plan if the host rejects my control, but who could I possess and easily? He grins widely. Rose. Chapter 23 Crisis. After coming up with an idea, he gets up and opens the computer. This government seems to hold many secrets. Maybe they have stuff about supernatural objects to resurrect the dead. He opens the computer, however it required a password. Well, damn, I should have spared one of them to get the password. Now then, what do I do now? He rubs his chin thinking. He goes to pickpocket the council members and checked one of their phones and realizing the CO will be returning tomorrow, which made him grin. Ah yes, the CO, he must have great information with the government, will interrogate him for information. He throws the phone away and his blood wings return, so he flies off towards the prison. He eventually crash landed from the roof of the prison to safely land on the ground where cells are surrounding him. All the prisoners and guards are confused. The guards surround him, aiming their weapons at him. Stand down, boy, of well, open fire, says one of the guards. However, blood tendrils come out of the blood goddess's body and take their guns away and break them, while other tendrils grab every cell door and rip them off to set the prisoners free. The prisoners cheered and beat the guards up until they were unconscious, which made the blood goddess smirk. Kneel before me, mortals. The prisoners hesitated, but they obeyed and kneel in front of him. Listen well, my subjects, I released you for two reasons. The first is to cause chaos upon this pathetic land, and two, tomorrow the CO of Phoenix Council will return and I want every one of you to find them and tell me personally. Am I understood? Subjects, obey your god or else it'll take all your lives. The prisoners nod. Yes sir, says the prisoners, and they start running off and grabbing some weapons in the armory and broke out of jail. Outside, while the prisoners roam free, a mysterious figure on top of the rooftop where the blood goddess enters the prison from observing the scene. So this is why you told me to follow him. The next day chaos erupted in the city as the prisoners, now free, caused chaos and their own fun around the city while the blood goddess slaughtered and toyed with the police officers, leading the rest of the officers to go into hiding, and while the prisoners were hiding the information about the chaos inside so no reinforcements entered from the outside world. Meanwhile, a limo was driving towards the closed-off entrance to the city, which made the limo eventually stopped. I apologize sir, but this is how far we can go, said the driver, making the CO of Phoenix Council Milo raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? He asked while exiting the car, seeing it's been blocked off. What the hell on going on here? He asked, but he never got his answer as the mysterious figure knocked him out and picked him up over his shoulder and dashed towards the barricade and break it off with water tendrils coming out of his body. Minutes later, back in the underground district outside Marty's nightclub, Marty's henchmen are helping the civilians out while in Marty's office he calls Henry only to get no response, making him frustrated. Come on, where are you, Henry? Says Marty while he places the phone down and rubs his temples. He heard knocking on his door. You can enter. says Marty, which the mysterious figure did while dropping Milo down still knocked out. Marty's eyes widened. Is that the CEO of the Phoenix Council? The mysterious figure nods. Indeed it is, and we must protect him. Why? And who are you? Asked Marty, so the figure removed his hood. His appearance is fully gray hair with sunglasses and stubble beard, black zip-up hoodie with gray backpack and brown elbow pads, black pants with brown elbow pads, his shoes are brown with gray soles. Lastly, on his left hand is an identical gauntlet just like Henry's, but the only difference is it's on the left hand and a purple eye instead of the green eye. The mysterious figure pulled his sunglasses to his head, showing his brown eye. My name is Zane. Marty stares at Zane's gauntlet. My friend has one just like that gauntlet you're wearing. Zane's eyes softened and sit down. That's what I thought. Wait, you know Henry, what's going on? Asked Marty, which Zane sighs and lean back in his chair. I'll explain everything. A flashback happens going back to 3 months ago as Zane was sleeping in a hotel room in Ocean City. He was sleeping peacefully until he heard a crash nearby, making him jolt awake. What was that? He got up and looked out the window to see a smoke trail leading towards the beach, so he grabbed his shoes and walked off past the room where his parents were. He heads outside and sprints towards the beach where he sees a small crater where the purple eye gauntlet rested. Is that a glove? He approaches it and picks it up. After picking it up, he hears police sirens approaching and decides to run away towards an alleyway before they arrive. He pants while looking at the gauntlet. He was curious about the gauntlet, so he puts it on. However, just like Henry, needles inside the gauntlet stabs his hand and the blood goddess's DNA was injected inside him. Zane screams in pain while water tendrils come out of his body, wiggling around, and a purple color shockwave attacks nearby but doesn't do any damage. Zane passes out because of not being able to withstand the pain. When he wakes up, he ends up in a white void inside his mind. What happened? Says Zane while he stands back up and looks around. Where am I? Hello, anybody here? He asks, but no one answers until a few moments later a female voice speaks out. So you're the second person to have put on the gauntlet. The voice took form in front of Zane to reveal the blood goddess with her arms crossed. Zane freaks out, falling to the ground and crawls backwards. Who are you? What do you want? I'm the blood goddess child, and the gauntlet you're wearing belongs to me, and my DNA is now inside you, merging with you. Zane shakes his head and slowly stands up. Your DNA? Those tendrils, they were from you. The blood goddess nods. Indeed, however, there are 2 gauntlets. The one you're wearing allows you to manipulate water while the other controls blood. Zane rubs the back of his neck. The other? Then his eyes widened. Wait, you said I am the second person. Do you mean someone else is wearing the other gauntlet? He asked, which the blood goddess nodded. Yes, that would be the human I choose to be my successor. Your successor? What does that mean? No, important for you. Listen, I got a task for you, she said while poke his forehead, and a red glowing dot appeared on his forehead. When she walked backwards, Zane touched his forehead. What did you do to me? When you return to the real world, you'll see a red trail to lead you to where my successor is. Find him and stay by his side. Once you notice his appearance change to look similar to me, he'll come find you and your job will be done. Zane frowned. What makes you think he'll do that? The blood goddess grabs him by the throat and squeezes. Because I could take over your body and kill your entire family slowly, so unless you don't want that, do as I say, you pathetic life form. She throws him on the ground. Zane rubs his neck but nods. Yes, ma'am. Good. Also, don't tell your family and run off now, or else they'll get in the way and it'll kill them. Do you understand? Zane was going to protest but nods and stands back up while he vanished to thin air. The blood goddess chuckles. Good, he took the bluff. His mental state is too healthy and it will be harder for me to take over his body, unlike my successor, but let's find out, she says while sitting down. The flashback ended, leading Zane and Marty back to talking. After that, I followed where your friend was, or in your case her successor, and when I noticed he taken a similar facial appearance as her, I knew what was going on. Marty shakes his head. No, not Henry. Why him? Why? However, his answer was never answered as the office door was kicked in, revealing the Blood Goddess. Why indeed? Marty and Zane's eyes widened, so Marty grabs his pistol and fired, but did no damage to him. Relax, mortal, just be lucky I didn't kill anyone today because I was on a hunt. He looks at Zane. We meet again, child. I thank you for completing your task, and now I have no use for you, he says, walking towards Milo, but Zane form a water arm blade. What are you planning now, you monster? The Blood Goddess frowns. Step aside, boy, I am done with you. He controls Zane's blood and make him kneel while deactivating his powers. What? How is this possible? Let go of my friend, he suffered enough, says Marty while still aiming at the Blood Goddess, but he used a blood tendril to grab his head and slam it to the ground so hard, knocking him out. I don't care, that's why I choose him. He shoves Zane out of the way and put Milo over his shoulder. Pleasure doing business, weaklings, and leaves the room. Once they exit the building, their blood wings come out and fly away. Minutes later, back in the meeting room at Phoenix Tower, the Blood Goddess put Milo on the ground and slapped him in the face to wake him up. Hey, you up? Milo gets startled and looks around. Where am I? His eyes widened when he saw the Blood Goddess. Who are you? I'm done answering that question, says the Blood Goddess while he puts the laptop on his lap. Enter the password and look through all your government-related things, and don't lie because I know the council makes deals with them, or else how would you get away building this city and find me an object to resurrect the dead? Milo frowns. Why would I do that to a terrorist like you? The Blood Goddess grabbed his leg and one quick motion broke the bone in his leg that's below his knee to the point of exposing his bone. Milo screams in pain so much tears comes down his face, but the Blood Goddess grabs Milo's chin in a firm grip and make him look at him. Do it now or that won't be the last bone in your body I will break. Now do it, he says, then let's go to let Milo look into the computer in a hurry. The Blood Goddess paced around the room until Milo found something. Ah, here, look, sir. He turns the computer around to show the item, which was a resurrection gun created by the government, and it was stored in Area 51, which made the Blood Goddess raise an eyebrow. Resurrection gun, huh, interesting. Where is this Area 51 inches? Milo use his flip phone and give the GPS and give it to him. Here, you'll find it there. The Blood Goddess nods and puts the phone in his pocket. Thank you, you have proved your usefulness to me. He turns his arm into a blood arm blade and cut his head off. He sighed. Almost. He was cut off from his sentences. His right eye turned red and he holds his right eye, groaning in pain. Damn it, that boy, arg, stop it. The pain eventually stops, but his right eye still remains red. Damn, looks like I am going to need the new host soon. His body must be growing a resistance to my control over time, but first, before I go, I should get what belongs to me. He used his powers to let Zane go of his control. Meanwhile, Zane now regains control of his body, grows water wings and runs out of the nightclub and flies towards an elevator to head back to the service. Meanwhile, the Blood Goddess is sitting on the ledge on the rooftop of Phoenix Tower waiting. Then his waiting was worth it as Zane dashed towards him and threw a punch. However, the Blood Goddess caught his fist, making Zane frown in anger. The Blood Goddess chuckles while blood wings come out of his back. Well, I could just take my gauntlet back, but I want to have some fun, so let's dance, child. He pushed Zane in the chest with his foot, sending him flying towards a building and go through it, and eventually landed on the street with broken bones. Luckily, he slowly regenerates. Gee, I hate that alien. I am hurt, though we get along, says the Blood Goddess while floating above him and his blood wings flapped. Screw you, it took me 3 months to realize what you're planning to do. The Blood Goddess landed and the wings disappear while looking at Zane with an amused smirk. Oh really, do tell, what do you think I am going to do? Zane growls. Judging by the chaos you left in the city, you're going to use his body to destroy our planet, aren't you? The Blood Goddess laughs of amusement. Ha 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 ha. Well, close. I am not just going to destroy it, I am going to eat this planet along with the creatures in this planet. I'll use my host to regain my original body and I'll kill you all. Zane charged after him while forming a water arm blade. I won't let you. He attacks but gets blocked by the blood goddess's own blood arm blade. Go ahead boy, try to stop me. Then they both start clashing blades left and right. However, due to the blood goddess's experience and mastery, he overwhelms Zane with tons of cuts. While Zane is bleeding out, he uses a water tendril to throw a car at him and make a run for it by getting his water wings out, flying away. He managed to make a safe distance, however that progress was in vain as the blood goddess used both his feet to dropkick him while using him as a surfboard to land on the ground while his feet was on his back. You think that would work? Gee, you're pathetic. He gets off of him and grab him by the collar and throw him at a car, causing it to break. The blood goddess grew his blood wings and floated to the sky and taunted him with his finger. Come on, fight back boy. The taunt pissed Zane off, so he flies towards the blood goddess and they flash in hand-to-hand combat while flying around the city so fast, showing nothing but a blur. The blood goddess just laughs at him while they fight, showing no struggle to this fight. Zane decides to go for a roundhouse kick to the blood goddess, but they catch it and broke his leg, making him cry in pain, but it only amused him. Yes, scream, you are unworthy of my power. He grabs Zane's broken foot and throw him through a skyscraper, and Zane ended up landing and rolling on a random rooftop until he stops rolling and ends up in his stomach. He groans in pain but his eyes widened. I can't feel my leg. He looks over his shoulder and he realizes the blood goddess he threw him so hard his leg came off. What's worse, it's not regrowing. Why isn't my regeneration working? He hears chuckling and look up and his eyes full of fear seeing the blood goddess floating around holding his leg. I manipulated your blood so your healing is deactivated. What, you can do that? Yes, by controlling someone else's blood I can do whatever I want, including deactivating anyone's superpowers. Zane panics and fly away at max speed, which makes the blood goddess's grin while dropping his leg, letting it fall to the ground and turn to dust due to not attaching to his body. The blood goddess dashed towards Zane and grab him in the face and shove it to the glass windows of a skyscraper, shattering them on contact. He dragged his face across the building while flying. Zane's face ends up full of glass and his body limbs, so the blood goddess lift him to the air looking at him with a grin. Oh no, my toys seem to gotten too weak to fight back. Oh well, it was fun. He flies to the Phoenix district and throw him next to a stop sign. Zane turns and tries to crawl away while water tendrils try to stop the blood goddess from getting closer. However, the blood goddess uses his blood tendrils to grab the water tendrils and some grabbing his arms and hands to break them, making Zane cries in pain and tears come down his eyes. Please stop, please. The blood goddess chuckles. You're right, I should stop. He grabs a stop sign and break it to the end that was on the ground, making it pointy, and stab him in the heart with it. Look at that, I stopped, hee. Zane cries in pain and begs for help, but it was in vain as he eventually closed his eyes and died, leaving just a corpse and a puddle of blood. Because of him being dead, the needles that were inside him from the left purple-eyed gauntlet retract and unlock the gauntlet so it can be removed from its host, so the blood goddess takes the gauntlet. Hello beautiful, ready to go back to mommy. All of the sudden he dropped the gauntlet and hold his head, groaning in pain while on his knees. Ah, not again, damn that brat, stop resisting, stop it now. He looks at the reflection from the puddle of blood and sees his hair is slowly turning back to blonde. Damn it, he's getting stronger. I won't be able to resurrect my body in this state. I need to revive Rose. Her mental state should be weak enough to let me take over due to being dead and revived. The blood goddess resists the pain and gets up while a blood tendril holds the purple eye gauntlet. He breaks the stop sign so it's short enough to keep the blade in his chest. Now I need to get rid of you so you don't give me problems. He lifts Zane over his shoulder and flies away through the dome of the city and leaves. An hour later the blood goddess is using his blood tendrils to turn them into shovels to dig a grave in the middle of the mountains. Once done he looks at Zane's body and uses his feet to kick it and shove it into the grave. Goodbye child, nobody will find you. He uses the tendrils to fill the grave back up. Once done the tendrils retreated back inside his body. Now time for that resurrection gun, he says while his blood wings appear and flies away towards Area 51. Chapter 24 Forgiveness. 3 hours later in Philadelphia the blood goddess flew and landed towards a graveyard while holding a high-tech gun with a green glow surrounding it. This device was the resurrection gun in his hand. His appearance is slowly changing with his skin turning back to a white male and his eyes are both red, almost. There, he says while panting. He kept walking until he stood in front of a grave that had the name Rosemary on it. He used his blood tendrils to form shovels and dig Rose's grave until her coffin was visible. He sighed and opened the coffin, which was built open like a door to reveal Rose's body. He picks up Rose and puts them on the ground, then activates the resurrection gun. Once it was ready he fires a green laser at Rose's corpse while grinning. Awaken my puppet. He eventually lets go of the trigger and crouches down to take a look at Rose's face. He hears Rose groaning, making him grin, realizing it's working, and just as he thought Rose's eyes open barely. What, where am I? Asked Rose while the first thing she sees is the blood goddess while he pulls the hood of his cloak up to be unrecognizable. Who are you? Rose asked while sitting up. I'm a friend of Henry's. Rose's eyes widened and got closer. Henry? You know Henry. Where is he? Is he okay? The blood goddess uses his hand gestures to calm him down. I'll take you to him, but first I ask a favor. What kind of favor? She asked while the blood goddess handed the purple eye gauntlet to her. Would you hold on to this to make it easier for me to travel? I suggest putting it on to make it easier for you too. After that I'll take you to him. Rose looks at him in skepticism, but if it's the only way for her to see him again she puts the gauntlet on. After putting it on she screams in pain, feeling the needles of the gauntlet go inside her and inject the blood goddess's DNA into her blood, merging it. The blood goddess grins watching her scream in pain. He thinks to himself, yes, her mental state is out of control. With that I can control her body at ease. The pain Rose felt eventually stopped causing her to pant. What did you do to me? She asked, but she never got her answer as she passed out. The blood goddess chuckles and throws the black cloak away while laughing and looking up at the sky. Ha 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 ha. With her body my plans will be completed and soon your planet will be turned into nothing, he says, but eventually passed out too, causing Henry's hair turn back into blonde. His skin goes back to normal and his eyes turn back into red. Meanwhile in Henry's mind in the void his body is chained up from the void and he's asleep peacefully. He snores but slowly hears familiar voice. Son, it's time to get up, says a male voice. Henry, sweetie, get up, Rose is waiting for you, says a female voice, which cause Henry to wake up in the void, then eventually wake up in real life gasping for air. He looks around and noticed he's on top of his parents' old house rooftop at night time. How did I get here? What's going on? He rubbed the back of his neck and crack it. How long have I been out? He gets up and walks towards the ledge but saw a blue-haired woman on the yard facing away from him. He jumps down. Hi there, madam. We meet again, my successor. His eyes widened. No, only one person called me that. The woman turned around to reveal her appearance, which was blue hair, purple eyes, and blue skin. Henry's eyes start to tear up as he realizes more of her appearance, which is that she has freckles and the same outfit and glasses Rose wears. His fist clenched. You're the alien, how dare you take Rose's appearance in front of me, you mad creature. The blood goddess chuckles. Oh my sweet child, I didn't take the appearance, I took her body. Henry frowns in anger and gets in a fighting stance. How dare you let her go, you monster. She only laughs at his threat. Why would I do that soon? In the next 3 days at Phoenix City I'll use her body to revive my old body and devour your planet. Oh, just thinking about it makes my stomach growl. Henry's arm turns into a blood arm blade. I'll effing kill you for this. He charged after her, but his body stopped as the blood goddess manipulated the water in his body to force him to stop moving. What, why can't I move? She giggles and approaches him. My, you seem to be stuck, my dear successor, but don't worry, I'll set you free soon as your purpose have been served. She cups his cheek. It's too bad that your body grew a resistance to my control, otherwise I would have used you, but it is what it is. But this is goodbye, my child. She kisses him in the forehead and walks off. Henry shouts in anger. Don't think this is over, I'll find you, I'll free Rose from your chaos, that's a promise. However, the blood goddess creates a water spear and throws it to his heart. In a split second the spear stabbed his heart, preventing his heart from regenerating, making his eyes widen and start coughing blood. Well, see about that. If you do manage to gain the courage to stop me, go ahead and try. After those words Henry's vision goes blurry until he closes his eyes and takes his last breath and his heart stops beating. With Henry dead, the blood goddess releases her control on him so he can fall to the ground while the green eye gauntlet needles retract from Henry's right arm. The blood goddess used the opportunity to take the gauntlet and put it inside her right arm, making them feel the power and sigh of pleasure. Oh yes, finally. She clenched both gauntlet fist with the purple eye gauntlet on the left and the green eye gauntlet on the right, then she sighs. Well, time to go to work. She walks away from Henry's corpse, leaving it to rot. Meanwhile, Henry's spirit takes form of his human self, roams around the black void and looks around and pouts. Oh come on, how many times am I going to the void? He said while he hears a voice. Well, let's hope it will be the last time. Henry McKnight. Who said that? How do you know my name? He asked while turning around and a bright light appear, making Henry have to cover his eyes with his arms while the light engulfs him. He opens his eyes to see the area is now different, with him around a beautiful skies, more beautiful than how he normally sees it, and his appears to be standing on clouds, and in front of him are golden gates. Where am I? This is so confusing. The voice laughs at him. Isn't it obvious, Henry? Henry twitched and gets ready to fight. That voice, it's coming closer. As he said that, the golden gates opened and a man appeared and approached Henry. The man has blue hair, green eyes, black tie over his white tank top, a blue trenchcoat with cyan design on his shoulders to the back, green elbow pads design and white hood, all designed to one trenchcoat. His hands have fingerless gloves with cyan color on the fingers. His pants are black like a suit but gold chains on each hip, and on the bottom of the sleeves is yellow spikes design. Lastly, his shoes are green with white soles and black zipper. Welcome to heaven, my friend, says the man, making Henry start to shake. No, that's impossible, right? Right, I can't be dead. And who are you? Asking Henry, which made the man bows to him. My name is Chris, but people here call me God. Henry's eyes widened. God, no, that's impossible, like I believe that. Chris stretches. Yeah, I know you expect me to look like some old fart or something like that, right? But nope, I am just a young blue hair alien, you know. Henry frowns in anger and clenched his fist. So all of this is your effing fault. I hate you. He punches Chris in the face, making him stumble back, but he quickly recovers. Okay, I may have deserved that, maybe, yelled Henry while Chris smirks and sprints through the gate. Hey, come back here, you coward. He sprints after Chris and ended up in nothing but clouds, but Chris appeared behind him. Hey there, hearing him, making Henry instantly punch his face, but it did nothing. Ha ha ha, I was prepared this time. Henry frowns and punches his chest non-stop left and right. Why, what did I do to you? Why me? Why my parents? Why Rose? He asked. The more he asked, the more tears comes down to his face until he stops and falls to his knees. Why me? Chris pat him on the head. I'm sorry, but I have to do what I must. It is my plan for you, Henry. What's the point? I'm dead now, there's nothing left for me. Chris kneels. You're wrong, because your journey isn't over just yet. Henry looks at him with tears in his eyes. What do you mean? He asked. One day you'll understand. Henry wipes his eyes, but all of a sudden he heard a very familiar voice he hasn't heard since he was 11 years old. Henry. His eyes widened. It can't be, I know that voice. He stands up and turns around while his tears return when a female figure slowly approaches into view. Oh my baby, you've grown so much. Mom. Is that you? The female figure nods, revealed to be his mother Amy McKnight, while she opens her arms for a hug. My baby boy. Henry sprints towards her. Mom, it's you. He keeps running until he finally hugs her and sobs. Mommy, I missed you so much, he said while sobbing on her shoulder. I. She holds him tight while Henry does the same, but scared of her disappearing again, she rubs his head, shushing him, and they both slowly fall to her knees. The atmosphere changes where Chris teleported away to give them space while a big tree on a hill appears right behind Amy and they sit on top of the hill. Shush, it's okay baby, mommy's here, you're safe. Mom. I have so much to say, so much to talk to you about. She smiles, kissing his forehead. I know you do, sweetheart, but it's okay, I've been watching you the whole time, in fact we both are. Henry's eyes widened. We? Do you mean? A male figure chuckles and slowly appears behind Henry. Yep, I've been watching you too, and I must say we're very proud of you, son. Henry turned to see his father Marcus McKnight waving at him, making him get up, and hugged him. Dad, you're here too. Marcus chuckled and pat him on the head. Of course I am. What do you expect me to be in hell? Come on, you know better than that. Let me get a good look at you. He cups Henry's cheek to give a good look at his teary-eyed face and his eyes red and puffy from the crying. Am I dreaming? Is it really you, Mom and Dad? Amy hugs Henry from behind. It's not fair, my baby has grown too much, he's taller than me. Marcus, shrink him back please. Marcus chuckles. Sorry honey, I don't think I can prevent that. They all group hug. I miss you too so much. We missed you too, son, says Marcus. They hug for a few minutes until they let go while Amy takes Henry's hand. Come sit with us, sweetie, tell me about everything and your lovely girlfriend, she says while Marcus and Amy sits on the ground in front of the tree and Henry lays his head on Amy's lap so she can play with his hair. I don't know where to start, says Henry. Meanwhile, back in the living world, Len and Mercy in their car driving nearby. Mercy is holding a bouquet of roses while Len drives on their way to the cemetery. Do you think it's too early to see her? Asked Mercy. It's either now or we skip this month for our vacation. I think it's best for us to visit her now, says Len, making Mercy sigh while looking out the window. You're probably right. As they keep driving, they go past Henry's parents' house, but Mercy's eyes widened when she saw something familiar. Len, stop the car, yelled Mercy. So Len does. What for? He asked but didn't get an answer as she exited the car, leaving the bouquet on the passenger seat. She sprints towards Henry while Len exits the car to look at Mercy. Mercy, what's going? He cuts himself off as his eyes widen, seeing Henry's body. My gee. He sprint following Mercy while Mercy tears start to develop. Henry. She cried, going to him and hold his corpse. No, not you too, please speak to us, open your eyes. She looked at the water spear and grabbed it. Len, help me please. Len nodded and grabbed the spear as well, and they slowly pull the spear out, which make an opening for Henry's heart to regenerate. Meanwhile in heaven, the three McKnights are laughing together until Henry starts coughing, making Marcus pat on his back. You okay, son? What's happening? I feel weird, asked Henry, which caused Chris to teleport. I'm afraid you're being pulled back to the living. It looks like your journey is about to continue. This revelation made Amy and Marcus' eyes softened of sadness, but Henry's eyes widened as he looked down to see his legs are turning to dust, which made Henry panic to cling to Amy, afraid of her disappearing, while starting to cry. No please, I just got here, I can't lose you again. But Amy kisses his forehead. You never lost us, sweetheart, it's okay. They all get to a group hug. Remember Henry, we're always watching and supporting you, says Marcus, making Henry hiccup a sob while slowly his body is being turned to dust. Mom. Dad. I love you both, please don't go. We love you too, Henry, remember you're our son and we will never leave you, says Amy, making Henry at least smiled before turning completely to dust. Amy covers her face and sob. My baby boy, I'm sorry, she said while Marcus holds her and Chris pats Marcus on the back. Chapter 25 Goodbye my love. Back in the living world, Henry's eyes open slowly. My head, Henry, you're alive, yelled Mercy, but Henry only sees Len and wraps his hands around his throat and shakes him while sitting up in anger. Why did you do that? You should let me die, yelled Henry, making Len's eyes widen. Henry, calm down, said Len. It's us, Henry, please let go, cried Mercy, making Henry lets go of Len, but he shakes and cries, causing Mercy to hug him. We thought we lost you. I saw them, Mercy. Mercy lets go of him and cup his cheeks with both her hands. Who did you saw, sweetie? Henry sobs. My mom and dad. I was in heaven and I got to see them. Mercy and Len's eyes widened by the revelation, making them feel a little guilty, so Mercy rubs his cheeks while Len rubs his head. Oh Henry, I'm so sorry we took them away from you, said Mercy, but Henry nods. It's okay, but they looked so happy, I wish I could stay there longer. Mercy hugs him tighter. I know, sweetie, I know. They stay in silence for a few minutes until they let go and Mercy helps Henry stand up and wipe his tears. How did you guys find me? Asked Henry. We were on our way to visit Rose's grave till Mercy found your body, said Len. But how was that possible? I should be dead, said Henry. Well, I have a theory that has to do with your abilities. If anything prevents your heart from regenerating, your soul will go to the afterlife but your body still be alive, and when we remove the spear so your heart can regenerate again, your body forced your soul to go back into your body, explained Len, making Henry nod. I guess that would make sense, says Henry, but then his eyes widened. I need to get to Phoenix City. But why? Asked Mercy, but Henry pulls both her and Len to a group hug. I got no time to explain. He lets go of the hug and sprints towards the airport. After an hour he arrived at the airport and sprint past everyone in line and go to the receptionist desk. Please sir, wait your turn in line. However, Henry grabs his revolver and aims it at her. Is there any airplanes heading to Arizona? The receptionist in a panic goes through her computer. I'm sorry sir, but the plane is about to take off. You have to come back later. Henry growls. No time. He puts the revolver away and sprints away despite the receptionist trying to call a protest. As he sprints, he dodges the security guards trying to catch him and ignores their protests as he focuses on the plane that's going to Arizona. Come on, where are you? Then he finally saw it, a plane with the word Arizona on it, and it's about to take off. Oh no you don't. He charged and crashed into the window, shattering it, but he ignores that and lands on the ground and sprint towards the plane and goes max speed. Come on, you can do it. In perfect timing, as soon as the wheels of the plane leave the ground, he grabs onto the right wing and uses the blood tendrils to latch onto the wing so he stays on it and does not do damage. With Henry on the plane, it takes off towards Arizona. It took 4 hours, but he managed to arrive in Arizona. The blood tendrils retreated back inside Henry so Henry could walk around the wing and look at the edge until he managed to find the dome of Phoenix City on sight. He grins and looks to see a kid inside the plane looking at him in amazement. Henry waves to him. Never try this, kid. He stands up and jumps while the wind pulls him away from the plane, making Henry start skydiving. Woo, this is fun. He does a few flips while laughing, but he eventually shakes his head and gets serious. He dives towards the dome while his right arm turns into a blood arm rocket launcher and fires at the dome, causing the ceiling of the dome to make a gap for him. He turns his arm back to normal and drives down. He eventually entered the gap and ended up at the skyscraper district. He looked at one of the roofs of a skyscraper. He used a blood tendril to come out of his palm and use it as a grapple hook to swing across the building, then safely landed on a random rooftop while the tendril retreated. His eyes widened when he saw a giant water bubble above Phoenix Tower surrounded by blood circling around it while water tendrils are connected to something but can't see what it is. What the hell? Says Henry, but he shakes his head. I gotta find Marty. He sprints away towards a manhole cover. He eventually finds one and heads inside. Meanwhile, Marty is in a delivery truck just parked outside of the hospital where his men and the doctor were waiting. He exits the truck and opens the back so his men can enter and get the supplies and take it to the hospital while he approaches the doctor. "How are we looking, Doc?" asked Marty, but the doctor shakes his head. "At this rate we're not sure if we will have enough supply to help everyone," says the doctor, but they heard a familiar voice. "I can help with that." They turn to see Henry on a ledge of a rooftop, then jump down to approach them. He was tackled to a hug by Marty. "Henry, thank G you're back." He cups Henry's cheek. "Is it really you, no godlike being possessing you?" he asked, making Henry chuckle. "No, it's just me, however the godlike being is at the service." He shakes his head and approaches the doctor. "My powers allow me to heal any injury except resurrection, so please I need you to gather every injured person and put them to one room." The doctor wanted to protest, but he sees the determination in Henry's face, so he nods and enters the hospital. Marty sees Henry's right hand is visible again and no longer wearing the gauntlet. "How can you still use your powers? I thought you need the gauntlet to give you the power," asked Marty, making Henry turn and shake his head while crossing his arms. "Nope, I believe the gauntlet was just a needle device to inject the blood goddess's DNA inside the wearer permanently, so if I lost the gauntlet the effects are still permanent as it became part of me." Marty sighs. "I guess that makes sense. Can you explain what's going on upstairs?" The blood goddess took Rose's body and plans to use both gauntlets to resurrect their original body. "We only have 3 days to stop it." Marty's eyes widened. "Rose? She's alive and that monster has her." He leaned against the wall. "Damn it, how do we stop it?" "I may have an idea, sir," said a random voice which looked at them, and she appeared to be a member of the underground bird. Lieutenant Starr, what is it?" asked Marty. "Well, we took a patrol in the service and it seems that each district has some sort of water creature that is connected to some water tendril from the Buble. That explains it. It's like a chain. But how does that help?" asked Henry. "Well, I believe those things are protecting the bubble. We tried to fight it but we did no damage to it. However, I think Mr. McKnight should be able to defeat them and stop the resurrection, but probably won't stop the being behind this situation." Marty sighed. "I guess that's what's worth the try. However, there's something that's confusing me." "What is it?" asked Marty. "You see, the water creatures are mostly see-through, but what they have in common is 2 of them have green animal eyes inside their chest while the remaining 2 have purple animal eyes, so that puts me to question what's their significance." Henry's eyes widened. "That's the same as the gauntlets. I may have an idea to stop her." This revelation make Marty raised an eyebrow. "Let's hear it." "Think about it. She needed both gauntlets for resurrection and each gauntlet has an eye attached to it. Maybe the reason why it's because the eyes are from her original form and she can use it to bring back her old body. If we destroy one of them it might cancel her transformation." Marty looked at Henry in skepticism. "Are you sure that will work?" "It's either that or I have to fight her and kill her and hide her body away from the world." That idea made Marty angry. "Absolutely not. You're not burying Rose again. I can't let you go through that again," yelled Marty with unshed tears. "I will do it as a last resort." "Marty, do you think I want to bury my lover again?" yelled Henry. Henry felt someone touch his shoulder. "I agree with Mr. McKnight," said Lieutenant Starr. "Lieutenant, how could you say that?" yelled Marty. "With all due respect, sir, we're running out of options. We have to not let personal opinions get in our way. If we don't do this, the entire world has gotta be destroyed." Henry cut her off. "Or worst, eaten." Mary sighs and cross his arms while looking down. The doctor returned and approached Henry. "Sir, I gathered everyone." Henry nods. "Time for me to get to work," he says while heading inside the hospital while Marty rubs his temples. "Damn it, Henry, you shouldn't have to suffer with this responsibility," he said while Lieutenant Starr placed a hand on his shoulder. After healing everyone in the hospital, Henry spent the day fixing the city. Starting with, he uses his blood tendrils to quickly rebuild the prison, not fully but good enough to lock them all back up. Once done with the underground bird gang and the police's help, we managed to get some of the prisoners in police trucks and transport them back to prison while other prisoners left the city, but it's alright as the city ended up with no criminals left. After that, Henry goes for the water guards Lieutenant Starr told him about. It was tough, but the weakness was the eye inside their chest. After stabbing the last one with a blood arm blade, the giant water bubble that was above Phoenix Tower slowly crumbled apart. With it crumbled, Henry ran until he's hiding at the ledge hanging on the rooftop of Phoenix Tower. When the bubble finally disappears, the blood goddess falls and lands on the roof of Phoenix Tower. What happened? Did it work? Asked the blood goddess, but frowns to see she's still wearing the gauntlet. That means she's still in Rose's body. What? How? Who dares intervene? She yelled, but then Henry leaps to the air. We have a score to settle, a hole. He yelled, making the blood goddess look up. You're alive, you should have stayed dead, she said while Henry landed on the ground. The blood goddess tried to summon water tendrils, but it wasn't working. What? Henry grins as he controlled her blood to deactivate her powers, so he used the opportunity to get 1,000 blood tendrils out of his body and pin the blood goddess to the ground while he walked towards her and grabbed her by the throat. I got you, it's time I end this, said Henry. You brat, I'll kill you, yelled the blood goddess, but Henry ignores her and punches towards the purple eye on the left gauntlet, but his fist makes contact with the purple force field protecting it. It caused Henry and the blood goddess minds to go somewhere else. Henry opens his eyes to see he's at an undamaged but empty Phoenix City street. He groans of annoyance, already assuming they are in his mind again. Oh, come on, your way to stubborn to die. I can say the same for you, boy, says the blood goddess, who appeared in front of him a few distance away in her true original form. Tell me, Henry, what drives you? Why go this far? This world has screwed you over and yet you're trying to prevent it from becoming my dinner. Henry cracks his neck. I have 2 reasons. 1, to free my Rose from you, and 2, I just want you effing dead. The blood goddess chuckles. Go ahead and try at this point, and here I have all my abilities back and I'll go all out. You can't stop me, she said. Henry bounced in place while grinning. Big talk coming from a 4-eye blueberry, he said, making the blood goddess dash towards him, which he does the same. Then they close the distance by their fists made contact, sending a shockwave to the empty city. Then they start trading blows, which do with their super speed they match as equals. Then as both their fists make contact with each other, the blood goddess use acid manipulation to create an acid tendril and wrap around his wrist, making him groan in pain. She uses the opportunity to throw him inside of a building. Henry rolls on the floor but quickly recovers as he dash and dropkick the blood goddess just as she uses her blood wings to take view of the hole where Henry caused when he crashed into the building. As they both fall, Henry uses a blood tendril to wrap around her wings so she can't fly, but the blood goddess uses 5 water tendrils to grab onto the building to pull 5 pieces if rumble and throw it at Henry. Henry turns his arm into a blood arm shield to block the rumble but crashes into the ground. Once he recovered, he looked up while putting the shield away, only she threw oil at him, blinding him, so he had to wipe it off his eyes. Oil, you serious? He said. However, his eyes widened when he looked up to see the blood goddess grin while she lifted her arms to summon millions of blood spikes at the sky and change the temperature of the spikes to set them on fire. Better run, boy, she said while she raised her hand down so TGE spikes go after him. Henry ran away until he sees 2 vehicles, so he used 2 blood tendrils to grab the vehicles and block the spikes. However, it was too much for the vehicles as they exploded in front of his face, sending Henry flying backwards right into the ocean, luckily washing off the oil. He crawls back out of the water while his face regenerates. What a dick move, he said while he charged after her while she used tendrils to grab 10 vehicles and throw it towards Henry, which he dodged 5 of them but kicked 5 back towards her, which she countered by cutting them like butter with an acid arm blade. Henry parkour to the walls and forms 2 blood arm rocket launchers and non-stop fire at her, which destroy most of the street, making a lot of smoke cause her to use her blood wings to fly to the rooftop. The blood goddess looks around for him as she thinks he used the smoke to travel. "Where did you go, coward?" she said, but from behind a blood arm blade stabbed her in the chest from behind, which was Henry, who managed to climb on her back. The blade quickly turned into a chainsaw and started cutting her to shreds, making her groan in pain. However, she used acid tendrils to stab into Henry's ribs and form to hooks to make him scream in pain, while she used the tendrils to throw him to a rooftop, making him cough in blood and knock the wind out of him. She used a water tendril to grab him by the ankle and threw him up in the air, which he quickly recovered and pulled. Used the breather to summon blood spikes to the sky and cast them to dive towards her, while the blood goddess flies up and turned her arm into a water arm shield, blocking the spikes. "What a copycat," she said while she charged after him, which he managed to dodge and grab her blood wings. "Same goes for you," he said while grabbing her blood wings to rip out 4 feathers and use them to stab her in the 4 eyes, making her scream in pain. "Ah, she yelled while grabbing him by the throat and threw him away back to the street, crashing into one of the vehicles he dodged earlier. Henry managed to recover, but he saw the blood goddess use water tendrils to grab 2 skyscrapers and rip them off the ground and use them like clubs. "Die, McKnight!" yelled the blood goddess while she used the tendrils to swing the buildings down towards him, which in quick action he lifts his hands in the air so 2 blood tendrils come out and take form of giant hands and catch the skyscrapers, saving himself from being crushed, but it caused a shockwave to destroy everything in the fake skyscraper district. With his strength, his giant blood tendril hands crushed the skyscrapers, turning them to rumble. The blood goddess starts to get annoyed at him while ripping the feathers off her eyes and regenerating. "Die, die, die, die!" she yelled while she flew towards him, ready to crash into him, but he luckily jumped to dodge her and grab her blood wings and send her flying towards Paradise District, while she grabs him with a water tendril to take her with him and use him as a human shield to crash into the Ferris wheel, destroying it on contact, and fly towards the ocean. She whispers in his ear, "Farewell, my successor. It's been fun," she said while she lets go of Henry and kicks him away from her, causing him to crash into the water. The blood goddess landed safely to the beach, while in the ocean Henry tried to swim away, but blood tendrils from the ocean itself trapped him, planning to drown him. "No, no, no, I can't lose yet, I can't, I have to keep fighting, come on, move, move," he screamed in his head. However, as his body goes to limp, he closes his eyes. He hears a voice. "My knight, please save me, Rose." "I'm sorry," he said in his head. Then in his head he appeared in a black void. "Can I stop ending up in voids?" he said, but then he saw something ahead of him. It was some sort of baby bird. He walked closer to it and sat down. Then he realized it was a baby phoenix. "Hey there, little guy, what are you doing here?" asked Henry. The baby phoenix looked at Henry with a cute tilt of its head. Henry hesitated but touches the baby phoenix's head and start petting it, which the phoenix starts to love it. However, the more he pets the phoenix, blood starts to cover up the entire bird, making Henry's eyes widen and pull his hand away. "Oh, sorry about that, if that's my fault." The baby phoenix shakes their head and climbs on Henry's lap and rubs its head on his chest to get his attention, which Henry just smiles and holds the baby bird and keep petting it, causing the blood to start covering the both of them. When the baby phoenix opens their eyes, they end up glowing green. Back at the fight, the blood goddess at the beach turns around and starts walking away. "He's probably dead by now, thank me for that, I have no more distractions." Meanwhile, Henry, still in the ocean, opens his eyes to be fully glowing green and roar in anger while his blood start to boil hot enough to set his entire body on red fire, making the water tendrils back away. The blood goddess hears all the noise, turn around. "What now?" she asked. A giant red figure comes out of water, spinning like a vortex. Then it spreads its wings to show its form, which was Henry in his bloody phoenix form, which was a giant phoenix completely made of blood and green glowing eyes. It screeched at her, making the blood goddess frowns. "Damn bird." She uses water manipulation to create a tsunami behind Henry, which Henry flies away going sideways so one of his wings touch the water, then does a barrel roll when he flies upwards when he enters the fake city. The blood goddess snaps her fingers and 100 winged minions are summoned made of acid. "Kill the bird," She ordered so the minions fly and go after Henry, but Henry screeched and millions of blood tendrils come out of his body and start stabbing all the minions and grabbed some of them and threw them hard to the city, destroying them instantly when they made contact. The blood goddess takes a step back and focused on Henry, which Henry beat, grins and fly towards the blood goddess while transforming back into human, which made the blood goddess to turn her left arm into a blood arm blade and stabs Henry in the chest when they close the distance, causing Henry's blood to spill out of his back. "You should have stayed down, human," she said, but Henry laughs at her while grinning. "Ironic coming from a sad excuse for a creature to live in this universe," he said, while the blood that spill out of his back transform into a circular saw weapon made of the blood, which he even changed the temperature to make the weapon so cold the blood circular saw weapon turned into red ice. The saw activates while he grabs the weapon with his right hand and with one swing cut as butter. He used the weapon to cut the blood goddess legs clean off, while he used the opportunity to control her blood to deactivate her powers and set her legs on red fire so they burn faster than her regeneration if they worked. This made the blood goddess eyes widened and look at Henry, who was grinning like a madman, but he punches her in the face, sending her flying off of him and crashing into the buildings of the Paradise District. Henry's chest regenerates and he jumps up doing a flip while transforming into his Bloody Phoenix form to fly up, and by opening his beak he spits a beam made of blood at the blood goddess's body, making her roar in pain. He eventually stops and turns back into a human while landing back on the ground and grabbing her lost legs. He approaches what's left of the blood goddess, which is just a torso which is full of holes in her head, but her two eyes that are above her lower eyes are gone. "Well, honestly, I though you be steps ahead when I fly towards you," he said while holding the two legs and make them clap like hands and throw them at her torso. Then Henry gets serious and grab her forehead and lift her in the air. "It's over." Before he can protest, Henry used drain ability to drain all of blood goddess's blood, making her scream in pain and slowly turning to stone. Once turned into stone, he clenched his fist that was holding her head, causing it to crumble and turn to dust like the rest of her. He puts his hands down and takes a deep breath, then turns around walking away while the whole fake city crumbles and Henry's vision goes blurry and closes his eyes. When he opens his eyes again, he's back to the real world while his fist that was pressed against the cracked purple force field that was protecting the purple eye on the left gauntlet, but the field broke, making Henry break the purple eye on contact. Once destroyed, Rose's appearance changed back to red hair, normal skin and blue eyes, which made Henry's eyes widen when seeing her back to normal. He cups both her cheeks with both hands. "Rose, can you hear me please?" Rose slowly opened her eyes to see Henry. "Henry, is that you?" she asked, making Henry shed tears and hugs her. "Rose, I'm so sorry I failed to save you." Rose just smiles and hugs him back. "Don't worry, I forgive you because in the end you came back for me, didn't you?" Henry nods but hears decaying sounds and looks down to see Rose's feet start turning to stone. "What's happening to you?" Rose shakes her head with fear in her eyes. "I don't know, but I'm scared." He takes her hand while she starts coughing. "Hey, look at me, okay, stay with me, I'll find a way," he says, but his voice sounds of trembling. "I don't know if you can, Henry, it's growing so fast." Henry sees the effects are going upwards towards her whole body, making him cry. "No. Please no, not again, don't die on me again." He touch her stomach and transfer blood, trying to heal her. "Come on, work, damn it please," he begs while the healing isn't stopping the effect. "Please don't leave me again, I can't lose you twice, please Rose, please." He keeps trying to heal her but she cups her cheek. "Henry, it's okay." Henry's tears won't stop while she start crying. "No it isn't, I can't lose you please," he begs while sobbing while Rose caress his cheek. "Shush, it's okay my knight, you never lost me because I was always by your side and always will," she said, and he rests his forehead on Rose's forehead. "I don't know what to do without you my love, please don't go." As he begs, her other hand cups his other cheek, caressing it while her legs to her stomach has been turned to stone. "Henry, I want you to promise me something." "What is it?" he asked. When I'm gone you may be angry at the world or the universe for taking me away, but promise me don't take your anger out on the people. Most of them are innocent people like us. Instead promise me you'll protect humanity so they don't have to end up like us, okay? His hands touches her hands that are caressing his cheek. I promise my love, I promise I'll protect humanity, I'll make sure your death isn't in vain. He sniffles. I love you Rose, I'll always love you. Rose smiles and pulls him to a long kiss, then once she breaks the kiss she says her final words. I love you too Henry, so much. With that the rest of her body turned into stone and she crumbled to dust, leaving just the green eye gauntlet behind that was on her body but now fell to the ground. Tears still won't stop coming down Henry's face, but he picks the gauntlet up. I promise Rose, he said while he shoves the green eye gauntlet back into his right hand while moving his fingers to get used to having it back on. He walks away while wiping his tears. I'll make sure your sacrifice was never in vain. After that 2 months have passed since that day. During this time Henry spends his time helping rebuild Phoenix City and help people get comfortable with their normal lives again. With the city slowly going back to normal, they needed a new ruler, so Marty decided to become the new CEO of the Phoenix Council and new ruler of Phoenix City, leaving Lieutenant Starr becoming the new leader of the underground bird gang to keep protecting the underground. Marty even ordered a surgery to remove the serums that was giving the police their abilities to not have people like Henry roaming around, turning them back to normal police officers. Of course this causes crime to increase, but not too serious for them to handle. After Henry said his goodbye to Marty, he traveled around the country to keep his promise. One day he even saved a little blonde girl named Bella and her parents from the Vampire King and killed him. When Henry saw Bella smiled at him from being safer with her parents, it put a smile on Henry's face and given him a new reason to keep being a vigilante, to make sure people feel safe and be happy with their families and don't have to suffer like he did. So with a new motivation, including his promise to Rose, he keeps going while people start giving him the nickname the Bloody Phoenix. One night after patrol he goes to a random bar and sits down on a stool. What can I get you, sir? Asked the bartender. Wine please, said Henry, which the bartender nodded and got the drink. Henry looked on his right and sees a 10-year-old boy sitting next to him having a soda, which made Henry chuckle. Aren't you a little young to be here, kid? The kid turned to look at Henry, giving him a grin and playful tone. Aren't you old enough to know how to mind your business? Henry laughs at that comeback. Ha ha ha, fair enough. To be honest, in my kind of work that's not in my job description, so what's your deal? He asked. I'm looking for someone. Henry raised an eyebrow while the bartender handed him his wine. Someone, huh? Well, more of a myth. They call him the Bloody Phoenix. Henry chuckles. I never thought myself as a myth, but I am honored. The kid raised an eyebrow. You're the Bloody Phoenix? He asked, so Henry showed him by having a tiny blood tendril come out of his right shoulder to wave at the kid, then goes back inside his body. The kid smiles. Great to meet the myth himself. Henry nods. So what do you want, kid? An opportunity? What kind? Henry asked. Well, have you ever heard of a fixer? Asked the kid, but Henry shakes his head, so the kid continues. Fixers are businessmen who focus on getting jobs for mercenaries. Henry raised an eyebrow while drinking his wine. Mercenaries, aren't they bad people? Well, depends on the kind of mercenary the person wants to be. Anyway, I want to hire you. Henry tilts his head. You want me to become a mercenary? I don't know. Come on, they pay is wonderful and we can split it 50-50, and besides I think it would get boring pretty quickly when you're just saving lives, right? Henry rubbed his chin, thinking, he does have a point. Who knows how long I would do this until I lose my mind of boredom, and besides it could be way better than when I was stealing at New York. He says in his head, then looks back at the kid. Why not? I'll give it a try, but under one condition: every job I do doesn't involve hurting innocent lives. The kid mugs. A noble merc, that would be interesting. He raised his hand for a handshake to seal the deal. Name's Morgan. Henry smirks and shakes Morgan's hand. Henry McKnight or the Bloody Phoenix, which you knew that already. With that they cheer and cling their drinks together. 21 years later, back at the present day, the year 2016, at TGEHQ, a woman wearing an armored outfit with black cloak over it and her hood up, she approaches the two guards and they both bow to her. General. They both said to the woman, "How's he doing?" Asked the general. "Well, he's been asleep since he entered the cell," says one of the guards. "With all due respect, you sure we can trust him, madam? He doesn't have a reputation in trusting anyone, especially the government." She smirks under the hood. "Luckily we're not the government." She enters the cell while Henry starts waking up after hearing the door open. He lays back while he stretches. "Took you guys long enough. I was starting to get bored in here." The general smirks. "You haven't changed, haven't you, Henry?" Henry's eyes widened by what he just heard. That voice. No, it can't be. He gets up and looks at the general with a frown in anger. "Who are you?" The general removes her hood, making Henry's eyes widen. "No, that's impossible." Chapter 26. Heartbroken. After the general removes her hood, all Henry sees was something he thought he would never see again. In front of him was someone with red hair bright as a rose, blue eyes like a sapphire, freckles and glasses, which was the same description of Rose Rosemary which he saw when she died 21 years ago. The general, now revealed to be Rose, smiled at him. "It's been a long time, my knight." Henry couldn't believe what he was seeing and started shaking and trembling, but he grabs one of his revolvers and aims at Rose, making her eyes widen. "Imposter, how dare you stand in front of me looking like her?" yelled Henry while he used his other hand to stop making the gun shake, but failing. "You got 5 seconds to show who you really are or you're dead, do you hear me?" Rose's eyes softened. "Henry, it's okay. I'm not going to hurt you and I never do." She gently grabs the barrel of the revolver and slowly pushes it away and gets closer to him. "I'm warning you, back off," yelled Henry, but his eyes widened when Rose hugged him and whispered in his ear, "Your name is Henry McKnight, son of Marcus and Amy McKnight, born on November 8, 1974. Your parents died when you were around 13. We meet during our senior year, the first day in chemistry class. Then we did a play together when we confess our feelings and have our first kiss, and the same day we took each other's virginities. I given you the jacket you're wearing on your 21st birthday, and the last words I said to you was I love you, Henry, so much, and after all this time you were always the only boyfriend for me." Henry dropped his revolver, realizing it's all true, and hold her tight, afraid she might disappear. "Is it really you, Rose, not an hallucination?" he asked, but Rose shook her head. "It's really me, my love, and I'm not leaving you again." Henry starts crying and sobbing on her shoulder. "You're alive, you're really alive. I am so happy." Rose smiled while caressing his hair and sitting on the bed, still holding him. "Shush, it's okay, let it all out. We're here together again. I'm sorry it took me so long." Henry looks at her in the eyes. "I should be the one apologizing. You died twice because of me. If I didn't get captured I could have saved you, and if I was stronger I could have saved you back in Phoenix. I'm so effing sorry, Rose. It's all my fault." Rose starts crying. "Henry," she said while cupping his cheeks and pressed her forehead against his. "I never blame you for this, any of it. I know you would save me to come and do anything for me. You did your best and that was okay with me. I know you've been holding this pain, this guilt for so long, but please don't anymore, because I forgive you, because no matter what you do I'll always forgive you, because I love you." Henry's eyes widened, realizing she has forgiven him of his actions, so he smiled. I love you too, Rose." They close the distance and kiss each other, holding each other tight, afraid of letting go until they break the kiss, panting, losing breath. Rose wipes his eyes, which are red and puffy. "All these years you kept your promise. Thank you, my bloody phoenix." Henry wipes her tears. "It's not about the promise, it's about making sure nobody suffered like we did. All those families smiling is something to fight for." Rose nods with a smile while letting go and stands up. "Follow me, darling, we have much to talk about." Henry nods and picks the dropped revolver over and puts it away and follows her. After a while she finally leads him inside to a cozy apartment. "Welcome to my chambers, this will buy us time to talk," she said while locking the door. Henry goes to sit down on the living room couch. It's cozy," he said while Rose goes to her room and changes to a red robe. "Yeah, well, I try the best I can just to deal with the Godslingers. Once we save the planet we can go get our own place," she said while walking towards him as Henry's removing his shoes and putting his jacket on the table. "Our own place? I never thought about that." Rose sits next to him and holds his hand. "I understand what you mean. You were alone for so long and the last thing you want to think about is getting your own place to settle down, but now we're together again. I want to settle down with you after this is over. Wouldn't you like that?" she asked, making Henry nod. "Yeah, I would like that." Rose smiles and rests her head on his shoulder. "What happened to you, Rose?" asked Henry, making Rose sigh. "It's a long story, but I'll tell you everything from the beginning." "Remember how I died?" Henry nods. "I destroy the purple eye and you turned into stone and crumble into dust in front of me." Rose feels guilty having him witness it and squeeze his hand. "Yes, well, it didn't just kill me, I was reincarnated a day later." This revelation made his eyes widen. "What? Reincarnated? How is that possible?" "I think it was a side effect of destroying the eye while someone was wearing the gauntlet. Anyway, yes, I was reincarnated, but not a normal family, a magical family. My biological new parents were witches, so I was born a witch named Rose Witch Wrath. Ever since I was 5 they trained me non-stop to make me learn everything about magic and everything they knew. Of course I didn't learn water magic because I eventually got my water manipulation back." She frowns thinking about it, making Henry wrap an arm around her. "It sounds cool, but you don't seem happy about it." Rose sighs. "Don't get me wrong, it's cool to use magic, but my parents, well, they weren't good at their jobs as they only cared about training me so well so I can live, because they only cared about making sure their family name doesn't die with them. They never give me the attention or love I craved as they focused on each other and not me, so when I was 15 I left them behind and escaped and leave them out of my life." Henry frowns and hold her. "I'm so sorry you went through that, baby. Don't think about them. You may be a witch wrath by blood, but to me you're still my Rosemary. Len and Mercy are your real parents and they love you just like I do." Rose smiles and let out a satisfied sigh on his chest. "I know, don't worry, when this is over we'll visit them again." Henry kissed her forehead. "What happened afterwards?" he asked. "I was on a quest to find you ever since I was reincarnated. All I thought about was finding you. I was so worried about what happened to you. Then I heard stories of the Bloody Phoenix, a blonde guy with red eyes saving lives and a well-known noble mercenary. I knew it was you. I knew you kept your promise to me and I couldn't be any more proud of the man you've become." Henry smiled. "I would never break a promise I made to you. I know, but when I was looking I discovered the existence of Godslingers and where they came from, so I had to hold my quest so I can help you take them down. So I formed the Godslinger Executioners and spent 5 years hunting them down, and then here we are." "So how did you manage to do damage to them?" "With my magic I have created a serum called Slinkiller, so when the Godslingers make contact they get hurt by it." Henry chuckles. "That's smart, but wait, if you were reincarnated, did any of the powers you had came over?" She nods as a water tendril comes out of her body and waves. "I only regain powers from the Purple Eye Gauntlet, probably because it only transfers the gauntlet I put on first and they activated when I was 21, the same age when I died." "Wait, does that mean you're—" She cuts him off while pressing her nose against his. "Yes, that means I'm immortal too, so don't worry, I'll never leave you alone again. We're not together for all eternity." A single tear comes down his eyes. "I don't mind that at all." Rose backs away. "Good, that means I got one question for you." Henry tilts his head. "A question? Well, what is it?" he asked, but Rose got up and headed to her room. "Stay there." Once she returned she held an item behind her back with an excited grin. What do you have?" asked Henry while Rose moves her hands to show a small black box she was holding and hand it to him. Why don't you open it and find out? She said, making Henry raised an eyebrow, but he complies and opens it to see a gold ring with white diamond on it, making Henry's eyes widen. Is this? No, this can't be. But Rose nods. Henry. She starts, making Henry look at her while she continues. I known you for 3 years now. Well, it's more like 23 years now, but the day I met you I know there was something special between us. The 3 years together, from when we hung out at the junkyard to the play to spending time with my family, made me the happiest girl I ever wanted to be. When I died all I ever thought about was you, and it hurt my heart to see you be heartbroken, but at the same time you always thought about me, and that's what made me love you more. So while I was on my quest I bought it so I can ask you this very question I waited years to ask. She takes the box down but holds the ring. Henry McKnight, my knight, the Bloody Phoenix, will I have the honor to be your wife and marry me and start a family with me? Henry's eyes widened and with trembling fingers he takes the ring. Rose. I never thought this would happen when you died. His tears start to come down, making Rose scared of rejection. However, Henry puts the ring in his left ring finger and give her a big smile. Yes. Yes. I'll marry you, Rose. I would always say yes. Rose tears of joy starts showing, then she pulled him to a passionate kiss. Thank you, Henry. I love you. I love you too, Rose. They keep kissing, but it starts to heat up as they start making out with their tongues touching while Rose gets on his lap and moved her hips to grind his hips, making each other moan, and Rose removes her robe. They break the kiss out of breath and blushing. I need you, Henry, right now. She demanded. Okay, but I am a little rusty. It's been 21 years since I don't this, but. She cuts him off by standing up and grabbing his collar. I don't care, I waited too long, now come here and get on the effing bed. She demanded with a growl. Yes, ma'am, said Henry while she drags him to the bedroom. Chapter 27. The next plan. The next morning arrives and Henry is laying on the bed wearing nothing, with Rose laying on top of him also wearing nothing. They snuggle with each other while smiling as they are happy about the passionate night and the events of yesterday. Rose slowly opens her eyes. Man, that was amazing, she said while sitting up. She took a look at Henry, as even though he's not wearing any clothes he's still got the gauntlet on because he can't remove it, but also the green veins exposed on his right arm because the gauntlet is attached to him. But what made her smile is the engagement ring on his left hand. She lifts the left hand and kisses the ring while she smiles at his sleepy face and the bites and claw marks all over him which start to regenerate. He looks like I got carried away. Sorry baby, I was hungry. Speaking of, I need food. She gets off the bed. Damn it, I can barely walk. Come on, regeneration. Then she sigh of relief as the regeneration removes the soreness as well as heal her scratch and bite marks. He puts on her underwear and red robe back on and goes to the kitchen. She stretched. What am I in the mood for? Maybe bacon and waffles, she said while using telekinesis powers to lift objects in the air and start cooking. While cooking, she sits down in the living room turning on the TV while looking at Henry's jacket she made for him. She picked it up to take a good look, but a photograph fell from his pocket. She picked it up and remembered it was the one on his 21st birthday. She sighs and hugs the photograph tight. This was probably the only thing to remember me by. I'm sorry, Henry. I wish I could see you sooner. She used creation magic to create a photo frame and put the photograph inside it and display the photo on the table with a smile. She looked at what else was in his pockets to see 4 things, which were his wallet, his flip phone, his enchanted taser, his spirit shuriken, his anti-mind control reading bracer, lastly his dual revolvers. When she saw his dual revolvers she whistled. Wow, impressive, she said while holding the revolvers. She put them down and picked up his last item, which was the DNA compass. When she turned it on, her eyes widened, realizing what this is. Incredible, a tracker that can track anybody by using their blood sample. How did you come up with this, Henry? However, as she asked, he heard Henry groaning, sounding like he was waking up. Babe, you here? He said almost in a panic. I'm here in the living room, she said, making her hear Henry sigh of relief. Thank G. he said while coming out of the bedroom to the living room with his underwear and pants back on but still barefooted and shirtless, having his muscles exposed, making Rose lick her lips of instincts. "Sorry about that, Henry, I kinda forgot it was the first time in years we slept together," said Rose while Henry sits next to her, wrapping an arm around her, causing Rose to rest her head on his shoulder. "Yeah, my mind kinda panicked thinking it was all a dream," said Henry. "Well, to make your big head realize here," said Rose as she guides his hand to her heart is beating while smiling of affection. "Do you feel that? That's my heart beating and alive. I'm alive, you're alive, and we're together again and always. We share the same immortality, which means I'm not going anywhere ever again, my knight." Rose gets close to kiss him on the lips while holding his head, which causes Henry to cup her cheeks with both hands as they start making out. Henry lays back on the couch as they kiss. "Careful, keep this up, we might go another round," says Henry in between kisses, causing Rose to giggle and says in between kisses, "Bring it on, bird boy." However, Rose's phone goes off, so they have to sit back up as Rose grabs her phone. General Rose speaking. "Yeah. Okay, be right there." Rose hangs up and sigh. "Sorry baby, there's a situation at the weapons department, I have to check it out before they blow something up," said Rose while she stands up and heads to the bedroom to get dressed. Henry crossed his arms. "Do you need help with it?" "No, I should handle it," said Rose as she leaves the bedroom all dressed while she sees Henry pouting after she said that. "Sweetie, don't give me that look." But Henry just glares in a childish attitude, making Rose approach him and cup his cheek. "You need to take a break at least a little longer, besides breakfast is almost ready, can you at least don't waste the food?" Henry sighs. "Fine." Rose just smiles to that response and kiss his forehead. "Meet me at the command center when you're done breakfast," she said while heading to the door as Henry looked at the framed photograph. "You framed it?" asked Henry as Rose looks over her shoulder. "Yes, it will be perfect for when we get our own place, although it kinda hurts thinking about that was probably the only thing to remember me by." Henry shakes his head. "Not the only thing." He grabs his jacket. "I always had this on every day because it reminded me of you, and when I sleep I felt comfortable with it on, making me feel like you're still by my side." This made her heart start to be filled by love. "Well, hopefully when this is over you be more comfortable with the real thing," she teases before leaving the room, leaving Henry all by himself. A few hours later, Henry entered the command center all dressed and geared up and saw Rose and Kai in the room planning. Rose approaches Henry with a smile. "Nice of you to finally join us, sexy," she said while giving him a kiss on the lips. "Sorry it took so long, but I should be good to go," said Henry while Kai dramatically coughs for their attention. "Ahem, I'm glad you're all geared up, Bloody Phoenix, and I am aware of your engagement, but please, we got a job to do," said Kai. Rose turns and pouts at Kai, crossing her arms. "Fine, whatever." Henry chuckles to change the subject. "So what's next?" he asked. Rose walks towards the center table, which Henry follows while Kai places 3 gold statues. One is of Zeus and the other is Thor. "Well, we have an idea what they're up to," said Rose, making Henry raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so they have a goal? Well, that's surprising to me. Well, go on." Kai nodded. "During our time hunting them down, they recently went bold and we figured out why," he said while opening the statues up to reveal tokens that have the blood goddess's face shaped all over it. "They are after goddess tokens. From our research, somebody found all 5 of them and stored them inside golden statues shaped as gods and sell them to spread them across the country. The identity of that person was lost, so we can't find who and how to find these tokens. So far we found these 2, and one, which was the statue of Susan no Makoto, is missing, which we assume to be already taken by the godslingers, and another was recently taken in Tokyo, which was the Anubis statue. Which leaves one more statue left, aka the statue of Sun Wukong, which we found the location of in Africa." Rose nodded. "Yes, but what makes me confused is what is their end goal once they collect them all? I mean, we were aware they came from another world, but why travel to our world? And we knew that the blood goddess is involved due to the tokens, but why?" "They are the blood goddess children," said Henry. making Rose and Kai's eyes widen. You sure? Asked Rose, but Henry nods. When I was in Japan I came up with the idea where they come from, and judging from your information I realize what they are planning. After I killed the blood goddess, her backup plan was the Godslingers to continue where he left off, but instead of eating our planet the Godslingers just wanted to destroy it. I am sure they have a way to teleport to our realm, however it's probably incomplete and limited, as I noticed after killing all the Godslingers in Japan none of them reappeared, which means their teleporter isn't strong enough to keep teleporting Godslingers to our realm and use the remaining Godslingers to go find the tokens. This made Rose and Kai shook in horror. That means, when they get all the goddess tokens they will be able to make a perfected portal to our world and destroy us all, said Kai. Damn that bee, why can't she just give up and leave me and Henry alone, said Rose while shaking, which Henry noticed and hugs her from behind. I know, but that's why we need to get the tokens first and destroy the realm. Kai nods. We already have that in plan, as we spend 5 years building a portal to their realm thanks to 10 blood samples we gathered from different Godslingers, and we also created another device to erase their realm. Rose pouts. I wish my teleportation magic could travel across realms, it would been quicker. Henry raised an eyebrow. You can destroy the realm. Kai nodded. Yeah, when we first discovered the tokens we have detected how powerful they are and we think they are powerful enough to destroy their realm. Henry nods with a determined while comforting Rose. Well, get those tokens and get those suckers out of our planet and finally get the blood goddess out of our lives, right babe? Rose nods. Right. Kai, have some soldiers prepare a small plane for travel to Africa and send the location you gathered for the final statue to the pilot, ordered Rose, which Kai noted. Yes ma'am, he said while he leaves the room. Henry sees Rose still shaken, so he locks fingers with her. You okay? He asked, but Rose didn't respond, making Henry pout. Rose, I'm fine, she said. You sure? He asked, but she nodded, but Henry grins and nuzzles her neck by rubbing his nose against her neck. You sure? He asked while keep going until Rose giggles, but it slowly grow to laughter. He babe, stop it, it tickles. No, until you feel better. Ha ha ha, okay I yelled stop please, she said while laughing so hard tears come down her eyes, but then she pulls him to a kiss. Once they break the kiss she sighs. I'm fine, I'm just angry. Just when I thought we got rid of that false goddess they just keep coming back to ruin our lives. Henry shakes his head. That's why we'll prove that the decisions she made will be her worst decision and will come to bite her in the a. Rose giggles. You're right, thank you Henry. They break the hug. Now I have to go help Captain Kai with the plane. Meet me at the wing when you're ready. Henry nods. Okay. Rose smile and kiss the tip of his nose, then walks away. Chapter 28, The Last Statue. When Henry exits the command center he stretches. I could use a drink, he said while he walks away, heading to grab a bottle before heading to the wing. However, as he walks across the halls he hears a familiar young female voice. No way, you can't be. Henry raised an eyebrow while turning to see a blonde girl in a lab coat tackle him to a hug, spinning him around. Henry, the first missed you. Henry chuckles. Sorry, have we met? But he takes a quick look at her and his eyes widened. Bella, is that you? Bella nods with sparkle in her eyes. You remember me, yay? She hugs him tighter, which made Henry smile and hug her back. I could never forget the first child I saved, but my G Bella, last time I saw you you were 5, but look at you, you're all grown. They stopped hugging so they took a look at each other. Look at you, how old are you? Bella giggles. 26 now. 26, holy cow, you make me feel old. Bella laughs to that and give a painful punch to the chest. He, at least you don't look old. Henry scoffs with his arms crossed. Yeah, that's true, so how you've been and what are you doing here? Bella crosses his arms behind her back. Well, after you saved my family from the Vampire King I decided to keep living my life, but with the experience in meeting vampires curiosity got the better of me and I became a scientist. Here I am, actually the head scientist in building the realm eraser device. Henry's eyes widened. Wow, that's incredible, keep up the good work, we need that to stop the Godslingers. Bella nods. Will do. Any boys that got your interest while I was away? He asked, which caused Bella to blush and look down but slowly nods. Who is it? Well, his name is Kai. Henry's eyes widened. Captain Kai, ha 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 ha. He laughs while patting her head, making her blush harder of embarrassment. Well, I'm happy for you. Hey, I also met someone too. All the embarrassment wash off Bella's face as she looks up with curiosity and a grin. Ooh, who are they? Tell me, tell me. Henry chuckles and shows his engagement ring. Me and the general are getting married. Bella's eyes widened. The general, how she's so cold to everyone. Hee, well, me and her go way back before I started my career as a vigilante. Bella tackle him with another hug. Oh my gee, I'm so happy for you, Henry. Henry accepts the hug and pat her back. Thank you. They break the hug. That reminds me, I gotta get going before she gets cranky. Bella giggles. Well, I wish you luck, Henry, she said while waving goodbye and walking away, which Henry watched her go with a proud smile on his face. It'll make you live a happy life, Bella, I swear, he said, then walks away in the opposite direction. A few minutes later, Henry enters the wing while he is holding a wine bottle. All the soldiers have already heard inside the plane while Rose is outside crossing her arms waiting. Took you long enough. Henry shrugs. Hey, in my defense, I got distracted. Rose sighs and rubs her temples. Shall we get going? Henry nods, and without anything else they enter the plane while Henry opens the wine bottle and chugs it like it's a water bottle. They sit down next to each other. You gonna share that? Asked Rose with a playful tone, which Henry gave to her, so she chugged the bottle while he rested his head on her shoulder, which caused Rose to wrap an arm around him. You sure it's smart to drink right now? Asked Captain Kai, but Henry pouts. You can't prevent me from drinking any wine, besides we can't get drunk or get affected by alcohol. Rose nods while chugging more of the bottle, which Henry eventually snatched that. Don't steal all of it, miss, he said while he drinks the bottle. Please, I don't often drink that stuff, you Winnie-holic. Hey, I'm not a Winnie-holic, I just in the mood to drink it. I'm sure, says Rose. Captain Kai facepalms by the couple's playful banter, so he goes to take a nap. After 10 hours of traveling they arrived in Africa but were still flying. Henry approaches Kai and gently slaps his face repeatedly. Wakey, wakey, wakey. Kai opens his eyes and swats Henry's hand away. I'm up, damn it. Henry grins. Good. He walks away towards Rose while checking his DNA compass, which he notices that 100 godslingers surrounded a specific area and 50 more are surrounding a peaceful plot of land. That's a lot of godslingers. They must have gathered godslingers around the world since they found it, said Rose. Then she points at where the 100 godslingers are. That's our destination, the statue is inside that temple, she said, making Henry sigh. Well, it looks like we gotta clear the way, he said while he walks to the back, opening the hatch, making Kai and the soldiers' eyes widen. What are you doing? Yelled one of the soldiers. I'll take care of the 100 godslingers, you guys take care of the rest and land this bird, said Henry. You can't take all of them on your own, let's think carefully about this, said Kai. However, Henry just looks over his shoulder and give a devilish grin. Sorry, being careful isn't in my dictionary. With that he turns around to face them with his arms out and falls out of the plane, making them all except Rose shocked. Did he just do that? Asked one of the soldiers, but it made Rose giggle, so they all looked at her. General, asked Kai. There's a reason why he's a solo, but I'll keep him company. Just land the plane and take care of the 50 godslingers. With that she presses the button to close the hatch, and while the hatch closes she jumps off the plane and drives after Henry. Henry quickly saw her over his shoulder, so he turns and rests his hands on the back of his head. Care to join me, princess? Rose grins. One of these days you going to give me an heart attack by doing that? Henry shrugs. I can't help it, besides you'll survive an heart attack. Hee, fair enough. So got any plan to land? I mean, I can fly, but not sure you can. Her eyes widened when she saw his eyes glow fully green and crook a finger for her to come closer. Sweetheart, they call me the Bloody Phoenix for a reason. Rose dives and catches in his arms, holding each other tight while Henry transforms into his Bloody Phoenix form. With his phoenix form he spreads his blood wings and flies away while Rose is on his back looking at him in amazement. This is amazing. She looks at his blood body and touches it and notices it doesn't make a mess. Stick, get wet or drips. Wow, this isn't making any messes. Yeah, that's kinda one of the best part of my powers. I can't just spill my blood and make mess like how blood usually does unless I command it to. He keeps flying until they finally have view of the temple and the plane landed where the 50 godslingers are. So what's your plan? Asked Rose while Henry turns back into human. Kill them all, obviously. Use your magic to create grenades full of slinkular serums inside. He orders, which Rose nods and use her creation magic to create what he wanted and hand it to him. Go ahead, it'll be fine, said Rose, making Henry nod. Blood tendrils come out of his fingertips and grab on every pin of the grenades while he dives towards the 100 godslingers and goes for half of them. Once close to them he spins around in mid-air and then the tendrils throw the grenades while holding the pins, letting gravity pull the grenades out of the pins. While the grenades fly towards random godslingers, Henry lets go of the pins and the tendrils retreat while he throws one of his revolvers at one of the godslingers in a tomahawk motion. While the gun flies towards the godslinger, Henry dash ahead of the gun, making that godslinger look up but only to see a boot make contact with his face and slams his body to the ground while Henry raises his open hand for the revolver to land on his grip. Once acquired the gun, he fires at the godslinger's heart and fires more bullets at the grenades, making them explode all over different godslingers when the bullet makes contact. The godslingers that were hit by the explosions fall back with their bodies torn apart and hearts destroyed, killing them. Henry smirks while twirling his revolver with his finger. Kaboom! Meanwhile, as Rose sees him dash away with the grenades, she chuckles. "You're such a child," she said, then dashed towards the other half of the godslingers. She uses her wind magic to fly and water powers to grow water wings. Now steady, she looks at the half with a smirk. "Now then, how should I do this?" She waves her hands around while using nature magic to have vines go out of the ground and trap the godslingers in place, while she uses ice magic to trap their feet in case they break the vines. However, 20 of them ran away, so she managed to catch 30 of them, but she didn't care. The 30 godslingers swear in protest and tries to escape, but it was futile as she now floats above the trees and summon magical creatures among the trees and start tearing the godslinger to shreds, and as the final blow she use earth magic so spiles made of the ground come out of the ground and stab at the godslingers' hearts, finishing the job. "That should do it," she said while the creatures vanished, and so did the earth spikes. She lands safely on the ground and dashed towards Henry's location. She slowed down when she saw him unharmed and twirling his revolver. Back with Henry, he heard someone approaching and turned to see Rose. "There you are, how did it go for your end?" Rose rubs the back of her neck. "I got most of them, but we might going to have company in a few seconds." Then, right as she said it, the remaining 20 godslingers come out of hiding from the trees, or with some of their abilities they use to hide. "Well, speak of the devil," said Rose, but Henry shrugs while putting his revolver in his holster and start bouncing in place while he turn his arms into blood arm blades. "Doesn't matter, they are dead regardless. You ready to dance?" Rose smirks while using her water powers to create kantanas and dual wield them. "Let's go easy on them," said Rose, making Henry grin. "Fine with me, whoever has the most kills the loser has to cook dinner," he said while dashing off, making Rose growl playfully. "Then get ready to cook 5 meals for me," she said while dashing off to the other direction. Together the couple starts killing the 20 godslingers with barrages of attacks. Henry used his blood manipulation to change his body into different forms of weapons while his blood tendrils assisted, while he uses the environment to his advantage. Meanwhile, Rose is using different kinds of magic to teleport around and use them for tools and manipulate the elements to her advantage. As Henry just finished killing another Godslinger, he looked at one of them while his visor showed every Godslinger's powers as part of their strength stat. This one had stopped time, and as he looked it disappeared, making Henry's eyes widen, realizing where that one is going. He's using the distraction to get the statue, he said in his head, so he dashed away, heading inside the temple. After ignoring the traps, since he can just parkour around it and his regeneration is healing the damage, he eventually enters the main area where the time-stop Godslinger is there, where it was picking up the Sun Wukong statue. In a quick second, Henry turned his arm into a blood arm rocket, blowing up the entrance, trapping them inside. "You're clever, mortal," said time-stop Godslinger. "Yeah, well, good luck getting out of here. Oh wait, you be a dead monster by the time that happens." The time-stop Godslinger grins, but not visible due to his face having a form of a clock. "We'll see about that." In a second it stopped time and sneaked behind Henry and pulled out his sword from his hip, making it holding it on his right hand while on his left hand as the statue, and goes for the heart. However, water tendrils come from behind him and wrap around his sword. "What?" yelled the Godslinger in confusion while looking back to see Rose moving at the same speed as it while there's a hole on the blocked entrance. "How is a mortal like you managed to do this?" it asked, making Rose smug. "Time magic." With that, she used time magic to resume time for both of them. Henry heard the commotion, looked over his shoulder and gets startled. "Whoa, that was close." "Yeah, but would you mind finishing it off, sweetie?" asked Rose, making Henry shakes his head. "Oh right." He turns his arm into a blood arm blade and cut its head off. "Rose, use your magic to freeze it." "Why?" she asked, but he yelled, "Do it now." She nods and uses ice magic to freeze it completely while the Godslinger's body drops the statue. "Hee hee. Look at that, a god popsicle," said Henry while picking up the Sun Wukong statue. "So why did you ask me to freeze it? We could have just killed it," asked Rose. "I know, but I realize with this statue we need to find the other two and we have no leads. The Godslinger isn't dead, but with your ice magic we managed to stop his regeneration so we can take him and interrogate it to find the last two statues." Rose scoffs and mumbles under her breath, "I wish I thought of that." Despite how quiet she said it, Henry still heard it, making him chuckle. "How did you manage to show up in time?" he asked. "While I was fighting I noticed you disappeared. I feared the worst, so I used time magic to stop time and killed the rest of the Godslingers and chased after you. By the way, I won, so be ready to cook whatever I want tonight," she said with a devilish grin, making Henry's shoulders slump and pouts. "Damn you. You didn't have to worry, you know." Rose crossed her arms. "Honey, you were about to get impaled by a monster that can stop time," she protested. "So what? I faced worst. I can survive an impalement." "Yeah, and then you'll get annoyed by it as it keeps impaling you over and over again without you figuring out how to land a hit. Face it, I just saved you minutes of your time from fighting that annoying creature," she said, making Henry sigh with his arms crossed. "Fine, thank you." Rose smiles in victory but then gets serious. "You think you can interrogate it?" Henry nods. "Oh, don't worry, throughout my 20 years I learned how to interrogate physically and mentally. He'll talk." "Let's get out of here," he said while handing the statue to Rose, while a blood tendril wraps around the frozen Godslinger and lifts it at ease like carrying a plastic bag. They both walk out of the temple while they hear noises in the bushes, but it eventually was revealed to be Captain Kai and the soldiers approaching them and salute to Rose. "General, the Godslinger are taken care of and the plane is secure," said Kai while Henry salutes back for fun. "Good, we have acquired the statue and a little hostage." Kai raised an eyebrow at the frozen Godslinger. "You spared one?" he asked. "It was my idea. I plan to interrogate it so we can find the last statues," Kai noted smartly. "So I'm guessing we're going to transport this Godslinger back to base." Rose nodded and orders 4 soldiers to pick up the frozen Godslinger's body from Henry's blood tendril and walk back to the plane, while Kai orders the other soldiers to head back to the plane. "Well, I'll guess we're heading back to base. This was kinda fast trip." Henry shrugs. What did you expect now that I'm involved?" Kai grumbled to that. "Cocky bastard. Captain, you can fly back to base." ordered Rose, making Kai's eyes widen. You sure that's a good idea? Rose nods. It will take you guys 10 hours for you to get back to base, so I wanna spend time with Henry while you guys are flying. Besides, I'll just teleport us both to base once you arrived, said Rose, making Kai frown. You mean you could have teleported us from the base to Africa? Why didn't you do that before? He asked with a growl, but Rose giggles. I was too lazy. Kai facepalms. You lovebirds are going to be the death of me, he said, but Henry pats his shoulder. He relax, Captain, we'll be fine, you better get going. Kai rolls his eyes. Fine, whatever. Rose gives Kai the statue, making Kai walk off, heading back to the plane. As he walked, Rose hugged Henry from behind. He mind explaining what you mean by spending time? He asked while turning around to face her, making Rose blush. Well, to be honest, we've been doing so much work, we haven't done something just for the two of us, and I know we have time afterwards, but since we have time to kill now, I thought it would okay if you want to do something right now. Henry raised an eyebrow. What do you have in mind? He asked. Well, since you have your phoenix form and my teleportation magic, why don't we teleport to places we always wanted to go all those years ago, and we'll be back before they land the plane. So what do you say? Henry gives her a big smile. That's probably the most selfish idea right now, since we're kinda busy saving the planet, he said while transforming into his Bloody Phoenix form, then continues, but I'm in. Rose grins and kisses his beak. Thank you. Rose climbs up to his back and lifts her fist to the air. Let's fly. She yelled playfully, making Henry facepalm with his wing, but flies off while blood tendrils keep Rose stuck to his back. With the help of Rose's teleportation magic, they travel across the iconic structures in the world, such as climbing the Big Ben together, taking selfies at the Taj Mahal, flying over the Great Wall of China, having a spar at the Colosseum, eating pizza on top of the Tower of Pisa, walking around the Golden Gate Bridge, going to Vegas to play the games, but they use their powers to win the games and go eat at expansive restaurants. They even go back to New York to the Statue of Liberty and climb to its neck. Henry grabs a marker from his pocket and grins and writes something on it, saying, "The Bloody Phoenix was here." Rose giggles to that and snatched the marker and added under it, putting her nickname on it, making it say, "And so was the immortal flower." They both laughed to that and flew away before anybody else saw them. The last trip they went before the plane arrived at base was the Eiffel Tower. However, when they arrived at the top, he made her cover her eyes with her hands. After 10 minutes, Henry climbs back up and reaches the ledge. "You can open your eyes," he said while climbing over the ledge, and gets back to the platform she is in. She uncovers her eyes and looks away, but raises an eyebrow. "I don't see anything," she said, making Henry giggle like a child, and walks next to her and looks at the view. Then watch this. He digs in his pocket and grabs a detonator to press a button and throws it away. A few seconds later, fireworks come out of the devices that are on the ground. The fireworks come up at the sky and goes off, making Rose's eyes widened with amazement. "It's beautiful. You didn't just do this," she said, unbelieving he did it for her eyes, but Henry wraps an arm around her, pulling her close to this. "This is for missing all 21 New Year's celebrations together." As they watch the fireworks go off, Rose closes her eyes and snuzzles on his shoulder, hearing nothing but the sound of fireworks. "You may act like a child, but you know how to make me the happiest immortal woman ever." Henry smiled to the compliment and kissed her forehead. They enjoy in silence, watching and hearing the fireworks. Meanwhile, in another realm, a very rocky and full of water and blood and full of godslingers resting in the realm. At the center is a giant fantasy dark castle, and inside it was a godslinger sitting on their throne. The godslinger had a very humanoid alien design compared to the rest of the godslingers with their humanoid animal design. This godslinger's appearance is a muscular man with void black skin. Their fingertips are shaped as claws, and so was their feet. Their ribs stick out of its body and even expanded to wrap around his stomach and thighs. Their tail is thick as a dragon's tail, but at the tip of the tail is shaped like the devil's tail. Their wings are completely made of bones. It has one eye like a cyclops, but it's split into 4 colors of red, blue, green, and purple. Lastly, they have shark teeth. As it was sitting on their throne, another Godslinger, which had a form of giant rat-like being, entered the throne room. Lord, first I come with the update in the statue situation. The Godslinger that's been sitting on the throne, now revealed to be the first Godslinger, smirks. Good, have you successfully acquired the statue? Asked the first Godslinger, but he sees the rat Godslinger hesitate, then said, I'm afraid we haven't. The first Godslinger frowns with that response. And why is that? Well, sir, the TGE has teamed up with Mother's killer and took them all down and has the time-stop Godslinger in interrogation. The first Godslinger gets pissed and slam his fist on the armchair. What? He yelled in confusion while he waved his hands so 50 daggers were created out of thin air and stabbed the rat all over it without stabbing its heart, then by crushing the rat with gravity pressed down in it. The first Godslinger yelled in anger, You're telling me that Mother's killer is aware of our plans and is now going to know where we store the other 2 tokens? Gives me one good reason why I don't end your life. Wait, Lord, first during one of their fights a Godslinger went invisible and climbed to the plane leading to their base. We might be able to get the tokens back if we play our cards right, as the mortals would say, said the rat Godslinger. The first Godslinger thinks for a moment, then lets go of the rat Godslinger while the daggers disappear, making it able to regenerate while the first Godslinger sits back down on his throne. Be lucky that the only reason you're still alive is you're the only reason we've been able to teleport our kind to their realm, despite you can only teleport 10 Godslingers per day. I want 3 groups of all Godslingers in the mortal realm. The first group to invade their base, the second and third group be on high security for the other tokens, and get our strongest for each group, ordered the first Godslinger, making the rat Godslinger bow. Yes, Lord, first, it said, then it leaves the throne room. The first Godslinger sighed in frustration. Don't think you won yet, bird. It'll rip your bloody wings off your arms and send you to Mother. Chapter 29, The Final Tokens. After spending 10 hours together and the fireworks stopped, Rose used teleportation magic to teleport her and Henry to the command center at TGE base. Rose stretched. Well, that was great. I am kinda disappointed we couldn't continue our fun, she said while turning to face Henry with a disappointed face, but Henry cups her cheek, caressing it. Hey, happy thoughts, we're almost done. You can survive a few more hours of this, he said, making Rose sigh of annoyance. Fine. Captain Kai and the rest should have arrived by now. Henry nodded and they head to the wing. As they enter the wing, the plane already landed, so the hatch of it opens. After it opens, Captain Kai and 4 soldiers picked up the frozen time-stop Godslinger and carried it to the interrogation room, while the last 2 soldiers walk away in the other directions. Hey lovebirds, enjoy your fun while the rest of us had to take the long way, said Kai with a chuckle, making Rose cross her arms with a frown. Watch your tone when you talk to me, Captain. Were there any problems delivering our prisoner? She asked, but Kai shakes his head. Not really, it's been a boring ride back. Henry chuckles. Man, now I'm starting to feel bad about it. He cracks his neck. Anyway, I got a monster to interrogate. See you later, he said while walking away, waving, heading to the interrogation room. Do you think he'll be able to make it talk? Asked Kai. Let's hope so, it's our only lead we got, said Rose. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, the stop-time Godslinger is sitting on the chair tied up while the ice all over its body melts, so their regeneration resumes. With their regeneration back, they regrew their head and stirred up awake. Where am I? Asked the time-stop Godslinger, but it quickly realizes what's happening, so it tries to use its ability to escape, but it keeps failing. Why can't I use my power, damn it? It yelled, but he hears a voice outside the door. Don't bother, I manipulated your blood to deactivate your powers, the voice said. Then it enters the room to reveal to be Henry. We meet again, mortal. If I had access to my powers, you and that bee of a woman would be dead. said the time-stop Godslinger, but he got punched in the face by Henry hard enough to turn its head backwards, but the time-stop Godslinger regenerated and snapped back, but he only sees Henry with a devilish grin. Good, you just make this a lot more pleasurable, said Henry while transforming his arm into a blood arm hook. I'll never tell you what you want, yelled the time-stop Godslinger, but Henry ignores him and raises his hand and comes down at him. Outside the room in the hall, soldiers and scientists can only hear the time-stop Godslinger screaming in pain, screaming its lungs out while Henry laughs at its suffering like a madman, which sends shivers down everyone's spine. While that was going on, the invisible Godslinger who was on top of the plane crawled away to leave the base. At the command center, Rose, Captain Kai and Bella are inside waiting for Henry, but then their waiting is over as Henry enters the room covered in blood, but he sighs in satisfaction while the blood gets absorbed, making his body and clothes clean again. He approaches everyone. Hello everyone. Henry, glad you could join us. Did you learn anything? Asked Captain Kai, which Henry nods. Yeah, but it's a lot to talk about, so as much as it pains me to say it, I need to gather every soldier into one room for the plan. Bella, what's the progression in the devices? Asked Henry, which Bella smiles. The devices are done. Once we have the last goddess tokens we will be ready to go, said Bella, making Henry smile. Excellent job, Bella. I need you to stay with the machine, make sure it stays 100%. Captain Kai, gather all the soldiers to one pile, Henry ordered, making Captain Kai and Bella nod, then go to leave the room to do their jobs. Henry sits down on the floor while Rose looks at him with concern because she heard him laughing like a madman while torturing the time-stop Godslinger, so she sits down next to him and takes his hand. Are you okay? She asked, but Henry slowly nodded. Yeah, I'm okay, I just need a minute. I think after this we need therapy, said Rose, making Henry's eyes widen and shaking his head. Hell no. He yelled, but Rose cups his cheek and pulled his face to look at her. Henry, look at me. That laugh, we all heard it from miles away. It was a laugh of a killer who had pleasure torturing their victims. Henry, this isn't healthy, this isn't like you, and I can't blame you. You probably went through very harsh decisions, but we can't let it stay like this. Henry pouts, but I'm fine. Don't argue with me, Henry. Killing this many Godslingers is messing with your mind, even with your powers. You may have been able to regenerate physically to perfect health, but mentally that stuff is hard to heal. If you don't get help, it will get worse. We're going to therapy together. We've been through a lot and I don't want to lose you from bloodlust. Do you understand me? She yelled, sounding upset and scared for him, but Henry sighed. Okay, fine. She smiled in satisfaction. Thank you. She stands up while Henry does the same. Let's get going, we got goddess tokens to collect, she said with a wink while exiting the room. Henry stays still, smiling, but frowns looking at his hands, which his vision changed so he only sees blood on them, then looks normal again. He looks ahead and remembers when he killed Crimson Arsenal, all he sees is his younger self beating the life out of him, healing his body to repeat the process while laughing, and his eyes were red, made of blood, and a line comes out but does not escape his cheek. Then his vision eventually becomes clear, but Henry's hand starts to shake. Back then, at that point, I didn't care about my life. I given up entirely, thought I was going to suffer alone and get consumed by my insanity and my powers, but now, he said, but then he remembers Chris aka God's words when he was in heaven. I'm sorry, but I have to do what I must. It is my plan for you, Henry, said Chris. What's the point? I'm dead now, there's nothing left for me, said Henry, but Chris says, you're wrong because your journey isn't over just yet. What do you mean? Henry asked. One day you'll understand, said Chris. Henry clenched his fist, losing the shaking. I finally understand now. I can't lose myself anymore because I got something to fight for, someone to fight for, and I won't fail them, he said with a determined look, then left the command center. Minutes later, in the cafeteria, a stage is built in with a podium with a microphone attached to it. Rose and Captain Kai are on stage while every soldier in TGE is inside the cafeteria. As the soldiers talk to each other in chatters, Henry enters the cafeteria with a serious face, making every soldier stay silent and stand to attention while Henry goes on stage. Rose looked at him with concern. "You all right?" she asked, but Henry nods. "Yeah, just getting myself ready to talk. I'm not a big fan of crowds." Rose gives him a small smile. "You never were." She takes his hand and guides him to get in behind the podium while she rubs his arm in comfort. "You can do this, honey, I'm right here to support." Henry nods and looks forward, getting the soldiers' attention. Henry takes a deep breath. "Hello everyone, my name is Henry McKnight, but you all know me as the Bloody Phoenix. I have gathered here with the General and Captain Kai to talk about the biggest and most important announcement regarding the Godslingers. As you all know, for the past 5 years Godslingers have threatened our world, killing our families for fun, making us all suffer, but that's where the Godslinger executioners come in to do things the government could not. That's not the only reason why they are formed, as the Godslingers come from another realm that threatens ours, and thanks to our smart and dedicated scientists we have learned how to travel and erase the Godslingers' world, and it's by collecting the 5 goddess tokens. As of right now we have gathered 3 of them, and today is why we are here to announce. We have found the locations for the final 2 tokens, which means once we acquire them we are one step closer to ending the Godslingers." The crowd goes to mumble in chatter with some tense about the information while some are happy, but Henry continues, "However, this is where you all come in, every last one of you. The locations are in different locations. One is a skyscraper rooftop in Rio while the other is a warehouse in Moscow. I need 3 groups. Group 1 will be with me going to Rio. Group 2 will be going with General Rose to Moscow, and lastly Group 3 will remain here and take orders from Captain Kai, as there's no doubt in my mind there will be a possibility Godslingers might find us, so I need Group 3 to protect the 3 goddess tokens at the command center no matter the cost. If the Godslingers have their hands on it, it will be over for us all. I know I'm asking a lot of you for a big responsibility, but I assure you all 3 of us will take care of you, and in return I wish you all to be ready to do whatever it takes to achieve our goal, because if we succeed we will save our planet from its destruction." Henry raises his fist up, setting it on red fire as he yells, "For our planet, for our families, for our loved ones, and most important of all, for humanity." The soldiers raise their fist with determination. "For humanity." They all yell while they all disperse and start gearing up for war. As they do, Henry, Rose and Captain Kai are in the wing, spread apart, so 3 groups of soldiers are formed and now ready for a fight. Henry, Rose and Captain Kai looked at each other with a nod. "Be careful, boys," said Rose, which Captain Kai nods. "You too, General," he said while Henry grinned. "You know I always am." However, Rose just rolls her eyes with a smile. "Whatever you say, Mr. Careful is not in my dictionary." After they say their goodbyes, Rose uses her teleportation magic to teleport her, Henry, and each group of soldiers to their destinations. At Moscow, Rose and her group of soldiers have landed nearby where the warehouse should be. The soldiers get ready their weapons while Rose looks at them. "I need 5 soldiers to do some scouting and do not engage with the enemy unless the enemy attacks first," she orders, making 5 soldiers volunteer and go scout out the area surrounding the warehouse while she approaches the other soldiers, comforting them to give them confidence. After 2 minutes the 5 soldiers have returned and approached Rose. "General, we have done a full scan of the place. It seems they built a giant metal barricade to block any human from entering or exiting. The back and front are heavily guarded while the rest of the Godslingers is scouting," says one of the soldiers, which Rose nodded to that. "All right then." 5 soldiers each takes the front and back while everyone else killed as many Godslingers as you see will be saving my strength for what's inside the warehouse and cover you all. Am I understood, soldiers?" asked Rose, which they all nodded. "Yes, General," said everyone, which Rose nods back and uses teleportation magic to teleport them all inside the barricade. Rose uses wind magic to float herself around while the soldiers go for the attack and start attacking all the Godslingers in the area. Many were damaged, but thanks to Rose's backup and healing magic, After 10 minutes of killing godslingers, the entire outside of the warehouse is cleared out of godslingers, so they all gather up and take a big break while Rose still has enough strength to fight whatever is inside the warehouse. Once they all had their breaks, they made their way inside ready to fight. They make their way to the entrance, which was built underground by the godslingers, so they enter the warehouse and explore the empty warehouse. However, as they keep walking, they notice the place is full of metal objects and scraps that can be used as environmental weapons, which leaves them all confused. As Rose was about to touch the stairs leading to the floor up towards the main warehouse, they all hear scratching noises, so they look back to see a bunch of metal objects charge after the soldiers, so Rose used her magic to create a force field for them. However, even though it worked, the metal objects weren't going to kill them but instead trap them in a metal cage. The soldiers freak out as they see nothing but darkness, making Rose's eyes widen. "Crap," said Rose while she sets her hands in fire ready to attack the cage, but she hears a female voice. "I wouldn't do it if I were you, immortal flower. If you attack the cage, I will crush them from the inside," said the voice, making Rose's flames to die down and sprint up the stairs, and she keeps running until she sees a female godslinger made completely of metal sitting on a metal throne with a statue of Susan no Makoto standing on the right armchair. The metal godslinger looks at Rose with a sadistic grin. "Good, it would be a shame if you did that. I wouldn't have a gift for my darling first godslinger, but then again, since you are here, Bloody Phoenix's lover, if I could kill you and deliver you and your soldiers, then my darling first godslinger will notice me and will make me sit by his side on his throne, and we watch it kill you and your precious mortals you call soldiers. Oh, just thinking about it making my blood pumping," said the metal godslinger, making Rose frown while covering her hands with water, making water gauntlets. "You sick beast, I won't let that happen." The metal godslinger frowns. "Oh, fight back all you want, you will die by me and be delivered to my darling," she said while raising her hands, so a bunch of metal scraps all over the warehouse starts floating and charged after Rose, which Rose blocks with her telekinesis magic to stop the scraps in place with both hands, but her eyes widened as she feels the ground start to shake, but before she can react, metal pipes comes out of the ground and stabs her but didn't hit her heart. The metal pipes go all the way up above the warehouse into the sky while Rose coughs blood. The metal godslinger grins while using scraps to create a metal platform and fly up to the same height as where Rose is. "Look at that, now you look like a true rose, all red and bright living creature, just standing still and look pretty," it said, but they raise an eyebrow as fire start to come out from Rose's body until she roars a battle cry, causing her entire body to set on fire, melting the pipes off of her. "Damn it!" yelled the metal godslinger, while when the pipes are off of Rose the flames go away while water wings come out and she regenerates, giving the metal godslinger a grin. "Sorry, I refuse to die. After all, I got a handsome man to marry," she said, making the metal godslinger frustrated. "Die!" it yelled, getting more metal from around town and threw them at Rose's, which she flies away dodging them while using reflection magic to create mirrors to reflect the metal scraps back at the godslinger, and uses ice magic to freeze some of the metal scraps, so when she dodges and it lands somewhere it shatters to pieces, causing the metal godslinger to have less metal objects for her to use. As the metal godslinger throws more scrap, Roses use invisibility magic to go invisible, making the metal godslinger get confused. "Where are you, mortal? Come out and face me, coward," she demanded, but a metal scrap stabbed her in the chest from behind while Rose became visible and used lightning magic to electrocute the metal scrap she was using, causing the metal godslinger to get electrocuted too and angry. So the metal scraps goes on the metal godslinger's fist to use as a gauntlet and backhands Rose, sending her flying downwards. However, Rose uses gravity magic to change the metal godslinger's gravity so she's falling upwards. The metal godslinger panics and manages to take the same metal platform it made earlier and land on it before it falls to the sky. It flips over, but the gravity is still pulling her, so metal pipes come out of the platform to get its feet stuck to it. When the metal godslinger regains focus, it was too late, as Rose used telekinesis magic to throw the metal scraps at the metal godslinger and stab into them, including at the heart. The metal Godslinger's eyes widened but tries to use its powers to remove the scrap, but Rose charged right at it with flaming fist right at it, but the metal Godslinger catches both fists with a grin. Nice try, said the metal Godslinger, even though it's coughing and blood drips down its nose and mouth, but Rose just look at it with a focused face. Got where I want you, she said. Then with fire magic the flaming fists expands all over the metal Godslinger while water tendrils wrap it around its fist so the metal Godslinger can't pull away from Rose's hands. The metal Godslinger screams in pain. No, no, I can't lose, I must kill you, I won't die alone without my beloved by her side, it said. Don't worry, your precious first Godslinger will be next, said Rose. Then she holds her breath and uses sound magic to scream at the metal Godslinger's chest where it's stabbed heart as the sound wave from the scream blows up the metal Godslinger heart, making the metal Godslinger's eyes roll back while the flames melt it completely to ash. Rose lets go and pants out of breath while the metal cage surrounding the soldiers falls apart, setting them free. The soldiers sprint upstairs and look up to where Rose is while a soldier grabs the statue of Susan no Makoto and lifts it in the air for Rose to see. General, I got the statue, it yelled, making Rose look and nod while flying towards them. Meanwhile on Henry's side at Rio, he and his group of soldiers were teleported to a rooftop next to where the skyscraper where the Anubis statue is. The soldiers prepare their weapons while Henry looks up to see how the whole city is having a thunderstorm. What's the plan, sir? Snap, asked one of the soldiers, but Henry snaps both his fingers to summon blood minions, one for each soldier. Simply, they probably had the statue at the roof, so I'll climb up while the rest of you kill every Godslinger you see. My minions will heal you from harm while you do it, he said, making the soldiers frown at his plan. But sir, you need backup, said a female soldier, but Henry grins while grabbing his revolvers. I don't need it, just focus on killing those Godslingers and save everyone nearby, he said while he jumps off to the ground and dash away towards the skyscraper, making the soldiers sigh of annoyance and disappointment. Kinda didn't expect much from the lone wolf, said a random soldier while the rest of them safely get down on the ground. Henry keeps sprinting with a chuckle. This is going to be interesting. He looks up to see different Godslingers hanging out on the outside of the building like they expect someone to climb up the building, which Henry grew a big grin. Look at that, the children think they are thinking ahead of me, he quipped while he sees a fountain, so he puts one revolver away, leaving Bim holding his right revolver. A blood tendril comes out taking the form of a hand and scoops up the coins inside the fountains while Henry doesn't stop running. He parkours around the Godslingers coming after him, but he did land on the side of the building and starts sprinting upwards, running up the skyscraper's windows. The Godslingers that were hanging out on the side of the wall see Henry and get ready to attack. Hey guys, I got a wish for you. I wish for you all to fall, His blood tendril hand throws the coins to the sky, making the godslingers confused, but Henry aims his revolvers and fires bullets, and each bullet hit a coin and ricochets off the coins to hit all the godslingers in the hearts, causing them to fall while Henry sprints past them. "Ah, would you look at that, my wish came true," he said while putting his revolvers away and make his way to the rooftop. Once arrived, he sees the Anubis statue inside a metal tower surrounded by electricity, making Henry raise an eyebrow. Really, that's lame security, but then he senses a lightning bolt coming after him, so he flips back to a far distance. He looks up to see a godslinger flying but looking at Henry with a frown. "Damn, I thought I had you," it yelled. Its body was made of concrete with chains wrapped around its legs and arms and covered in electricity. "It will take more than a tiny lightning bolt to stop me." The lightning godslinger grins. "Okay, fine, I could use a challenge," it said while Henry bounced in place. "Sure, just try to catch me, slowpoke," said Henry as he dashed away, parkouring from one rooftop to the next and the next while the lightning godslinger follows but fires lightning bolts at him, which Henry dodges them all and even block them so no casualties get touched but them. They keep running until they arrive at the beach, which Henry taunts it to fight him, so the lightning godslinger fires a lightning bolt at Henry, but Henry uses a blood tendril to take form of a giant shield, and with blood temperature he turned his shield into red ice, so the lightning bolt hit the red ice shield and reflect at the lightning godslinger, sending it flying backwards, crashing into the sand. When the lightning godslinger regains consciousness, it growls while the first thing it sees is Henry dashing at it while throwing sand in its eyes, blinding it. The lightning godslinger growls in pain while rubbing his eyes to get it off. However, Henry grabs the lightning godslinger by the ankle and throws him to the ocean, causing the lightning godslinger to electrocute himself. Henry sets his feet on red fire so he can use them as thrusters and floats over the water to where the lightning godslinger was and tilt his body to 90% while looking down. "Hey, you dead yet?" he asked, but then in a second a lightning bolt from the sky goes right at Henry from the back to his heart, making his eyes widen as there's a hole on his chest where his heart was. He didn't get a breather to breathe as the lightning godslinger flies out of the water while uppercutting Henry to the water, causing the red flames to disappear. While in the water, the lightning godslinger grabs Henry by the collar and throws him towards the statue of Christ the Red Damper and crash lands to its chest. The lightning godslinger floats in front of Henry with a smug look. "So cocky here, I thought we're going to have a challenge," it said, but Henry mind is somewhere else as Henry thinks about the amount of godslingers and people he killed, making him chuckle while his heart, wounds and clothes regenerate, making the lightning godslinger raised an eyebrow. "What's so funny, mortal?" it asked, but their eyes widened when they see Henry's skin turns dark gray, blood comes down from his eyes like a tear but doesn't stop dripping. When Henry opened his eyes were turned into blood with red lines coming from below his eyes down to his cheeks. When Henry removes his body from the statue, blood wings grew from his back while Henry still chuckling. "I'm just getting warmed up, punk. Now you ready to die?" asked Henry with his normal voice, but a demonic voice echoing off from his normal voice, which made the lightning godslinger have shivers down his spine, but the lightning godslinger covers his fist with electricity like gauntlets while blood covers Henry's fist, then freeze to red ice gauntlets. Henry flies towards the lightning godslinger and they clasp fist and engage in flying combat with various punches and kicks. However, every hit the lightning godslinger gives Henry just shakes and laughs it off, creeping the lightning godslinger off, so they keep fighting until Henry starts getting more brutal by breaking his bones and slam him to the ground, but before it lands on the ground a blood tendril comes out of his palm to grab the godslinger like a grapple, then he throws him to the ocean. Just as the lightning godslinger was about to touch the ocean again, at the right moment it managed to fly away and use his lightning manipulation to lift all the cars that are made of electricity to form a ball and threw it at Henry. However, Henry chuckles. "Let's play catch," he said as he holds his palm and a blood tendril wraps around the ball coming at him and uses blood temperature to freeze the tendril and ball to red ice like a frozen club. "Catch." Henry yells with a grin as he swings the frozen club at the lightning godslinger, sending him flying upward past the stratosphere, but the club was destroyed in contact with all the objects inside, but Henry didn't care as he flew up after the lightning godslinger while he dodges the lightning bolts from the godslingers. Once up to them, Henry roundhouse kicks them to the face, sending them higher to the sky, sending it to the exosphere aka space, but he keeps following, kinda surprised he can breathe in space while in this form. When the lightning godslinger regained consciousness and saw Henry after it, so it fired a lightning bolt at Henry's forehead, which it landed, making Henry's head tilt backward while inches from hitting the lightning godslinger. "Good riddance," said the lightning godslinger, but Henry just grins. "Psych!" yelled Henry while he headbutt the lightning godslinger, making its forehead while sending it flying downwards to earth. As it falls, the lightning godslinger tries to use its powers, but its eyes widen to see its powers were deactivated. "Don't try, I'm done playing with you," yelled Henry, making the lightning godslinger look forward to see Henry holding his left palm up while blood spikes appear around him, then gets set on red fire. "Here, have a bloodstorm," said Henry while moving his left palm down towards the lightning godslinger, causing the red flaming blood spikes to homing dive to the lightning godslinger, stabbing its entire body, making the lightning godslinger scream in pain while it keeps falling and set fire because of fast it's going, making it turn into ash before it even got past the clouds. With the lightning godslinger gone, Henry keeps diving and is also being set on fire, but he froze his entire body in red ice-like armor, and just as he's about to crash into the ground, he flies upwards towards the skyscraper where the statue of Anubis is. Once nearby, his wings disappear while his eyes and skin turn back to normal. He does flips while falling towards the roof of the building and landing, sliding across the ground. "Nailed it," said Henry while he stands up and walks towards the tower that's no longer covered in electricity, so he could easily pick up the Anubis statue inside. Once collected, he walked towards the ledge and looked down to see the remaining godslingers are dead, but the soldiers are tired out and exhausted while the blood minions disappear from existence. He hears someone just teleported behind him, so he turns to see Rose and her soldiers with her. She smiles and waves him with the statue she collected, making Henry grin. Meanwhile, back in New York on Captain Kai's end outside the TGE hideout library, a lot of godslingers have fallen, but a bunch of soldiers are at the brink of death and many have lost limbs. Captain Kai just dodges an attack from a thrown car by a force field godslinger. "Quit dodging, you can't win, mortal," yelled the force field godslinger while the soldiers open fire at it, but due to its force field around its body it isn't doing any damage. However, Kai yelled, "Now!" Then the soldiers throw smoke bombs at the godslinger, making it lose vision. While that's happening, they throw ice bombs, causing the godslinger to be covered in ice while the smoke clears. Kai sighed and turned around, walking. That should take care of them until Henry and General arrives. However, he heard an ice break, so he turned to have his eyes widened as the force field godslinger is in front of him about to throw a punch. However, a sound of somebody was teleported nearby and Henry drop-kicked the force field godslinger in the face, sending it flying to a wall. Kai fell on his butt but was relieved to see Henry in front of him holding the Anubis statue. Henry smiled at Kai. "You all right, Captain?" he asked while throwing the statue to Kai, while Kai nodded. "Yeah, thanks, the bastard got a powerful force field that physical or our bullets can't touch him." Henry shrugged while grabbing his revolvers. "Not anymore," he said, slow walking towards the force field godslinger. The force field godslinger regains consciousness, rubbing its head. "Ow, that hurt," it said. "I got shot in the shoulder," making the godslinger's eyes widen. "He deactivated my shield. How I should be invincible," said the godslinger with a growl. "It's because I am here," said Henry while shooting all his bullets at the godslinger's heart with rapid firing, killing it on the spot. He reloads while walking away. Chapter 30 The First Godslinger. After killing the force field Godslinger, Henry puts his revolvers away and walks towards Rose, who is healing Captain Kai. What happened here? Asked Henry. Apparently a Godslinger went invisible and followed us home when we were in the plane. Luckily we killed it and went on the attack on the Godslingers, explained Kai. Did any Godslinger got inside? Asked Rose while she finished using healing magic while Kai shakes his head. No. As soon as we were under attack I went to the command center and activated the shield. It wasn't strong but none of them got inside. After that we went outside and killed them all. That force field one was the last. Rose and Henry nodded. How many casualties? She asked. We had combat medics so nobody dodged, but we got barely saved injured ones. Plenty of them have lost limbs. Don't worry, I'll gather everyone at the cafeteria and heal their limbs, said Rose while she gave Kai the other statue while walking off. As she did that, Henry checked his DNA compass and his eyes widened. Holy s! Yelled Henry. What's wrong? Asked Kai. There's no more Godslingers on the planet, he revealed, making Kai's eyes widen. They must have gathered every last one to them, to the locations of the statues and to the base. That means this is our only chance to erase the realm while the remaining Godslingers are in the realm, said Kai, making Henry nodded, and they both head inside. A few minutes later they made it inside the lab. Bella, we got them! Yelled Kai, which Bella easily heard and rushed over. She took the statues. Ah, excellent work boys. Thanks, but we must get the devices ready now. There are no more Godslingers on Earth. We must attack now before they teleport more of them, ordered Henry. You sure, Henry, you haven't rested yet? Asked Bella with a worried look, but Henry frowns. It'll be fine, just do it, he orders. So despite Bella's protests she makes her way to the table where two machines are in place. One is a big human-sized circular portal with a single lever on it and 10 jars of Godslinger blood around it. There's another device and it is on the table that seems to be like a pole-like device with 5 token-sized slots. Next to the machines are 3 statues with one broken to get the goddess token already out. She placed the last 2 statues and broke all the statues with a hammer to get the remaining 4 goddess tokens out. She puts them inside the 5 token slots in the pole-like device while Rose enters the building. Okay, everyone is healed and resting. What's the situation? Asked Rose. Henry detected no Godslingers on the planet, so he plans to attack the realm now, explained Kai, making Rose's eyes widen. Henry, you need to rest. You could be exhausted when you get there, said Rose with concern. No time, I gotta do this here and now, he said, but Rose grips on his arm. You're gonna get yourself killed if you're exhausted. We got time now, we can wait. No, Rose, if we wait who knows how many more Godslingers arrive to stop us. What's worse, they know where we are. I have to do this, he said while Bella finished readying the pole-like device which has a trap on it, so she hands it to Henry. That's the eraser tower device, just place it on the ground and activate it with your fingerprint and the goddess tokens will do the work erasing the place, explained Bella, which made Henry nodded and strap it to his back. I'm coming with you, Henry, said Rose, but Bella shakes her head. Sorry, General, the portal only works for one person only. Rose frowns. Then he's not going, she declares, but Henry protested. That's not an option. Rose, I have to do this, yelled Henry, but Rose jabs a finger on his chest. Like hell, you are going in alone home to where those things live. Are you out of your damn mind? You can't win alone, said Rose with unshed tears in her eyes. That's why I am going. I am strong enough alone. I can handle this. I can do this, he yells, making Rose slap him. I am not losing you again. Do you hear me? Well, rest here and upgrade the teleporter so we can both go. Henry's eyes widened by the slap but faces her again with determination as he protested. No, I have to get the job done. I'm doing this for everyone, for us. Rose grabs his jacket to shove him close to her while press her forehead against his while crying. Please don't do this. What if you got lost? What if I lose you all over again? I can't live without you, she cried, but Henry cups her cheeks, wiping her tears. I won't, because I will have you saving me right no matter what. I have always come back to you, he said, pulling Rose to a kiss. They stayed like that for a while until they break the kiss. You better come back to me, I need my night, so promise me you'll come back. Henry takes off the strap and hand the eraser tower device to Kai, then he takes off his jacket that has the red phoenix on the back and put it on her shoulders. I promise, my princess, he says, giving her a kiss on the forehead. He looks at Bella. Start the machine, he ordered, which Bella nodded and starts turning the machine on while Henry takes the eraser tower machine back from Kai and strap it to his back and walks up to the front of the portal, bouncing in place. We're ready to go, yelled Bella, which Rose nodded and activated a drone, so the drone flies to Henry while she gives him an earpiece. The drone will follow you and allow us to see you from the command center, and the earpiece will allow me to speak to you, explained Rose, which Henry nodded to that. With those instructions he puts the earpiece. Once the earpiece is comfortable on his ear, he gives Rose a thumbs up while smiling, hoping to calming her down. Rose nodded and backed away to grab the lever and pull it to turn the portal on. The portal appeared in front of Henry, so he sighed and just in case he created a two-bladed blood shuriken and threw it to the ground. Once all done, he heads inside the realm with the drone behind him while Rose closes the portal so no Godslinger can enter. She and Kai make their way to the command center where the workers have already activated. On the drone it flies far away from Henry while Henry sprints away while he looks around the area, which the whole realm was rough, looking like an abandoned city full of abandoned cars and buildings combined with fantasy buildings and structures, and the sky is dark yellow. Gotta find a perfect spot to put this. He looks ahead, parkouring around the area while he sees a perfectly fixed castle at the center. "Oh, that's a good spot," he said. "Henry, watch out," Rose cried from the earpiece, making Henry confused, but the ground shake and a fist created from the ground appeared and punched Henry, sending him flying, crashing into a building. "Henry, are you okay?" Rose asked with concern in her voice. Henry quickly tries to push off the wall. "Yeah, I am all right, just going to need a..." His sentence was cut off as a very long chain wrapped around his neck and slammed him to the ground, creating a crater, making Henry cough all his air out. "The hell was that?" he said while getting up, but his eyes widened when he see every single Godslinger him and the TGE killed in front of him. "Well, said Henry, making the snake Godslinger smirk. "It's been a long while, mother's murderer, how you've been?" The snake Godslinger asks, "How are you all here?" he asked while grabbing his revolvers. The time stop Godslinger chuckles. "Well, when you destroy our hearts, our souls get resurrected but into this realm, so in order to actually kill us." The metal Godslinger cut the stop time Godslinger off by finishing their sentence. "You have to destroy our hearts while we're in here." At the command center, Rose's eyes widened in fear for her beloved. "No, Henry, hold on," she said while walking away, but Kai grabbed her arm. "General, you can't remember," yelled Kai. "But he's gonna die. I have to do something," she cried, but Kai shook his head and pulled her to sit down. "Let's trust Henry in this," he said while Rose nodded. Back with Henry at the Godslinger realm. "Okay, a rematch, huh? Well, I killed you all once and I'll kill you again," he said with a grin and dashed towards the entire Godslinger army, which was about 1 million of them. He fires his revolvers at them all, weakening them while putting it away and using his powers to blood manipulation to fight his way against them. However, it was overwhelming because throughout the fight the Godslingers used different powers against him, each one from creation to manipulation related to basic but powerful powers. He was able to kill some of them and roar a battle cry and keep killing them, but it was too much for him to handle, so the force field Godslinger punched Henry, sending him flying to a building, which another Godslinger used gravity manipulation to crush Henry with the entire building. Once Henry regains room he sprints away, but the time-stopped Godslinger in a blitz cuts his leg's arm, making him fall to the ground, while another Godslinger uses ice to trap him, while another wraps their chains around his throat squeezing it, and another fires lightning at Henry making him scream in pain, while the rest of the Godslingers ganged up at him beating the life out of him. Even one of them stabbed him in the heart, making Rose's eyes widen and starts tears up as she screams on the earpiece, "Henry!" She cried, covering her eyes, and couldn't witness it, so Bella hugs Rose, comforting her, while Bella and Kai also tear up for Henry, worried this might be the end for him. As Henry screams in pain, his eyes weaken while the Godslingers taunt him to get back up and fight back, but Henry just can't, and with the heart in his chest he fears he might go to heaven forever, so he closes his eyes. "Rose, I'm sorry." After he closes his eyes, all he sees is darkness. Then in his mind he's in a void of nothingness, so Henry gets on his knees while looking up, ready for his end. However, he hears a voice. "So you ready to give up then?" the voice said, making Henry look forward to see the blood goddess smirking at him. "F off, alien, I am not dealing with you anymore," said Henry, making the blood goddess pout. "Seriously, I lost to a pathetic man like you." This made Henry frown and stand back up. "I'm not pathetic. Oh really? From what I can see, my own successor is dying from my own sad children, only created to finish my work. What do you expect me to do? I'm overwhelmed. It's too much for me to do. Not if you give in to your alien side." This made Henry clench his fist. "Like hell I would do that. Not what I saw when you almost turned full alien on the lightning one. I saw you went 50% on it. Was just not being myself, that's all." "Wrong, you're becoming like me," she said, but got punched by Henry. "I'm nothing like you, you piece of s, and why the hell do you care?" The blood goddess laughs, not caring if her nose is bleeding, and shrug. "Don't know, I just feel like taunting you. Besides, if you're not going to use my power, I'll taunt you until you die. After all, you're just a sad, pathetic human who got lucky defeating me," she said with a smug look, pissing Henry off. "I didn't get lucky, I destroyed you," yelled Henry. "Oh, and will you do the same to the Godslingers who are the ones in the way of your weakling mortal?" "What was her name, Rose?" she asked, while Henry's arm turned into a blood arm blade. "Don't you dare insult her. I'll get out of here and get you out of my life once and for all." "Oh, and how you plan to do that?" Henry grins. "I'll kill you. I'll kill every last one of the Godslingers. Will rip your entire existence." The blood goddess laughs with her arms out. "Go ahead, kill me. Embrace your alien side and try to prove me wrong. I don't think you have the balls to even do it, mortal." But Henry without hesitation roars a battle cry and stabs the blood goddess in the heart, not caring about the blood spilled on him, and the blood goddess' eyes widened. "You actually did it. That's a surprise from a stubborn bastard like you." Henry pants. "I don't care anymore. I'll kill you all and go back to my future wife, and you'll stay out of my effing life, you false good." The blood goddess grins. "Go ahead, show them all who's the best," she said, pulling him to a kiss. Meanwhile, as the Godslinger keeps beating Henry up, Henry starts laughing at them. "Ha ha 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 ha." The line got Rost and Rost with demonic voice, sending shivers down the Godslingers' spines, causing them to back away while the ice broke off and Henry's legs regrew. "What's so funny, mortal?" said the time-stopped Godslinger, but then Henry stands up, pulling the object out of his chest, so his heart regrew while his skin turns dark gray, making the lightning Godslinger's eyes widened. Remembered the last time it saw Henry's skin turned dark gray. "Everyone get back," it demanded, but it was too late as a blood tornado surrounded them all, sending them flying out of the area while Henry laughed at them. At the command center, Bella and Kai's eyes widened. "General, look," said Kai, making Rose look at the screen with her puffy reddened eyes from the tears, but they widened seeing it. Meanwhile, the tornado eventually goes away. However, Henry no longer stands in the center, as instead was Henry's final form, called fully alien sanity form. In this form, his skin is dark gray with the green eye from the gauntlet now placed on the center. Long slick back blonde hair, pointy ears, his red eyes made of blood, red lines tattoo that comes from the bottom of his eyes down to his cheek, green color shoulder pads, his arms and legs been replaced to now made of blood, blood wings on the back, lastly a giant grin that never stops smiling. Henry laughs at them. Ha 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 ha, look at you weaklings, all talk not so fun now, is it, you disgusting bastards, said Henry with his voice replaced with a demonic voice, making the Godslinger's eyes widen. What the hell happened to him? Asked one of the Godslingers. That aura of power is like Mother's but stronger somehow, said another Godslinger. Another Godslinger gets up ready with its power. Who cares, let's just kill him, it said while Henry just stands there. The time-stop Godslinger stopped time however as he attacks Henry, stick his hand out just in perfect timing, so the time-stop Godslinger just ends up with a hole through his chest where his heart is just gone, which made every Godslinger's eyes widened in horror. How? The time-stop Godslinger asked, but Henry turned his arm to a blade and removed the Godslinger off his hand while cutting him in the process, so the Godslinger falls and turns to ash. What a weakling, I expect more, but then again you let yourself get tortured, said Henry while looking at the rest turning his arms into blood-armed chainsaws. Now then, this is goodbye Godslingers for good, he said while the Godslinger tried to use their powers, however Henry used blood manipulation to turn all their powers off, so he dash off and exterminate them all in the most brutal ways, with each one losing a body part or destroyed by a blood construct or some by different tools Henry used to get the job done, while laughing and insulting how weak they all are, which horrid Rose. Oh gee Henry, please don't be gone, please. When Henry was done, all that's left is nothing as body parts and gore all over the area, but they all turn to dust as all 1 million of them are dead. Henry pants while laughing. Man, that felt amazing. Are there any more out there? Some on and face me, weaklings, he demanded, but he heard from his earpiece. Henry, is that you? Please speak to me, she cried, hoping he isn't long gone, but he doesn't respond, so she continues. Please, I know you can hear me. Control your sanity, please turn back. I saw it all, you lost control. Control yourself, please. I beg of you, turn back to the man I love. I don't want to lose you like this. I need you, Henry, I need my knight, she cried out, making Henry's eyes widen. R. Rose. Then the permanent grin stopped and slowly his body turned to normal while he collapsed on the ground, taking deep breaths. Henry, Henry, speak to me please, Rose cried. I hear you, I'm not going anywhere, he said, making Rose sigh of relief. I'm glad you're okay. Can you walk? We can send you back home now, she said with worry in her voice, but Henry shakes his head, standing back up. However, after unlocking alien sanity form, his left eye permanently changed to green while his right eye remained red. No, I'm fine, really ill, keep going. Once he regained his footing, he dashed away towards the castle. Once arrived, he uses his revolvers to kill the Godslingers in his way until he's outside the throne room. He puts his revolvers away, and as he was about to touch the door, a giant fist made of steel breaks out of the door and shoves Henry towards the wall until he sliced the fist in half with his blood arm blade to stop moving while the first Godslinger exits the door. Well, we finally meet Mother's killer, said the first Godslinger, making Henry cross his arms while raising an eyebrow. And you are? He asked. Who am I? I am the first Godslinger, Mother's first child. The first. Henry cuts him off. Let me guess, the first child to have a massive ego to sit on a worthless throne. That quip easily pissed the first Godslinger off. You brat, how dare you speak to me that way? The only thing that's worthless is you. Henry sits down with his legs crossed. Oh, I take that back, you're the first Godslinger with a temper tantrum. Ironic, calling me worthless as you were created as an option. As much as I want to insult your ugliness more, I got a life after this, unlike you. He tries to use his blood manipulation to deactivate his powers but failed. Huh, that's off, he said with a raised eyebrow, making the first Godslinger grinned. Don't bother trying to fight the easy way, mortal, said the first Godslinger while it points at its neck to a high-tech collar. I use my reality manipulation to create a device that will block you from ever manipulating my blood. So before we settle this, I want to ask why. Henry tilts his head. Why what? That response made the first Godslinger eye twitch. Why didn't you use Mother's power to destroy or take over the planet? We saw in your memories all the pain the humans caused you, but despite that you decided to save people. Why don't you just end humanity and take your revenge on the human race? However, this made Henry chuckle but slowly turn into laughter like a psycho. This annoyed the first Godslinger, making its veins pop out of his body showing frustration. What the hell is so funny? Henry eventually calms down. You're right, why didn't I just destroy humanity? After all, I do have powers of a god, but instead of world domination or destruction I decide to live among the humans. Why? I'll tell you why. Just the same as I ask myself when I fight villains or powerful foes who want to destroy or take over the world, what's the point? You see, if you asked me 20 years ago I would agree with you. However, I've been alive in the world for over 40 years and what I learned is that there's no point, because if I do take my revenge destroying the earth or take over the planet, in the end what will I do afterwards? What will I do once the planet is under my control? The answer: you'll lose your purpose in existing. If you destroy the world there will be nothing left to do besides other planets and space, and if you destroy them too, would it be worth it? The answer: no, because in the end you'll be all alone, suffer the fate of eternal loneliness, a fate worse than death, and if you do die the devil will give you pure torture forever. As for why I don't take over the world, make humanity bend to my will, then Earth will lose the very thing that makes it a special planet, because Earth is a planet of opportunities, potential and freedom. If you became the ruler of the planet you never feel true satisfaction as all those friends and families you rule. It's just by force, not true love or care. You may feel good, but in the end that good feeling is temporary, because even if you don't share it you'll suffer loneliness and boredom as well. Henry stands up and puts his hands in his pants pockets before continuing. So in the end I decided on neither and decide to be better than that. I decided to be the protector of humanity. Why? Because no matter how much I hate humans, killing them all won't bring closer. Instead I chose to prevent others from suffering a fate worse than death. I chose to explore and enjoy the planet because it brings plenty of entertainment and joy to my hearts when I save innocents. I may have the power of a god, but I choose to be like God, not by power but by heart, to observe how humanity can change and how they can evolve as a race, and I'll do my best to make sure they see the error of their ways for a better future. It's true I am not innocent. I have defeated and sometimes killed, but I mostly don't kill every enemy because I wanted to see them evolve as a person after defeating them and maybe cure them of their problems. However, as for the killers, what makes me different compared to those I kill is I fight to keep people safe, while the people who kill for their enjoyment or without regret don't deserve the gift of life God give them, because in the end they decided to be heartless beasts begging to be put down just like you. You might say I'm such a hypocrite, but I couldn't care what you think, because no matter what you say I won't destroy the planet, because it's my home, it's where my eternal lover is and waiting for me, it's where humanity is waiting for their protector. Ever since I found my rose I finally forgave humanity, forgiven the gods and forgiven everyone, because I have found my closer, and for once in my miserable existence I have found peace. So how about you shut the hell up and fight me? He said with a grin and glowing red eyes as red aura surrounding him as he activates his killing intent, showing pure unadulterated fear in his enemy. This declaration made the first Godslinger rage fuel as it gritted its teeth. You worthless human. You dare waste Mother's perfect gift on saving pathetic weaklings like humans? No, I refuse to accept that you're wrong. You're always wrong. That's it. I had it. You shall die, McKnight. I am ending this here and now. It said before clapping its hands so the entire castle started to shake, causing the drone to self-destruct, making everyone in the command center confused. What happened? Asked Kai. We lost the drone, sir, said one of the workers. Can you get it back online? Asked Bella, but the same worker shakes their head. Negative, Bella, the drone seems to be destroyed. Rose clenched her fist. Please be okay, my knight, she said in her head. Meanwhile the castle still shakes and fell into pieces, and a lot of it was turned into floating platforms like the one Henry is sitting on. Henry stands up and sighs. Why do they always make things complicated? He said while bouncing in place. Come on, Bloody Phoenix, let's end this. said the first Godslinger. So Henry dashing, turning his arm into a blood arm blade, jumping from one platform to the next platform, while the first Godslinger does the same, summoning two katanas to dual wield, while from the ground tentacles from an octopus with snake heads on the end of them comes out of the ground and goes to bite Henry, but he cuts the heads off the tentacles at ease. Then when him and the first Godslinger landed in the same platform, Henry turned his other hand to a blood arm blade while they clash blades and battle in a sword fight. As the fight goes on, Henry managed to break one of the first Godslinger's katanas, so the first Godslinger throw it away and keep fighting as they refuse to fall off the platform until the first Godslinger broke Henry's guard and stab him in the chest and punch him off the platform, causing Henry to fall to the ground while the entire realm changed into an infinite long highway with no cars. Henry falls back first to the ground, but he quickly recovers and pulls the katana off his chest and regenerates it. The first Godslinger flies down to a distance behind Henry. "You better run, bird, but then again you might look better melted," it said, causing Henry to turn to face it while the first Godslinger flies away. Henry looks over his shoulder to see lava appearing and quickly chases after Henry, so Henry sprints away towards the first Godslinger. He eventually finds out the highway is crumbling and some pieces of the road falls to the abyss while lightning bolt goes to attack Henry in his way, so Henry keeps dodging while he grabs his revolvers and fires bullets at the first Godslinger, which didn't do much as it keeps dodging the bullets at ease. "You gotta try harder than that, little bird," Henry growls while the first Godslinger looks ahead while Henry puts his revolvers away. Henry looks at the first Godslinger's wings and comes up with an idea, so blood balls formed around Henry's palms while Henry sprints faster to get behind the first Godslinger, so the first Godslinger looks over their shoulder. "What are you up to, mortal?" Henry grins and throws the blood balls at its wings, spilling blood at it. "Blood?" asked the first Godslinger, but Henry used blood telekinesis to pull the first Godslinger's wings towards Henry, so he grabs the first Godslinger by the back and drag his body on the ground while running, causing a trail of destruction from where his body is. The jumps to the air while still having a grip on the first Godslinger and slam its body on the ground, creating a hole on the ground, so they both fall to the abyss, but reality switched, so the abyss transformed into a replica of New York City. Henry threw the first Godslinger to the ground, which it quickly regained consciousness while shaking its head, but all it saw was Henry falling towards it and fire bullets on its body, which made contact, making it groan in pain, but refused to focus on it and instead use his bone wings to fly away, while Henry puts his revolvers away and turn into his Bloody Phoenix form and flies towards the first Godslinger. However, as he follows, the first Godslinger summons chains from the inside of every building to come out and wrap around Henry's entire Phoenix body and squeeze his body, almost choking him. While Henry is being tied up by chains, the first Godslinger lifts its arms in the air and forms a gigantic metal sword with the size big enough to stab Henry's entire torso. "Goodbye, bird," said the first Godslinger while lowering its hands, so the sword flies towards Henry's chest. However, Henry screams in fury as he covers his entire body in red flames, so the chains melted right off. Once freed, he flew past the sword while a blood tendril wrapped around its handle, while Henry flew past the first Godslinger, making it confused until the blood tendril threw the giant metal sword to the ground, causing the blade to be stuck on the ground. Meanwhile, Henry turns back to human form and floats upside down while extending his palms, so blood tendrils come out of all his fingertips. "Might turn a hole," said Henry with a grin. The blood tendrils wrap around the first Godslinger's entire body, causing the blood tendrils to set on red fire, burning the first Godslinger alive, making Henry's grin widen. So he swings the red flaming first Godslinger, dragging his body across the buildings, especially skyscrapers, causing them to fall apart while the first Godslinger goes numb. Henry uses this opportunity to pull the first Godslinger towards him while the tendrils retreat. While the first Godslinger flies towards Henry, Henry covers his fist in blood and uses blood temperature to turn the blood fist into red ice gauntlets, and once the first Godslinger closes the distance, Henry beats the hell out of it in a combo. While he attacks, he grabs the collar that's preventing him from using blood manipulation on the first Godslinger and rips it off. As he does that, the first Godslinger recovered and got rid of its numbness, but Henry holds his hands together in a double fist and slam the first Godslinger's body extremely hard downwards towards the ground where the abyss is, but breaks through it like glass. But as he does that, it caused the realm to turn back to normal, and the first Godslinger keeps falling downwards, crash to the ground, creating a cobweb-shaped like crater. When the first Godslinger got back up on his hands and knees, it checked around its neck, feeling something was missing, but its eyes widened when it realized the collar was gone. Oh no. Don't worry, I only manipulated your blood so you stop regenerating. I will at least let you fight back, said Henry while the first Godslinger looks up, but its eyes widened to see 1 million blood minions in the area, but in the center was Henry, but he was in his blood form, so he blends in with the minions. The first Godslinger flies up in retreat. I don't care how many you are, McKnight, but I won't stop until you're dead, said the first Godslinger while raising their right hand. So 1 million medieval knights with angel wings are summoned and they attack the blood minions like a war. The first Godslinger summons a katana on its right hand and looks around for Henry. Where are you? Where are you? You coward, come out and face your death, yelled the first Godslinger. Then a red blur comes out of the crowd and charges behind the first Godslinger, but he sensed his presence. There you are, yelled the first Godslinger, turning around, raising its sword, but couldn't react as it felt a fist through its gut. So it looks down to see Henry in his 50% alien sanity form, which he calls when he still looks the same except his skin is dark gray, blood red wings and eyes made of blood, and lastly red lines, tattoos that comes from the bottom of his eyes down to his cheeks. Anyway, Henry grins. I got you now, said Henry with his normal voice while his demonic voice echoes from his normal the voice, while the hand that's through the first Godslinger's gut turns into a blood arm drill and spins around while sitting on red fire, burning the first Godslinger, making it roar in pain. You brat, I won't lose to you, yelled the first Godslinger while raising his left hand, but his powers failed to work, so his katana disappeared and so did his army below them. No, yelling the first Godslinger, but Henry says otherwise. Yep, I deactivated your powers now, then how about time you die like the rest, said Henry in a cocky way while the flames get extremely hotter, turning the first Godslinger slowly into ash. Fuphooenix, said the first Godslinger as his final words before completely turning to ash, gone forever. Henry flies back down to the ground, turning back to normal while the blood minions disappear. He sits on the ground panting. Man, that was exhausting. He holds the button on his earpiece. Is anybody there? He asked. Henry thanked. Gee, are you okay? What happened? Asked Rose while Henry stands up and grabs the eraser tower device off his back. I killed the first Godslinger. It was a little tough, but I managed. I'll set the eraser tower device now, said Henry while walking away to a far distance and letting go of the earpiece button. Meanwhile at the command center. Okay, I understand, I'll open the portal now, said Rose while holding the button on the earpiece, then gets up from her seat and sprints out of the room. General, what's wrong? Asked Kai while she follows, causing Bells and the workers in the command center to also follow. Henry is activating the eraser tower device. We have to build a portal for him, said Rose while Kai was running behind her, nodding in understanding. As they ran, some of the soldiers in the hallway heard the commotion, so out of curiosity they followed General Rose and Captain Kai. Meanwhile Henry, back at the destroyed throne room at the castle, walks to the center of the room and places the eraser tower device on the ground and uses the fingerprint scanner to activate the machine. Once activated, the machine locks into place on the ground. 10 seconds till activation. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin erasing the realm, said the eraser tower device, so Henry runs away. Back with Rose, she enters the lab and tries to pull the lever, but it isn't moving, making her eyes widen. No, 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 not now, she cried while trying to pull the lever down. Bella goes to the machine and grabs some tools. It's jammed, I can fix it, said Bella while she works. Rose panics and presses the button with her earpiece. Babe, just wait a little longer, okay? Meanwhile Henry, still running while he sees a white void in a quick speed, is swallowing the whole realm starting from behind the castle. What do you mean, what's wrong? Asked Henry. The portal is jammed, just hold on a little longer, it'll get you out, said Rose, but we don't have enough time for that. Don't say that I'm not giving up on you, cried Rose. Henry lets go of the button on the earpiece and thinks. Come on Henry, you gotta do something, he said while parkouring around the obstacles while the white void is getting closer to him. Then he remembers he placed a two-bladed blood shuriken on the ground at the lab before he left. He shakes his head. It's risky, but I got no other option. Please work, he said repeatedly. Then he snaps his fingers, which cause him to turn into a blood ball and disappear, leaving the earpiece behind while the entire white void swallows the rest of the realm. Back with Rose, she tries to pull the lever, but then a blood ball just appears right where the two-bladed blood shuriken was. Then the ball took a form of Henry, making everyone's eyes widen. Henry, how did you get here? Asked Kai. How did it go? Asked Bella while she walked to stand beside Kai. Henry, panting out of breath, slowly raises his fist. The operation was a success, said Henry. It took a few seconds before everyone started to cheer in victory as they finally won the battle. Bella hugs Kai from behind and kisses his cheek, making Kai laugh, but happy about it. Rose smiles at Henry while Henry looks back at her. He slowly walks towards her, but then his legs gone weak from exhaustion, so Rose catched him. I got you baby, said Rose holding him tightly. I kept my promise, I came back to you, said Henry while Rose kissed his forehead. Yes you did, you always kept your promises. Welcome home my knight, he said while Henry falls to unconsciousness in Rose's arms. There I got you, said Rose, caressing his hair while using telekinesis so she can carry him like a princess. Rose approached Kai, who still has Bella hugging her from behind. So what will happen now? Asked Kai. Well, after today the Godslinger executioners are disbanded, so the library will still be open, but we're going to shut the place down, so for now on you're no longer captain and I am no longer your general. I wish you all a happy life for now on, said Rose with a smile, making Kai and Bella smile, so Kai salutes to Rose. It was a pleasure working for you Rose, said Kai. Take care of Henry for us, said Bella, which Rose nods and pull Henry closer. I will also, you two are invited to our wedding, she said, then leaving the room while everyone celebrate. Rose carries Henry down to their chambers. Once entered, she placed him on the bed and took his shoes and top off to get him comfortable. There, we won't be needing this for a while. She climbs on the bed and holds him tightly, letting out a happy sigh. I love you and thank you for everything, she said while closing her eyes to sleep while holding his hand that he has his engagement ring on. 3 months later, at the Rosemary household, outside of the house there's a nice brown muscle car parked in front of the house and stopping the engine. Once the engine had stopped, a person came out of the car wearing a black sleeveless tucked-in turtleneck with gray pants and brown boots. This man was Marty Proton, now 42 years old, with a mustache, still has spiky brown hair and half-orange half-pink eyes. When he exited his car, he walked towards the front door of the house and knocked on it. After a few seconds of waiting, the door opened, revealing Len Rosemary, now 64 years old, and recognizing Marty, he smiles softly at him. Marty, it's been a long time dear boy, please come in, he said as he opened the door wider, letting Marty walk inside, and Len guided Marty to the dining room. As Marty sat down, coffee, Len offered, which Marty nodded, so Len went to the kitchen and made some coffee while he called out, so how's the wife? He asked, which Marty shrugged. Melissa is good, her art has gotten pretty popular in the west side of the country. Len nods. That's good to hear, she's a good woman for you, he said before pouring the coffee to 2 mugs and walked towards Marty, handing him a cup. So what brings you here? You don't often come to visit us. Marty sips his coffee before answering. It's Henry. He called me saying I should come here. This shocked Len. Henry? After all these years? That poor boy, I haven't seen him since Rose's funeral. I couldn't believe he's still alive. Marty nods. He's alive all right thanks to his immortality, and I can't blame him for cutting communication. After we last spoke I feared the worst for Henry. I missed him, to be honest. Hearing his voice again made me feel happy. Len smiled to that. Henry always saw you as a brother. No matter how much it hurts him see you age and grew up without him probably would make him not think about it. Heck, I feel like in his mind he would think none of us aged. Marty chuckled. Yeah, it is a healthy mindset for him I guess, but still, why now? He asked, which none him or Len can answer until another knock on the door, so they both got up, putting their mugs down, and approached the front door, where Marty opened the door to see Henry smiling at them. Hi, it's been a long time, huh? He said, which Marty hugged him immediately. I missed you, pal. Marty said while Henry hugged back. Missed you too, he said, as Len still saddened that after these many years Henry still didn't look like he aged. So after breaking the hug, Len puts a hand on his shoulder. How are you, Henry? Henry smiled. I'm great actually. How's Mercy? Len chuckled. Tired, but she's fine, currently taking a nap. Oh, can you wake her up? Marty raised an eyebrow. Why? He asked, which Henry rubbed the back of his head, giving a sly smirk. There's someone I would like you to meet. This confused Len and Marty, but Henry moved to the side. You can come in, he announced. So Rose comes inside the house wearing casual clothes. Marty and Len were completely shocked on who they were seeing. Rose. Marty said in shock, which made Rose smile. Look at you, Marty, all grown up, huh? Len on the other hand was in complete shock and thought he was hallucinating. Rose, is that you? He asked, takes a few steps towards her, which Rose couldn't help but her tears develop. Hi Dad, I'm home. Len, after confirming her daughter is in front of him, hugs her while tears fall from both their eyes. You're alive, my daughter is alive, he said while sobbing, which made Rose cry of guilt. I'm sorry it took me so long to come back. It's okay, I'm just so happy you're here in my arms again. Marty smiles, putting a hand on Henry's shoulder. It's really her? He asked, which Henry nodded, turning his head to him. Yeah. Len breaks the hug, wiping his tears. I'll go get your mother, please wait here, he said before running upstairs while Marty looks at Rose. How are you here alive? Marty asked. Well, explain everything, Marty, I promise, Rose said while Henry chuckled. A mustache, really, Marty? Marty crossed his arms. Hey, the wife loves it, so I'll keep it. This shocked Rose. You're married? Henry nods, which confuses Marty. You knew? Henry sighed. I was at the wedding. How I couldn't find you to get you an invitation. Henry shrugged. I had my ways. Marty frowned. Then why didn't you say anything at the wedding? Do you have any idea how it felt not having you there? I wanted you as my best man. Marty roared, which made Henry look away. I was jealous and depressed at the wedding. If I showed up I would ruin the mood. Marty's eyes softened. You were still not over Rose's death at the time, right? I was never over it, Marty. I couldn't seeing you with your wife. I wished it was me and Rose instead. Marty, despite being angry, finally understands while Rose takes her hand. It's okay though, it's in the past now, and I promise we'll make a dream a reality. This made Marty's face went from anger to happiness at the revelation. Does that mean you two will? Henry smiles while letting go of Rose's hand and raises his hand, showing his engagement ring, but before he can answer they hear an elderly woman say, Rose, is that you? They all turn to see Mercy Rosemary in tears while Len stands behind Mercy. Rose smiled. Mom, she said, which Mercy immediately charged and brought Rose to a hug. Oh my goodness, Rose, my baby is alive, it's been so long. Rose smiles and hugs her back. I miss you, Mom, so much, she said, sobbing to her shoulder. They eventually calm down, breaking the hug as Mercy cupped both Rose's cheek. Incredible how. How are you here? Rose smiles. We will explain everything, mother, but can we go sit down first? She requested, which it confused Mercy until she was shocked to see Henry by the door as he waves, so Mercy nods in understanding. Yes please, let's go sit in the living room, dear, she declared as she took Rose's hand, afraid she would disappear if she let go, but she guided everyone to the living room while Henry closed the front door and sighed heavily. This is going to be a long day, he thought before walking towards the living room to explain everything.